Good afternoon. My name is Ben Gavelik, and I work for the Indiana Utility Regulatory Commission, also known as the IURC. Before we get started, I just wanted to let everybody know, I know that there are some standing in the back, that we do have more chairs coming, and that those are on their way. The IURC is hosting today's field hearing. If you aren't familiar, we are a state government agency responsible for the regulation of public utilities in the state of Indiana. The agency includes 5 appointed commissioners who each have equal vote on cases before the commission. The IURC hears evidence in cases filed before it and makes decisions based on the evidence presented in those cases. The IURC is required by state statute to make decisions in public interest to ensure that utilities provide safe and reliable service at just and reasonable rates. Field hearings such as this one provide you an opportunity to formally deliver comments to the commission on cases under consideration. Before the commission reaches a decision in this case, it reviews evidence presented by all parties, including the comments shared tonight. We are joined this afternoon by Chairman Houston and Commissioners Bennett, Freeman, and Valletta, the presiding administrative law judge, and a court reporter who will record your comments to be included in the official record of the case. Because this is a pending proceeding before the IURC, the commissioners and the administrative law judge are not allowed to answer questions or engage in discussion about the case. They are here to listen to you. Of course, if you have any questions about the hearing, feel free to find me in the back of the room. If you are planning to speak today, you will see 2 mics, the one I'm holding and the court reporter's microphone. It's important that you speak loudly and clearly so that both mics pick you up. However, the court reporter's microphone is the most important, as it's the one we'll be using to transcribe your comments. With that, I'm going to turn it over to the Indiana Office Utility Consumer Counselor, which is the state agency responsible for formally representing consumer interests in matters before the Commission. Olivia Rivera from the OUCC will now offer a few comments prior to handing it off to Judge Jennifer Schuster to begin the hearing. Thank you.
Thanks, Ben. Thank you all for coming out tonight. Again, my name is Olivia Rivera, and I'm with the OUCC, the separate state agency representing the consumers tonight in this case and in other cases before the Commission. There are 4 things that I would like you to know tonight before this hearing begins. Number 1, this hearing has one purpose, and that is to hear comments from the public. You will not see a presentation from the utility today because it filed its case in writing back in December. The OUCC's fact sheet has more information about the utility's request, along with other information on the case. Again, today is all about giving you the chance to speak to the Commission. Number 2, this is one of many steps in the rate case process. Those steps are listed in the fact sheet, and a final order from the IURC will not come out until this fall. Number 3, a team of our attorneys, engineers, accountants, and other experts from our office are reviewing the utility's request, and we are scheduled to file testimony and recommendations on March 12th. A number of additional parties have intervened, and any testimony that they file is also due on March 12th. You should have received a form tonight alongside your fact sheet. If you did not get a form and you would like to speak, please raise your hands and one of our staff members will bring a form to you. If you don't want to speak tonight, but you do want to provide written consumer comments, you can do so using that same form or after the hearing through the avenues noted in the fact sheet. Written comments carry equal weight to the spoken comments heard here today, and they will become part of the formal case record so long as we receive them by March 5th. Again, we need all those written comments by the end of the day on March 5th. Thank you so much for coming out today. If you have any additional questions, please feel free to find me or another member of the OUCC team. We'll be happy to help you. And with that, I will turn it over to Judge Schuster to begin the hearing.
Good afternoon, and I apologize, I have lost my voice partially, so hopefully you can hear me. My name is Jennifer Schuster. I'm the administrative law judge presiding over this case. And as Ben and Olivia both mentioned, the IURC has scheduled this public field hearing to allow the general public an opportunity to testify on the record about the relief requested by the utility in this cause. This is a formal hearing, and all testimony provided will be given under oath, so if you are planning to testify, as soon as we officially go on the record, I'll ask that everyone who wants to testify stand and be sworn in. And when it is your turn to testify, if you could, as she mentioned, please speak into both microphones slowly and clearly, and please state and spell your name for the record before you begin testifying. And again, as was previously mentioned, if you don't want to testify in front of the crowd today, you can also submit written comments to the OUCC, as she previously mentioned. The commissioners and I cannot respond to any comments or questions directed to us. As she said, we're here to hear from you, and state law prevents us from responding to your comments or questions. We're about to go on the record. I'm going to read a form introduction, and then we'll do the swearing in, and then we will begin taking your testimony. All right. Let's go on the record. This is a field hearing before the Indiana Utility Regulatory Commission in a cause docketed before the Commission as cause number 45990, captioned as Verified Petition of Southern Indiana Gas and Electric Company, DBA, CenterPoint Energy, Indiana South, CEI South, for 1, authority to modify its rates and charges for electric utility service through a phase-in of rates, 2, approval of new schedules of rates and charges and new and revised riders, including but not limited to a new tax adjustment rider and a new green power rider, 3, approval of a critical peak pricing CPP pilot program, 4, approval of revised depreciation rates applicable to electric and common plant in service, 5, approval of necessary and appropriate accounting relief, including authority to capitalize as rate base all cloud computing costs and defer to a regulatory asset amounts not already included in base rates that are incurred for third-party cloud computing arrangements, and 6, approval of an alternative regulatory plan granting CEI South a waiver from 170 IAC 4116F to allow for remote disconnection for non-payment. Notice of the time and place of this field hearing was given as provided by law by publication in Marion County in the Indianapolis Star on January 27th, 2024, and in Vanderburgh County in the Courier Press on January 31st, 2024. These are newspapers of general circulation, and these publications were made at least 10 days prior to the date of this field hearing. The proofs of publication of the notices have been received by the Commission and are now incorporated into the record of this cause by reference and placed in the official files of the Commission. Notice has also been given to the Indiana Office of Utility Consumer Counselor and other interested parties. May we have counsel's appearances, please?
Carol Sparks Drake, on behalf of the Indiana Office of Utility Consumer Counselor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please accept the appearance of Jennifer Washburn on behalf of Citizens Action Coalition of Indiana, or CAC.
Thank you, Your Honor. Appearing on behalf of the petitioner, Hillary Close of the law firm Barnes & Thornburg, LLP, and Heather Watts of CenterPoint Energy, Indiana South.
Thank you. Excuse me. Next is what I mentioned earlier. We're going to swear in anyone who plans to testify today. So if you're planning to testify at the microphone, if you could please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the evidence you will give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, you may be seated. Ms. Sparks Drake.
Thank you, Your Honor. Again, I represent and am here on behalf of the Indiana Office of Utility Consumer Counselor. Our office represents the public in rate cases before the Commission. And so I'm who will be calling your names out if you filled out a form, and please come forward as you hear your name. I want to tell you on behalf of the OUCC, it is great to see such a large turnout this afternoon. And I want to try to facilitate the ability of everyone who wants to make comments having the opportunity to do so. So I will call out initially 4 names. If the first person would please come to the podium, and then I have 3 chairs down front. If the other 3 would please come and sit in those chairs, and then as we have someone speak, the next person, it's kind of like baseball. We have a group on deck who will move to the podium. And I'll call a name after the person finishes at the podium so we can try and keep the flow going, because I want everyone who has something to say this afternoon to have the opportunity to do so. And I know that the judge stressed it with you, some other people stressed it, but please be sure to speak into those microphones. It is important the court reporter be able to accurately transcribe your comments for the commission. Okay, so my first 4 names: Mayor Terry, Commissioner Cheryl Musgrave, Douglas Hartman, and Ellen Hegeman. If you could come on down, that would be great. Thank you. Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity to speak before you on behalf of the 116,000 residents of Evansville. My name is Stephanie Terry, and since January 1st, I've had the privilege to serve as the mayor of this city. In the 2 months since taking office, there is no issue I have heard more about than this proposed rate increase. People call our office to talk about it. They email us. They came to our traveling city hall last week to talk about it, and they comment on nearly every one of our social media posts. I'm not exaggerating when I say that. Last week, we changed our social media cover page on Facebook to an image of 3 people walking down North Main Street. The first comment was, and I quote, "Stephanie Terry, what are you going to do about CenterPoint taking advantage of our community and price gouging us because the energy distribution is monopolized? It falls on your shoulders to protect and serve us." This comment isn't an outlier. Every comment we have received on this issue has been loud and definitively against this rate increase. Some, like the one I just cited, have been angry. Most were demanding that I take action and stop a rate increase from happening, which of course I cannot do. But I can do is share the concerns that have been brought to my attention over the past 2 months. We've heard from individuals worried about utility rates that are driving people out of town, saying, quote, "Definitely want to know plans to help citizens combat CenterPoint. People should not be considering moving from our town because of the expense of a necessity." Another message to our office offered a more concrete example. "Can we make CenterPoint cost a priority?" they asked. "I make good money and I cannot afford it. I can't imagine others. If I move back to Illinois, I will pay less than $100. I paid $700 for a 13 square foot house last month. They need stopped." Others wrote and are worried about how the rise in costs would affect their fellow citizens, especially those with limited means. One person noted that some people, it will take their whole week's paycheck to pay for their electric bill. Another, a teacher, was worried about her students, many of whom were from low-income families. "I'm blessed not to have a $500 bill this month," she said. "But as a teacher, seeing my families, they already are struggling, stressed about their heat being shut off, and it makes me anxious. Are there resources I can relate to them so that their children can sleep in a warm house at night?" That's the other reoccurring message in the messages we've received. People are struggling. I'm hearing it and I'm seeing it. I'm hearing it in the worried voices who speak when our team attends neighborhood association meetings. I'm seeing it in the scared faces of the people who came to last week's traveling city hall meeting, specifically to tell me that they didn't know how they would pay their electric bills now, much less what they would do if rates increased. This isn't to say that our community doesn't benefit from CenterPoint. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the $26.2 million the CenterPoint Foundation invested in southwestern Indiana since 2011. Money invested in housing, in our local universities, and in more than 400 nonprofit organizations. So I want to acknowledge that CenterPoint has been an important corporate citizen in our community. But I also want to acknowledge that this doesn't change the fact that the proposed rate increase will be difficult to absorb for many Evansville residents like those who have contacted our office. It will affect their quality of life. It will affect our quality of place. It will make it harder to create affordable housing. It hinders economic development, and it further stifles the growth of small businesses that cannot negotiate their own utility rates. It will make it harder to recruit talent to Evansville, and it will make it even harder to keep the talent we already have. In short, I am concerned that approving this rate increase will have a negative impact on our residents, and it will have a negative impact on our city. This is what residents are telling us every single day. And as the mayor and the elected leader, it is my responsibility to share their concerns, our concerns with you today. Thank you for your time and consideration in this matter.
Good afternoon.
Okay, ma'am, just a
I
second.
apologize.
Eric Johnson. If you would say your name and spell it, please, for the record.
Good afternoon, Chair Houston and Commissioners. Welcome to Evansville and Vanderburgh County. I am Cheryl Musgrave, President of the Vanderburgh County Commission. And in the audience today is also the Vice President, Justin Elpers. My name is spelled Cheryl, last name Musgrave. You will find in your written documents this resolution passed by a unanimous vote of the Vanderburgh County Commission a couple of weeks ago. Vanderburgh County has 171,000 proud residents, all of whom work hard to make this community a great community and to make it their home. The rate increases are making that far more difficult. This is the second time I've stood before you speaking officially on the matter of a rate increase for the Vanderburgh County Commission. The first time was for the water rate increase. When you take the water rate increases, and even if you don't take them, and add them to this particular rate increase, the unaffordability becomes extreme. Mayor Terry is right, and I would like to incorporate everything she said into the county's presentation as well. It is phenomenally difficult for the people of this community to make ends meet. I urge you to look up how much the income is for this area of the state versus other areas of the state. You will find a large difference. We work hard every day to narrow that gap. This will make it impossible. You will find also that we talk about in one of our whereases, the costs will threaten the growth and expansion of Vanderburgh County by adding burdens and impediments to new residents looking to relocate here, and it also hinders business expansion. But before I leave and let everyone else who stood up to come forward, I would like to point out that our last bullet point is that the Indiana General Assembly actually taxes these utilities. This month, the tax on my own personal bill was almost $30. They're taxing us for something that is just as vital to health and sustaining human life as is food. So we ask you to deny the rate increase and to advocate for the exemption of all utilities from sales tax or any other tax. Thank you.
Mr. Hartman, you're at the podium, and Mark Farron Betcher? Thank you. If you would be on deck.
I'll do my best to speak into the microphones.
Sir, if you would please state your name for the court reporter and spell both your first and last name.
Of course.
Thank you.
That's absolutely. My name is Doug Hartman, Doughartman. It is the best of times for CenterPoint, or if you're a C-level executive, compensation packages ranging from $2.5 million to as high as $14 million, with their CEO making upwards of $30 million, return on equity the highest in their industry, glowing reports to their shareholders in their earnings calls, specifically their most recent Q4 2023 earnings call, where Jason Wells glowingly reported 9% non-GAAP earnings per share compound annual growth rate, which is the top decile in the sector, and one of the highest dividend growth rates in the sector. Now comes CenterPoint, hat in hand, to suggest to our IURC that somehow they are struggling, that these rates that we pay are somehow confiscatory. Really? It is the worst of times if you're a CenterPoint ratepayer, especially in southern Indiana. We currently pay some of the highest utility rates in the country, but what's more is the median income in this region is among the lowest of comparably sized communities. The double whammy hits hard when our CenterPoint bills arrive, and many of us have to choose between paying our CenterPoint bill or a trip to the supermarket. Some of us have to choose between paying our CenterPoint bill or getting their medication. And others among us have actually been driven out of their homes by the egregious cost of lighting or heating it. It is the season of light, and that we are scared of keeping our lights on. It is the season of darkness, and that this is my recent disconnect notice. You can see the timestamp on this disconnect notice of 12:43 p.m. Perhaps the regulators already know that the time cutoff deadline for a same-day reconnect is 12:30 in the afternoon, which means that a notice delivered in this manner is deliberately punitive. And these are the cascading overdraft fees that result from paying CenterPoint dollars that we don't have in the account because we have to weigh the cost of overdraft fees against the cost of replacing spoiled food or having the basement flooded because our sump pump won't function without power. We can't get to our spring of hope because our winter of despair is filled to the point of overflowing with these confiscatory rates, these oppressive bills, and the cycle of robbing Peter to pay Paul and paying more in our bank accounts to overdraft fees in the process. In short, we need help. This community cannot bear the weight of another CenterPoint rate case approval. What we need is rate relief. Please, please deny this rate request from CenterPoint. It is outrageous and we cannot afford it, let alone our bills as they stand today. Please consider where we are today. Consider how their bills are currently breaking this community, and consider what we need to survive. Rate relief. Thank you.
Folks, I understand your passion. I understand you want to support and clap for each other, but we will not get through many of you who might want to speak this afternoon if you continue clapping. So out of reach. It's a reality. I would ask, the commission is here to hear your comments, and I want you all to have an opportunity to present your comments, because clapping cannot persuade them. Your comments can.
Next speaker, please.
Ms. Hageman, and on deck, Marilyn Ashley.
My name is Ellen Hageman. That's ELLENHEGEMAN. I am going to read what I am testifying to, but before I do that, I want to second the comments of the previous speaker about what we see people struggling with making decisions on how they allocate their fixed income. I have volunteered for 20 years with a charitable organization St. Vincent de Paul, here in Evansville. I am here today to represent neighbors we serve, past, current, and future. We serve residents who live within our parish boundaries, which includes a large segment of the southeast side of Evansville, where many low-income families and individuals reside. We assist by helping our neighbors pay past due utility bills, rent, water bills, and other necessary needs. Our funding comes from donations by our parishioners, and sometimes from gifts from benefactors and our district council. We average about 66 requests per month. In the last 7 months, about 40% each month have been requests for CenterPoint past due bills. Often, a CenterPoint representative will offer the customer the opportunity to accept a payment plan, which would require the customer to pay a lump sum amount plus their current monthly bill over a 3 to 4 month period. Therefore, many requests are for several hundreds of dollars and sometimes thousands of dollars. It is not uncommon, even with several organizations helping, that the total bill cannot be paid, so their service will eventually be shut off. Depending on the current balance of our account and the number of requests we receive each week, we will usually help each neighbor with from $50 to $100, which is nowhere close to what they often need. We will then facilitate the neighbor in connecting with other nonprofits and our public agencies, which hopefully can help them pay off the total bill. The neighbors we help are often in desperate situations, not of their making. For example, job loss, work hours cut, death of the employed member of the household, health issues which interfere with employment, and additionally, living on a fixed income or working at a low-income job. Now I want to share with you the types of situations 3 neighbors we helped recently have had to deal with. The first neighbor is a 26-year-old single mom with a 2-year-old daughter. This young woman has a full-time job with a cleaning company. About 4 months prior to asking us for help, she became the guardian of her 11-year-old brother and 10-year-old sister. In order to get guardianship, she had to move from a 2-bedroom apartment to one with 3 bedrooms. She had to do this so her brother could have a bedroom of his own and the girls would share one. This was required by CPS. She wanted to get her siblings out of the foster care system and to provide a home for them. In making this move, she acquired additional expenses. By the time she asked for help with her CenterPoint bill, the past due amount was $612.18. Another neighbor is a 46-year-old widow who owns her own home. She receives Social Security disability, so has a fixed income. In October 2023, a workman cut a wire to her air conditioner, which then caused the fuse box to blow, so she had to hire an electrician to replace the fuse box, which cost her $600. The workman's company only reimbursed her $300. Then her water heater went out, so she had to replace it, which cost her $2,000. As a result of these unexpected expenses, she got behind on her water and her CenterPoint bills. when she requested help from us with her CenterPoint bill was $1,037, and she was facing a shutoff. She had only $250 to pay towards it. Our third neighbor is a 78-year-old retired gentleman who receives SSI and a veteran's pension, and he owns his own home. He was very anxious and not sure what to do, in part because this was the only time, or only the second time he had asked for help. He had already called CAPE and 2 other nonprofits, but was told they were not taking applications for assistance at the time he called. He had already agreed to a CenterPoint payment plan of $146.62 for 3 months, plus his monthly bill. His current monthly balance was, his current balance with CenterPoint was $626.46, and his shut-off date was a week away. He had already paid the first $146.62, but he could not pay the current monthly bill of $333.22. He had gotten behind on both his CenterPoint and water bills due to needing to pay unexpected medical bills. Here in southwestern Indiana, we already pay the highest utility bills in the state of Indiana. At the same time, our median household income is about $49,649, but the median household income in the state of Indiana is about $67,173, a discrepancy of about $19,000. I respectfully request that the Commission not add to the burden of our residential customers by not approving CenterPoint's rate hike. I also request that CenterPoint's request to remotely disconnect customers be denied. We need CenterPoint to stop disconnecting customers who are struggling to afford paying their power bills, not make it easier to disconnect even more families. I also request that you deny all unnecessary costs, like the cost of lobbying, litigation, or cost for its lawyers and experts in this rate case. And in conclusion, please deny CenterPoint's rate hike. Please protect customers, and prioritize affordability when deciding this case. The rates we already pay are not just and reasonable. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric Johnson.
Hello, my name's Eric.
Eric Johnson. And on deck, Edith Hardcastle.
Hi, Eric Johnson. Do you need me to spell that?
Yes, please, sir.
ERICJOHNSON.
Thank you.
I'm not going to go into the hardship it causes. I think enough people have hit that. I'm going to go strictly economics, comparing CenterPoint to other energy companies in the U.S. First off, the PDE, which is profit to expense, and the lower the percentage, the more profitable we are. CenterPoint is below the national average, so they're more profitable than the average utility in the U.S. The business rate is 11.61 per kilowatt hour compared to 15 cents for residential. Now, 60, 70 years ago, when you could build a new power plant with the minimum red tape, that might have been justified to give large users a discount. Now, with the cost of infrastructure, they should at least pay the same as residential because they're burdening the system. 3, they have not missed a dividend in over 10 years. Last year, they paid 77 cents per share on a basically $30 average stock. In comparison, in 2023, Apple paid just 96 cents per share. Their stock started 2023 at 130 and ended at 196. So we're looking at more than 4 to 8 times the stock value and only paying 19 cents more. Evansville is already the highest utility in the state from what I've read, which means CenterPoint's been overcharging us for 20 years, since that's when they claim they got their last rate increase. And the last point I'd like to make is CenterPoint should not have a monopoly. There's very other parts of the country where you get to choose who supplies your power. It's easily doable as long as the state allows it. But I think it's high time that other utility companies like Duke be allowed to offer energy to the Evansville people. That's all I have.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Fehrenbacher, and on deck, Allison Shelby.
My name is Mark Fehrenbacher, MarkFehrenBacher. I reside at 801 East Locust Street in Fort Branch, and I am a CenterPoint gas and electric customer. I'd like to comment on cause number 45990, which is this public hearing, and voice my opposition to the proposed rate increase. When I initially was studying the facts of this rate increase, I had reservations about it. And as I dug into the facts and figures of the rate increase, I started to be opposed to it. Now, I went to the IURC website to get the various facts and figures, and you have a lot there, but some of them aren't easy to find. And one document that I want to reference, that where I'm getting my information from, is the Citizens Action Coalition. That they've published a bunch of facts and figures that I'd like to submit for the record. One fact I would like to state is that one of the proposed charges that CenterPoint wants to make is increase the monthly fixed charge to $23.20, which by Citizens Action Coalition report is a 114% increase. CenterPoint is also wanting to increase electric bills by $47.24, which is a 30% increase by 2026. And also, according to Citizens Action Coalition, if you are an electric-only CenterPoint customer, which are 22% of CenterPoint customers, their average monthly bill will increase by $63.33 by 2026. Other facts and figures, well, first off, the one fact I want to remind commissioners, you are not only commissioners, but you're also regulators of a regulated monopoly, which means your duty is to the ratepayer, not to the shareholder. Your duty is to ensure that utilities provide good quality service at a fair profit, and not care about what the shareholders make as profit. And the reason I mention that is that it's been mentioned before that CenterPoint has the highest rates in this part of the state. Well, according to published records, their profit is 10.4%, while the other 4 utilities in Indiana have a profit rate of less than 10%. And finally, one last fact they brought up as far as what that profit is. Again, according to Citizens Action Coalition, CenterPoint Energy raked in over $1 million in profit in 2022. Now, if any of these figures and facts are incorrect, I would recommend that you update your website with the correct facts and figures. So I again respectfully request that you reject this rate increase and recommend the following. 1, reject the proposal as submitted. Second, all facts, financial facts that interested parties submit, make sure they're easily accessible on the website for review by the consumer. I would recommend that CenterPoint resubmit their request, because I understand infrastructure, requires repair. It's an aging infrastructure. But the way I understand that the system has worked is that they'll raise the rate, they'll do the work, yet that rate increase will stay in effect. I think what should happen is resubmit, and once the work is accomplished, then reduce the rate to what it was before you increased. And then finally, that's all I gotta say. Thank you.
Thank you. Marilyn Ashley. And on deck, Connie Baltzell.
Hi, my name is Marilyn Ashley, Marilyn Ashley. I did attach a copy of this to my form that I signed out front, so you have that. You're welcome. I'm here to beg you to reject the recent rate increase, case 45990, and any further increases for at least 3 years. I'm not here to talk numbers, as I am sure you full well know what these numbers are. I'm here to tell you real life effects of those numbers. These are things that have happened. I have volunteered in Evansville, Indiana, Vanderbilt County, and the tri-state area since the early 2000s for multiple agencies. I volunteered as Vanderbilt County CASA for 11 and a half years at the Salvation Army, Tri-State Food Bank, and I'm a lifetime member of the VFW. This has put me in positions to hear and see what I'm about to share with you. The following are life events of people who have shared or I have witnessed in person. The single parent, single mother, lost her lease and was evicted due to utilities being turned off. Her bill was $42 higher than her rent one month, and the next month it was 75% of her rent. She just could not afford to pay. So she moved into a 2-bedroom apartment with her father here in Evansville and shared a bedroom with her child. Then all three moved to Henderson, Kentucky, as the utility bills were so very high that it was taking too much of their combined income and left little to no room for savings or emergency issues. She will have both the disconnect and the eviction held over her head from now on. A disconnect is not just a disconnect. The volunteer grandparents who also volunteer their time are retired and living in the modest home which they worked hard for and own outright. They have a married child, I will call this child Kona, who has 4 children under 11 years old. Both Kona and spouse work multiple jobs, and grandparents help with babysitting. The grandparents also helped when the utility bills began to spike more than the couple's combined income, plus what savings they had, could handle. Volunteer and spouse turned off the utilities in their home and moved into a camper trailer. They did this so they could help pay the utilities for their son and grandchildren. And even doing this, the temperature in home was kept at or below 63 degrees. So everybody was wearing multiple layers of clothing. This is Evansville, folks. It's not a communist or third world country. We tried so hard, family. Both these parents of 3 small children were recovering addicts who had gained their children back from DCS. This was no small feat. They found a tiny home, were also able to get utilities in their name. No, the house was not great, but Father got plastic and styrofoam that was being discarded from his job, and was able to insulate the house rather nicely. He was pretty creative. Together, we found area rugs for all the floors. It was a 2-bedroom tiny bath with shower only and tiny kitchen, at very most 650 square feet of living space. What took them under? Dad worked at one of the local factories and made decent money, and Mom worked at multiple restaurants, making good tips. Did okay for almost 2 years. That's phenomenal, folks. Then one car they had broke down. They took ride shares and buses for over 3 months, but then had to make a hard choice. Could only pay a portion of the utility bill, but they paid a portion. Could only pay a portion of the rent, but they paid a portion. And they got the car fixed. They were able to get some help from Cape and a church, but could not get caught up totally, and the utilities were soon disconnected, which caused an eviction. That was it. It broke them. Fast forward. Mother is deceased from an overdose and father is nowhere to be found. Children became wards of the state because you see, when you go into a shelter, not all shelters can take the whole family. So the family was split up. It was a domino effect, and the disconnect was the straw that broke the camel's back. They had no control and no choice. They tried hard. I was there personally. They tried hard. A disconnect is not just a disconnect. The veteran, she works part-time and gets some Social Security and a small VA benefit. Asked for help because her utility bill for her small 2-bedroom house was over $800 for 1 month. The Veterans Association could help with a one-time donation. She was able to get some help from the township. That got her through temporarily. Then again, a month after keeping basically everything in her home turned off, her bill was nearly $500. Her previous bills had been under $250. With the help of family and friends, she was able to keep her utilities. She is selling everything of value because she is defeated. This is Indiana, folks. It's not a communist or third world country. These are only some of the families that I personally had contact with, or someone reached out to me to tell me their stories. I currently volunteer at a faith-based organization that not only feeds through a soup kitchen, has a food pantry, and supplies clothing and some help for rent and utilities and lots of toys. The demographics have changed so drastically in the last few years, with more and more families, inclusive of parents, grandparents, and grandchildren, coming in for help. We have gone from serving 150 to 200 meals daily to 480 and 500 meals in a day. The individual stories that are told to me personally, are devastating. And one of the most common denominators is, we had our utilities turned off, so we can't cook at home right now. Then later, some of them come in with full backpacks with what belongings they can carry, as now they've been evicted. I've seen this happen to grandparents who took their grandchildren in. They were on Social Security. This was not enough for their everyday necessities. And utilities are a necessity. You can live without AC, but it's pretty hard to live without heat and water. A disconnect is not merely a disconnect. This is Indiana, folks. It's not a communist or third world country. Just yesterday, I took something to a friend who owns a small boutique. I told her what I was doing today, and she said, "Oh my God." Then she whispered to me, "I've had to pull from my personal savings account twice already this year to meet payroll because my utility bills have been over $1,000 a month for this small place." She also told me her utility bill for her almost 2,800 square foot home with 5 people is 1/3 of what her store is. She said, "How can that be? How can that be? I just don't understand." That is when I told her I had been told that small businesses pay the highest rate for utilities. Her response, "Why? Why? What did we do? What did we do to deserve this punishment?" I am for all companies making a profit. That is only one of the many great accomplishments of the American people. But something is very wrong when a company can give great investment returns, employees get bonuses, and the CEO can get multi-million-dollar bonuses on top of a staggering multi-million-dollar salary with a pretty good benefits package, while causing so much grief to those who have no choice but to use this utility company. They have no choice. This is similar to when people worked in the company mines, lived in the company housing, and had to buy from the company store. Please help those who have no choice. Please say no to any rate increase. Thank you for your time. Thank you for coming to Evansville and holding 2 hearings. I pray that you not only hear our voices, but please listen to them. We have no choice. Please give us voice. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ashley. Edith Hardcastle. And on deck, Russell Granderson.
Hi, my name is Edith Hardcastle. It's EdithHardcastle. Chairman Houston, Commissioner Bennett, Commissioner Freeman, and Commissioner Valletta, thank you for coming to Evansville. I appreciate your willingness to hear out the residents who have been and will be impacted by your vote on the rate increase request for CenterPoint. I have participated in rate hearings in the past and have been part of the community outcry protesting the votes you've made that have favored utility profits over residential ratepayers. Despite large turnouts of our residents in the past providing you overwhelming testimony objecting to profits that economically harm our region, our pleas have been ignored. When a commission with a mission to protect ratepayers instead prioritizes utility profits, it becomes clear you are not consumer-focused. Today, you will hear again overwhelming evidence from our community that this rate increase request will do irreparable harm to our residents, dragging many families deeper into poverty. One of the things our state is known for, other than high utility bills, is voter apathy. Extreme gerrymandering is one of the factors that have led our electorate into thinking over time their vote doesn't matter and there's no reason to participate in democracy. But your presence here today provides a masterclass on why our vote matters. Because you have been either appointed or retained for the last 20 years by Republican governors who have given a directive to prioritize the economic well-being of corporations over residential customers. We have been billed to the breaking point for our utility, energy, and yet here you are again, ready to grant another huge increase. You are the evidence that we could stop skyrocketing bills if we as an electorate would vote out the party that appointed you and elect a governor with a mission to protect the people of this state. Thank you for your time.
Allison Shelby, and on deck, Brittany Short. If you would say your name and spell it for the court reporter, please.
I'm Allison Shelby, that's ALLYSONSHELBY, and I'm a resident of Newburgh, Indiana, and a member of the Newburgh Town Council, and I'm here on behalf of the residents of Newburgh today. In 2018, the United Way released a study saying that 44% of Newburgh residents meet the ALICE poverty standards. If you're not familiar with the ALICE poverty standards, that means people that are asset limited, income constrained, but employed. What that essentially means is not only are they living paycheck to paycheck, but they already cannot meet the fixed costs of living month to month. They are essentially one missed paycheck away from not being able to pay their rent or not being able to pay a high utility bill. On a daily basis, they are facing choices of, do I pay my rent or do I buy food? Do I put gas in my car or do I pay my utility bill? Those are the choices they're having to face every day, and that is 44% of our residents in Newburgh. And this isn't just theoretical, these aren't just numbers being thrown out. As recently as a few weeks ago, I received an email from a Newburgh resident pleading for help because in the day and age we live in, she was required to miss, she's a healthcare worker, a registered nurse in our community, was required to miss a week of work due to testing positive for COVID that she was not paid for. Because of not being paid, there was a cascading effect on her life. She then was not able to pay her rent for 1 month. She then was not able to pay her rent plus utilities for another month. It's had a lasting effect. We're trying to get her the help she needs, but these are real people in our community facing these real choices every day. Our residents have reached a breaking point. And as Commissioner Musgrave noted, this isn't just about this rate increase. As recently as in the last few months, there have been significant fee increases to citizens by CenterPoint, to ratepayers. These fee increases can sometimes result in a bill that is triple the actual rate that they're paying. And these are the types of settings that aren't available because a lot of those fees are just pass-through costs. and they don't require this type of process or input from the community. But this rate increase does. I think we also need to be asking some questions, not just about this rate increase and what we're paying here in the southern region of CenterPoint, but the differences in what the ratepayers in the southern region are paying versus the ratepayers in the northern region for CenterPoint. And I encourage everyone here to look into that, to reach out to your legislators, because the system is broken here. It is not just this rate increase. Our entire system in Indiana is broken, and it is hitting those of us in the southern region of CenterPoint the hardest. In Newburgh, we've made tough choices in the last few years. We understand the hardships that our residents are facing. We see it every day. We have to look them in the eye every day. We've made tough choices not to increase fees that would definitely make our budgets a little easier. But we've tightened our belt because now is not the time to saddle our residents with more financial obligations. We've made choices to subsidize our trash service in ways that we have not done in the past because it would have required passing through an increase to our residents. But we made the choice not to do that. It's time for everybody to make these choices in times that are this tough, with inflation, with economic challenges. This is not the time. And it's time for CenterPoint to join the rest of us in making these tough choices and not putting their profits on the backs of everyday citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bozell, if you would say your name and spell it for the court reporter, please.
Connie Lou Bozell Jr. CONNIELOU. B as in boy. ALTZELL. Good afternoon. To the Office of Utilities Consumer Counselor, I come on behalf of being the customer, pastor of St. James Baptist Church and my members, moderator of the Southern Indiana District Association with over 14 churches, General Missionary Baptist State Convention of Indiana Incorporated as the second vice president, which consists of another 114 churches. Last but not least, I come from the inside out. I was a meter reader for a city code, veteran, into the transition to CenterPoint. I come from the perspective as a meter reader for 38 years. I witnessed families living in cars. I witnessed families struggling 38 years as a meter reader. Guns pulled on me 5 or 6 times because they saw my face and not my uniform. And all I come today is ask that you have mercy on the people of Evansville and the tri-state area residents. Thank you.
Russell Granderson.
Russell Granderson, RUSSELL, like a girl, RANDERSON. I talked to a young lady up at your regulatory office. I can't remember her name, but she was really nice. And she said that CenterPoint's going to either raise the service charge to 23 or an additional 23, which I didn't understand which one. But reading that, you know, CenterPoint makes almost $20 million a year on the service charge, and that's before you use any electricity. If they get this rate, this $23, you know, that will take it up to $40 million. And if it's the higher one where it's an additional 23, that's $60 million. And that's before anybody uses any electricity. I know that for a fact because I got a meter that doesn't use any electricity, and I'm charged $20 and some change for not using anything. That's wonderful. Now, last year, Veterans said they wanted an additional $486 million or $468 million. I don't know if that's been approved or not. If it is, with Veterans' same rate, that's close to $1 billion for the 10 or 15 years that's going to be. But that's not the whole story. There's $70 million taxes on that. And then one of the other questions is, when CenterPoint sells their electricity, who gets that money? Does it come back to the taxpayer or the individuals that's using the electric? I doubt it. Now, this is for residential only, from what I understand. Why do we have to pay for big business getting the gravy of the usage of what we've paid out, and we don't get anything except getting it stuck to us? Big business, at least a few years ago when I was still working, they was paying 3 cents per kilowatt, and we were paying 12 cents per kilowatt, the residential part. And like somebody said before, that's not a very fair deal. That's a third to a fourth less than what we're paying. And I would hope that you would figure out why they need this additional money when, from where I live, you know, we have power go out all the time. Every time there's a big wind, you know, tree falls on the line, we may be out for a couple of hours or a day or so. And these are my train of thought here, folks. Yeah, we'll just let it go at that. You know, I think that they charge too much now. Oh, I was going to say, I'm 80 years old. I've only got a few more years. I don't need this aggravation. You know? Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you. If you would say your name and spell it, please.
Hi, my name is Brittany Short, Brittney Short. I can come up here and I can tell you about how the price of this increase will affect my middle class family. Married, 2 kids, husband works at Toyota, American dream, right? 3 dogs, 3 cats, living that dream that we're told that, you know, we're supposed to when we graduate. I haven't had a family vacation since 2020, or about how our grocery bill has tripled in just the past 6 months. But I feel you know that. We're all living that. You've heard it from your own neighbors. It's the product of 2020. It's the product of COVID. We're all living this. We all are having the same struggle. I can get a second job while I shouldn't to pay for this increase. I can go donate plasma while I shouldn't have to pay for this increase. So instead, I'm going to reintroduce myself. Hi, I'm Brittany, licensed master social worker. and I work for home health care. And I serve a population that is an invisible population here in Evansville, Indiana. It is an underprivileged population, a population that you do not see a lot out in the community because they are homebound. They are stuck at home. They are unable to leave their home. Insurance says they cannot leave their home while we serve them. The age range of this population is anywhere from 55 to 91 years old. The income range for this population is $500 a month to $2,500 a month. The nurse goes in and assesses these residents, or the physical therapist, occupational therapist assess these residents. And when they see a need, they request an order from the physician for the social worker to go in and see this resident. That's myself. I then go in and I assess for needs. Some of these individuals are lucky enough to live in income-based housing, Shuby Towers, have Section 8, where their rent is affordable. Sometimes their rent is $128 a month, or sometimes they have a mortgage of $900 a month. Some individuals qualify for food subsidies. Most of these individuals do not. The water and sewer mandate has increased their water and sewer utility bills, and they are already paying the increased electric bills from CenterPoint for the past year. Most stating they have no idea how much it has increased per month on average because they don't know what to expect from month to month because there is absolutely no rhyme or reason to their bill. Some of these individuals are blessed with family support. Most of them do have families, but due to the above mentioned economic issues, they too have to work to support their own households. So they have to pay for meal delivery services, or they have to pay for grocery delivery services out of their pocket, which is already strained. Or they have to pay for transportation, which is already difficult with the Evansville infrastructure. Reliable transportation in the Evansville area when you have medical difficulties, on average, is $100 round trip. Most of these individuals are on Medicare. This is an 80%, 20% insurance. Insurance pays 80%, they pay 20%. So on top of all of their normal costs, they have to pay for their medical care. If they want dental and eye, they have to pay that out of pocket as well. They still have to pay their out-of-pocket medications. There are days, months, they're deciding if they're going to pay for their oxygen or their CenterPoint bill. There are months where they're deciding if they're going to pay for groceries or their CenterPoint bill. There are months where they have to decide, am I going to pay for my Eliquis blood thinner or my CenterPoint bill? Choosing between electric and a blood thinner puts an individual at risk of rehospitalization, which increases their medical costs, which then starts them on this revolving door of health versus home. People heal better at home. But how can they do that when home has become too expensive to maintain? Raising the electric rates will put my family's already tight budget into even more financial strain. But raising the rates can mean life or health for thousands of Evansville individuals because the current rates are already too high. I beg you to please keep those invisible individuals at the top of your minds when you are thinking about this rate increase. Thank you.
Your Honor, we would request a recess at this time. I believe there's going to be an effort to get more chairs and try and reset the room.
All right, I'm sorry.
And once again, since we're starting off, I'll call the first name will be the person who heads to the podium. And the next three, please come on down and have a seat. Karen Woods, Connie Engelbrecht Almond, Fred Mulfinger, and Tom Summerfield. Ms. Woods, if you would please say your name and spell it for the court reporter.
Thank you. My name is Karen Woods, Karenwoods, and I'm a consumer living in Evansville. We're number one. 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 Number one. We're 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 number one. Were you thinking enough after the 7th time? I said it 16 times to represent the past 16 years we have had the highest electric rates in Indiana. When you say something like, since 2008, it really doesn't mean a lot. But when you hear it year after year after year, it does. Today you will hear from my community, and you have heard from some of them. They will tell of their life and sometimes death stories in the struggles to pay for these exorbitant rates. The horrible choices they have to make brought tears to my eyes. Please put yourself in their shoes. I ask you to listen to the why we cannot afford the highest fixed rate increase ever asked for from a municipality that has the highest profit margin in Indiana. You will hear concerns about the ROE, infrastructure, distribution, the lack of energy efficiency, regulated versus deregulation, no energizing in Indiana anymore, industrial rates, remote disconnect, misuse, mistakes, poor planning, etc., etc., etc. Please listen closely. I wish to apologize to you for asking and complaining about things you have no control over. Our legislators and governors have passed bills that took your power away. For many of us here, this is our first time in our lives that we have tried to understand how this works. We appreciate your patience. In closing, if you think CenterPoint is altruistic, I would like to say the following. Yes, they donate to nonprofits. They contribute to politicians and organizations. They advertise in the community. Hold your accolades for a moment, everybody. They hire the best lawyers. We have one here with us today. Lobbyists and experts. They have millions and millions of dollars.
Our dollars.
Answer me this. Whose money do they use to pay for this?
Ours.
We pay for this because no one else is giving them any money. I hope you will agree that it is time to teach the almighty CenterPoint a lesson. Let's not give them any rate increase. And if you have the power, lower the current rate. You know, that just might knock us right out of that #1 position. I want to thank you for coming to Evansville, and I'm extremely grateful for any denial you give to cause 45990. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Ullman. And on deck, Sean Gorley.
Hello, and my name is Connie Engelbrecht-Allman. I'm going to spell C-O-N-N-I-E, and Engelbrecht is E-N-G-E-L-B-R-E-C-H-T, and my last name is A-L-M-O-N-D. The reason I was using such a long name is I'm a third-generation homesteader going on the 4th, and with my grandchildren will be the 5th. We used to own a large orchard on the north side of Evansville. And my first experience was right after my father died. I had to take over the books. And that's when we've all been talking about, you know, lower income and people with health problems and all that. I don't even have room for that because we couldn't even keep that going as successful as it was to seem. I'm just going to give you an idea. When I took over in 2006, still we were, I think, close to the highest rate in Indiana. And then I paid over $65,000 to then veteran. And my fellow orchard people across the river in Owensboro, same operation, same coolers, same things, only paid about $18,000 for the year. Right then I knew we were in trouble. I'd really never seen how, the power just gets flipped off and, all the things that have changed. And then one lady mentioned something about small business. And that's where I'm gonna come in from. The small business in Evansville already pays more than the residential. But these are mom and pop places. We've come to a point, I'm not the only business that's closed. It wasn't just electric. I mean, there's all kinds of factors that go along with farming that cause farm families to fall apart. But those kind of rates are going to eliminate, we don't have any more greenhouse businesses in the area, if anybody hasn't noticed. We lost some of our other florist companies that have cut down their greenhouse situations greatly. A lot of mom and pop stuff is closing up. Some restaurants have closed up because they can't afford to keep the lights on. Now, back to the residential customers. Those people are so struggling, so tied up. Even people that have 2 incomes, sometimes a 3rd job. I've had to work 2 jobs to keep my home going after the business closed. I've seen, they're all struggling. So how can they afford to go spend money in their own community? They can't. So what does that do? The whole community is crashing down. I know personally of 10 people that have retired that moved across the bridge simply because they could not afford the utilities and the upkeep in Indiana. That money-saving bridge, as they call it. And I work over there, and my new job is working at Deaconess Hospital as a courier. I run all over to all their new clinics and all their new places. And the healthcare keeps changing, but one of the things I've noticed, and I even noticed it today as we stopped for a sandwich at Arby's. There are people that I know personally that retired, they're back at Deaconess. We're talking people in their ages from 70 on, not just, in your 60s now. But they've come back on a volunteer basis, mainly because they can't make ends meet in this county. Anytime that you're paying more, almost as much, should I say, for your electric bill as you are your mortgage, there's something wrong with that. And I want to thank you guys so much for coming down here, because up until today, or up until we found out this was going on, I really had lost faith that anybody even cares about us down here. We can't afford another rate increase. We really need to be lowering it, if anything, because it's killing our economy in Evansville, in the tri-state area. We can't afford to go shop and give a little bit more maybe for local. We're all looking for the bargain at the Walmart. All we're doing is barely getting by. And every single organization that volunteers in the townships and CAPE and Salvation Army and all those people, we're out of money. We don't even have money to help people anymore because there's just none to be got. And I can understand doing a payment plan and things for people. I get that. And that was something that always worked before, to be honest. CenterPoint came aboard. Even when it was Vectren, they worked with us a little bit more leniently than these disconnects and those type of things. However, if you were a small business, when I got disconnected in 2007, after I lost every peach and apple, it was $13,000 just to turn it back on. That was just the deposit they needed. That's how much electricity we use, so that's how they figure your deposit that comes back. So, point is, every aspect of this rate increase is affecting every form of low income, middle income, paycheck to paycheck. I think you could probably safely say seeing all the retirees going back to work part-time, that we're all working paycheck to Social Security check just to make those bills. And when we have a astronomical January, I could go on and on. I don't want to, there's just so many people that need to talk, and I know it needs to be said. And like I said, I appreciate you guys coming down here so you can see firsthand. We're not just, you know, we're serious. I don't want to move. I can't. I would have a long time ago. Left my family's, what's left of their homestead, it would have crossed that bridge. But that doesn't work like that. So I beg you to think really long and hard about what we need to do about some of the utilities and some of the regulations here in Indiana, and especially no more increases. Thank you.
Mr. Molfinger?
Good afternoon. My name is Fred Molfinger. That's Fred, F-R-E-D, Molfinger, M-U-L, and then finger, like on your hand. And what I'm going to say this afternoon is going to sound really, really redundant after what I've already listened to, but it bears repeating. The U.S. Census Bureau reports Evansville's poverty rate in 2022 at 18.6%, half again as much as both the national rate of 11.5 and Indiana's 12.6% rate. Yeah, we have some of the highest utility rates in the state. 2 years ago, the Evansville Water and Sewer Utilities Bill Relief Program for lower-income households estimated that 76.3% of the residential customers in the city qualify for the program. So more than 3/4 of city households qualify for a bill relief program designed for lower-income residents. We are an impoverished city. I'm a member of the All Saints Council of the Society of St. Vincent de Paul, and what I'm going to tell you about is, I want to make clear that it is, I'm speaking of my own experiences with serving the poor and my observations that I've gleaned from more than a half dozen years of this work. Our council is desperately trying to help our Evansville neighbors who are burdened with CenterPoint's crushing bills. We're being exhausted both financially and emotionally. We just don't have the resources to fully help everyone who swallows their pride and asks for help. We try to spread our resources across the greatest number of people and are confronted daily with the realization that it's just not enough. And we're not alone. Charities throughout the city are being depleted as they try to help our residents cope with their utility bills. It is an amoral and a perverted system in which charities are being drained in order to provide a guaranteed profit to a distant corporate monopoly.
That's right.
Recently, I was assigned to help a neighbor that I'm going to call Edward. He and his wife were retired and doing okay, but Edward's wife died, and without her Social Security income, he couldn't afford the rent and utilities on the home that they had lived in for decades. Edward is now homeless, living on the street in despair, trying to understand how a lifetime of honest work could end like this. Just this morning, I worked with Cindy, who at age 74 lives a very, very frugal life on $1,045 a month, and whose oxygen machine represents the majority of her electric consumption. Last month, her bill was $414.12, 40% of her income. Or take the case of Jennifer, a young mother of two who used to be able, just barely, to manage paying her rent and utilities, but after month on month on month of unprecedented utility bills, just couldn't make it. They were evicted and are now living in a shelter. It's hard for Jennifer to remain positive about the future for her and her children. And our deteriorating mental health may be the most serious problem we face, as this investor-owned, profit-driven corporation ruthlessly demands more and more for its stockholders. Several years ago, I was speaking with the new captain of the Salvation Army, and I asked her how Evansville compared to other places that she and her husband had been posted. She told me that she had never seen the level of mental illness that she experienced in Evansville, and that she'd been doing the work for 20 years. We're talking about decent, hardworking people, people who have worked all their lives and just want to live out their retirement in peace. Or folks struggling to raise a young family, people who are being driven to the edge of desperation and are living with a sense of hopelessness. Every week, people come to us who have either had their power cut off or are threatened with it being cut off, and they're desperate. It's the middle of the winter. But CenterPoint is indifferent to the plight of their ratepayers. Now, you're going to hear a lot of words, you have heard a lot of words today to describe this double-digit request. Egregious, unbelievable, outrageous, unprecedented. And I will ask you to consider what our existing rates already inspire: despair, desperation, fear, and worst of all, overwhelming hopelessness. And I ask you to consider this because this out-of-state, investor-owned, profit-driven monopoly does not. Focused on delivering profits, they simply don't care how they wreck the lives of their captive ratepayers, as long as they can provide lavish salaries, bonuses to executives, and an impressive quarterly profit to stockholders. I realize that thanks to legislation passed by our state lawmakers, there are many things that you have no choice but to do. This is not one of them. Please reject this rate increase. And I'll go further. Specifically, please reduce CenterPoint's highest in the state 10.4 profit margin, 10.4% profit margin. There's no justification for this provider to receive a higher rate than other utilities in the state, off the backs of ratepayers who are least able to afford it. Please deny any residential fixed charge increases. Fixed charges disproportionately affect lower income households. And remember that our water department has identified more than 3/4 of the households in the city as lower income. On top of that, high fixed charges blunt the impact of energy saving measures that ratepayers might take. Also, please do not continue to require already burdened residential customers and small businesses to subsidize the electricity costs of industrial customers. And finally, please deny CenterPoint's request to remotely disconnect customers. Don't make it easier for CenterPoint to disconnect people who are struggling to pay their bills. In short, I ask that you not simply deny this rate increase request. I ask you to recognize how this community is suffering and to do everything in your power to provide us relief. Thank you.
On deck, Daniel Woods and Dallas Loven. Mr. Summerfield, if you would please give your name and spell it, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Tom Summerfield, T-O-M-S-O-M-M-E-R-F-I-E-L-D. I am a captive residential user of CenterPoint Energy South, living in Mount Norman, Indiana. I'm here today to urge the IURC commissioners to reject in whole the rate increase by CenterPoint Energy. As I read through the application, it takes on the feeling of a wild negotiation position instead of facts in a win-win regulated utility. As such, I think IRC can take the opposite approach and reject in whole the rate change proposal and, in fact, lower the rates to achieve a more reasonable return on equity of CenterPoint of 8.5% instead of being the highest in the state of Indiana at 10.4. That being said, I would like to address some major points of the proposed rate increase proposal. The rate increase itself, although admirable that it's phased in, it is death akin to strangulation of the public. No rate increases is justified, and that CenterPoint has already received many economic benefits via the legislative process over the past years, such as recovering of costs with new construction before it is online, increased economic recovery, the A.B. Brown coal station shutdown, and power grid construction. The passage of tariff and rider structures that now make up nearly 25% of the utility cost being phased into captive, or make up nearly 25% of the utility cost being phased onto its captive users, such as myself. Increasing the fixed cost of ordinary residential from $10.84 to $23.20 per month is unwarranted given the existing rate and riders already in place. This only adds to the existing disparity between ordinary consumer and industrial rate structures, which are currently out of balance. Point number 2, the new riders for the green power and tax adjustment. Although it's admirable in its intent, the green power rider is yet another mechanism for CenterPoint to increase its profits while making a smokescreen for others to hide behind good environmental stewards. Green power is a fundamental shift in our energy policy, and as such, should not be a method for only the economically advantaged to have access to. Tax adjustment rider. Taxes are part of our economy, and changes and such are not always predictable. By approving such a rider, you take away any risk to CenterPoint from tax changes. Risk is the cost of doing business and should be accepted as such without passing on to its consumers without review. Point number 3, critical piece pricing program. This is another example of risk being passed on to the consumer with very low benefit in return for the risk that would now be eligible for. CenterPoint will be better to invest in mass storage energy technology that will lower up peak demand usage and also allow energy from renewable sources to be harvested in non-peak times. Point number 4, revised depreciation rates. Changing depreciation rates and schedules this time is not needed, but again is only an opportunity for CenterPoint to raise its profitability on the short term by passing costs on to the customers. Number 5, new accounting relief. The proposed capitalization of cloud computing is taking costs that are normal everyday business expenses and moving them to a more favorable tax and profitability status for CenterPoint. This would only make costs go up in the long term, go up for customers, while increasing short-term profits. Similarly, by adding third-party cloud computing to its base rates, this would increase the profits of CenterPoint at the expense of its customers. Computing is a cost of doing business, and such is a normal business expense. If CenterPoint wants to use third-party computing instead of in-house, that's its right. But shifting the expense or the risk to a third party and adding return on equity profit as a result of such a move is not really acceptable. Number 6, new remote disconnects for non-payment. Given the change in technology available, this is an inevitable change for the customer as well as a cost savings for CenterPoint. With this proposed change, I recommend there also be enhanced protection for the consumer, such as no Friday, holiday, or weekend disconnects, as a balance to the reduced cost of them doing business. In closing, the rates of CenterPoint are some 30% higher than CenterPoint North, same company. The return on equity for CenterPoint at 10.4% is the highest of all major utility companies. A utility is a regulator monopoly for the benefit of all and not just the stockholders of CenterPoint. The IRC is tasked with being the watchdogs for this purpose. It is within your powers to deny this rate request in its entirety, and I urge you to do so in this case. It will not cause a detrimental impact to CenterPoint and may even spur them on to being more efficient in their operating and investment efforts. Thank you for your time.
Are you Ms. Gurley? Yes. Dallas, Lovin, Kelly, Houseman, Mitch, Lumen. If you all would come on down. And Vicki Small. Please state your name and spell it, please.
Okay, my name is Shawn Gorley. It's SHAWNGOURLEY. For the last month and a half, I've been on Facebook with a lot of other people. And let me just say to CenterPoint, please fix your billing where it lays out what you're billing for. We had to become experts all of a sudden to explain to people what trackers are, what rate bases are, because people didn't understand. Okay, that is on you to fix. We need help with that. I'm going to talk today about something a little bit different than everyone else. As much as I could sit here and say, everybody's not going to like rate hikes. No one's here is going to come in here and go, yes, do a rate hike. We want it. That's not going to ever happen. However, I do want to remind the Commission of General Administrative Order that was signed into effect June 28, 2023, which states the 5 pillars that you all have to use when deciding on rate factors. And I'm going to present to you a few things today that just may make you see that this isn't just all of us going, oh, the bills are too high. This is beyond too high. This is a reality. I took a report just the other day. I encourage everyone in here, all of you, to read it. It's the U.S. Utilities Market Size and Household Spending Report. And I found it very interesting. They go by state. Indiana, of course, is listed on there. Indiana, whenever I put them in order, is number 34 most expensive utilities, way down the bottom. I mean, amazing. Then you come to the 379 cities over 40,000 population. Found Evansville on there. So I decided to import it all into my Excel document. And I went by total cost per year and just filtered it, made it go from greatest to least. Evansville ended up with no other factors other than just clicking to sort by least to greatest. Evansville is number 19. Out of 379 cities in the nation, Evansville, Indiana, with a median income of $49,000, the only one in the top 20 that has a median income under $50,000. I found it also interesting that out of those top 20 cities, 3 of them are CenterPoint cities. Sugar Land, Texas, Evansville, and Edmond, Oklahoma, which gets their gas through CenterPoint. The other cities, all on the coast. 8 of them, California, 2 of them, New York. Billings, Montana is the most expensive city in the nation by utility, by yearly cost. The average yearly cost for utilities is around $350. Evansville is $459 a month. Okay? Whenever you take the median of Evansville, the 49,000, what I took off the census was 49,832. That means that 6% of our income, and 6% is very important because the Department of Energy, they define energy affordability as the idea that consumers should be able to pay for their home electricity use, lighting, heating, cooling, powering, appliances, while also paying for other basic living expenses such as food and medication, without having to choose or feel overburdened. Department of Energy definition of high energy burden is greater than 6% of income. Severe energy burdens are those greater than 10% of the income. Again, Evansville, Indiana, household median income is $49,853. 6% of that median income puts the rate at $2,991.18. Right now, the current pricing, and this is based all on CenterPoint, what they filed in their rates, what they have put out on their website as facts. The current pricing for 655 therms per year, our current billing rate is $1,004.04. Break that up over 12 months, that averages out to $83.67. The current pricing for 750 kilowatts per month is $161.21, total of $1,934.40 per year. So that makes the total monthly bill based on rates above at $244.88 a month, or $2,938.44, right underneath that 6%. However, by the IURC stating, And by CenterPoint's filing, it shows that with this rate hike, that 1,000 kilowatt hours would be $253.40. In the paper, I kept seeing that CenterPoint kept driving home this 799 is the average. I don't know if it is or if it isn't. I find it a little bit convenient though that they keep pushing that, because whenever you take the 799 kilowatt hours and you figure that out about 200 a month, as they say, it comes out to 2,400 a year underneath the 6% median. What would be the 6% median income? However, at the 1,000 kilowatt hours, it goes over. It's $3,040.80 per year. I have my bills, which what we paid to CenterPoint 2022, 2023, we're well over our 6%. Paying in 2022, $4,236.86 for electricity and gas. And in 2023, paying $3,862.67. Me and my husband, we own our own lawn care company. We can afford it. With it, we're okay. I mean, we're in our third year. It's kind of tough to start a business in this economy. However, when you look at the rate hikes and you figure it up, June, July, and August seem to hit us the hardest, even though we're not home. We are at Ellis Park working at 2 o'clock in the morning cutting the grass because it's so hot. We learned in 2022, turning down the electricity, trying to save electricity, trying to save money is not the way to go, because our air conditioner has to work that much harder to catch up. So in 2022, we hit actually in 1 month 2,632 therms, or kilowatt hours in 1 month. We learned not to do that again. This summer, it was so hot that we literally were working in the middle of the night, landscaping and cutting grass. We're not at home, so we thought, okay, well, this time we'll just leave it set, you know, about 65, 70. The kilowatt hours came down, but we spent more in that month because of the rates than we did the year before, using even more kilowatt hours. Whenever you apply the rate hike to the bills, taking exactly what we used in 2023, our bills would go from $3,862.67 to over $5,047.24 owed on our electricity and gas. That puts it out of reach for us at that point. We can no longer sustain that amount. Fortunately, 4 kids, I've got all but 1 that are married, gone out of the house. I've still got 1. And I don't know how I would handle it if I had to choose between feeding him, taking him to the doctor if need be, paying the water bill, which the water just rose last year. They say that I know our bill's $150 on average month. The normal usage, consumption, they say is $5,000, which puts it right at $150. So by the time you start getting that, and then you get your rent or your mortgage on that, which property taxes here in Evansville, I know you guys have nothing to do with, but they just went sky high for all of us too. You put all that together and we are paying over 50% of our income to household bills. And this rate increase will only make it worse. It's up to you guys. You guys have the power. You guys have to take affordability into consideration. It is so far unaffordable for us in Evansville. I don't even know how to be attainable at this point if it keeps going the way it is. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm guessing you are not Dallas. Okay, last. Dallas?
You're next, dear.
Houseman?
Yeah, I'm Kelly.
You are next.
Oh, I am next.
Rich.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kelly Houseman. That is spelled Kellyhousman. Just going to read my little speech from my phone here. Ladies and gentlemen of the panel, thank you for your time. Since CenterPoint took over as our energy provider in Evansville, our home has seen a 1.5 times increase in our utilities and more. Our bill for February was the highest so far at $546. Even though my husband is a teacher at the University of Evansville, he makes a modest salary. And because we have a special needs child at home, I am able to work a traditional full-time job in order to take care of him. so I am an Uber driver. And so we can't bring in the expected income that some would say that we should be able to be a successful household. And of course, this creates hardships, plural, for my family. And now we will be disconnected this week. My husband needs a breathing machine to sleep. That requires electricity to work. Is his health not important? My 25-year-old autistic son doesn't understand this corruption, and so he is anxious and stressed out, worried about our bills and his dad's health and what we're gonna do. So what am I supposed to tell him? Sorry, son, mama can't do anything. No, that's not an option. So I am here to do the only thing that I know to do, and is ask you all to please have a heart and vote against any rate hike now or in the future. And I also urge you to reject remote disconnection. These individuals that choose to work for CenterPoint should not be allowed to hide behind a disconnect button, so to speak. They should have to see the faces of those whose lives they are hurting. Higher utility rates make it difficult for us to choose between buying food and keeping the utilities on, and as many have said, they struggle too. Do you know, I wake up in the morning every day and I think to myself, which food bank is open today? Do I have enough gas to get there? Most days I don't. I have to beg my family or my friends, and it's humiliating. Why should I or anyone else in this room have to do that? The people of Evansville and Vanderbilt County deserve competition by allowing another energy company into Evansville, and I don't care what bureaucracy or red tape is in the way. CenterPoint has created unrealistic utility rates for everyone, even our businesses in Evansville and Vanderbilt County, and I politely demand that CenterPoint and the city of Evansville consider doing away with this increase. I also ask that they consider reducing rates, because it's not a sustainable model, as you have heard from all of these people. We are human beings and we deserve to live the American dream like everyone else. My family, we're just trying to live, and people are making it hard. And I just ask that all of you please stop treating us like indentured servants. We deserve better than just to survive. We deserve the opportunity to thrive without the threat of unfair and unchecked rate hikes of corporate people that have no idea what it means to struggle. I also demand that CenterPoint work with government agencies to create a grant for individuals, families, and businesses like mine that struggle to pay the ever-increasing utility bills if we have to deal with it. This, of course, would not only be good media attention for all of you, but then you would actually be helping people, which is what we all should be doing together. And after all, ask yourself, what would Jesus do? Because he sure wouldn't do this.
Come on, girl.
Thank you for consideration and your time. Good day.
Thank you.
Betty Rainey and Dorothy Williams. Would you state your name and spell it for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Vicki Small, V-I-C-K-I-S-M-A-L-L. First, please accept my thanks for coming to Evansville for these rate hearings. It's important to us, and all of us appreciate your being here. I'm a retired widow and have lived in Evansville almost all my life. Our little corner of southern Indiana was a very affordable place for us to live. Unfortunately, a common theme in the conversations between myself and my peers is the impact the increasing cost of paying our CenterPoint bill has on our monthly fixed income. Some of my friends are struggling with prioritizing what bills they are or are not going to pay. Many of us have started working part-time to make ends meet. Some of us who are fortunate enough to afford it are investing in making our homes more energy efficient. You know, most of us live in homes that were built in the 70s or 80s, so our houses are 40 to 50 years old.
I share that to ground you in where I'm coming from as I talk about CenterPoint's explanation for their rate increases. First, since 2008, we here in Southwest Indiana have had the highest electric bills in this state. The difference in that increase has varied from a few dollars a month to maybe $50 a month. However, if they receive the increase they are proposing, that delta jumps closer to $100 a month. $100 may not sound a lot to some folks, but it's a lot of money for us, those of us who are on fixed income. Second, CenterPoint has the highest residential fixed charge of any investor-owned electric utility in Indiana and one of the highest of any investor-owned electric utility in the United States. That means that I can't do anything to lower the cost of that portion of my bill. No amount of investment I make in a 50-year-old house is going to lower the fixed income portion of that. Why are our costs so high? I understand and support CenterPoint's investment in infrastructure and sustainability. I think companies are entitled to reasonable profits. However, I don't support their authorized return on equity at 10.4%. That is the highest ROE of all Indiana electric utilities, and it's the highest ROE for all of CenterPoint's subsidiaries. Why are we here in our little corner of the world paying for that kind of profit margin? It seems to me that in this area, you, the commissioners, can take action to help us, the consumers, keep some of our precious income for other expenses. Could CenterPoint continue to successfully do business if we reduce their profit margin? I think so. Why? One reason is the CEO of CenterPoint Energy has made more than $88 million in compensation between 2017 and 2022. That seems extreme, and it doesn't compare to companies awarded in this industry in general. Even after awarding that compensation package, CEI South Electric still made tens of millions in profit each of these years, with revenue rising year upon year. In 2019, and when CenterPoint merged with Veteran, their profit was $58 million. In 2022, that profit had almost doubled to $90 million, just for our corner. They can afford to invest in their infrastructure and to be a good neighbor to us by charging a reasonable fee for their service. Thank you again for coming to Evansville and listening to us.
Thank you. Mr. Lumen, you're on the podium. Claudia Matthews. Claudia Matthews. Larry Newman. If you would state your name and spell it for the court reporter, please.
My name is Mitch Luman, M-I-T-C-H-L-U-M-A-N. I'm a former board member of the Wadesville-Blairsville Sewer District in Posey County, and I'm currently president of the University South Neighborhood Association right here in Evansville. I'm a residential customer of CenterPoint. I request that the commission deny this proposed rate hike because it will be unaffordable to a great number of retired people and to families. As a past president of a rural sewer utility, I've applied for a myriad of grants with state and federal agencies which require more than the average amount of knowledge of the demographics and financial statistics for my constituents. I can tell you that families in rural Posey County and the neighborhood where I currently reside, they generally earn low wages, they don't possess emergency funds, they carry high credit card debt, and are saddled with relatively expensive child care costs. Now, while utilities make up a smaller portion of these people's budget, utility costs are already at their limit due to the IURC's already approved water and sewer rate hikes for Evansville residents, which are still ongoing and peak in 2026. In Posey County, where I served on the sewer board during its pre-construction days, Although wastewater collection and treatment were sorely needed, I found out that many of my constituents could simply not afford the required monthly fees. In Vanderburgh County, where I now reside, most of the residents, well, they earn more than the federal poverty level, but less than the cost required to simply live here. In short, they can barely afford the essentials, i.e. housing, food, transportation, childcare. In the specific township where I live, 45% of the families earn less than the cost of living here. And it doesn't really allow for much increase for utilities such as this one has. One group of people who will be hit especially hard with this rate increase are those people with health insurance provided by the Indiana marketplace. With the expiration of the CARES Act, passed by Congress in 2026, passed by Congress, and it's going to expire in 2026, these people receive subsidies for health insurance. They're going to see their monthly health care costs spike when dramatically they lose that subsidy. So I ask, in 2026, how are these people going to pay for their already high water and sewer bills plus an electric bill? Now, I recognize, as other speakers have mentioned, that utility rate increases, they're not all unwarranted. Utilities need to be able to provide reliable service through resilient and modern infrastructure. In this rate request, however, I believe it's a case where we have a company taking advantage of the regulated business climate in our state and saddling its customers with an exorbitant hike, with little regard to its past poor business decisions, high compensation it pays its executives, and great emphasis on appeasing stockholders. Deny this case. Require CenterPoint come back with a proposal that better protects consumers by investing a larger portion of its profits in its business activities in Southwest Indiana and bear more of the cost for the privilege of doing business in our part of the state. Thank you.
Karen Mann. Ms. Rainey, if you would please state your name and spell it for the court reporter.
Betty Rainey, B-E-T-T-Y, R-A-I-N-E-Y. I'm just up here to tell you one thing. CenterPoint Energy is holding this community hostage, and they're loving it. They are loving it. Anytime a big corporation like that can push the little guy down and make them rich, you better believe they're going to love it. It's high time we fought back. How would they like it if we all turned off all of our electricity on them? Yeah. It's time for you commissioners to get in contact with our senators, our governors, or anybody that you can think of. If you need help, we'll help you. Tell them people at the CenterPoint Energy to quit holding us hostage. Our kids demand to be able to be eating fresh fruit, meat once in a while instead of maybe once a month. They deserve to be warm when they go to bed at night and still huddling up 2 or 3 together. And that's all account of CenterPoint Energy. It's time for them to get off our back. Thank you for listening to me. Bye.
Ms. Matthews. Dorothy Williams. Marion Rivers. Ms. Williams, if you are, Ms. Matthews,
I know
if
you're
you
tired.
if you would please state your name and spell.
Thank you, everybody. My name is Claudia Matthews, C-L-A-U-D-I-A, M-A-T-T-A-G-W-S. I am a CenterPoint customer I guess if I could be called that. I'm going to be really brief because you've heard a lot of things. But what I would like to request when I see my bill is that CenterPoint remove all of the delivery charges and service fees. When I look at my bill and I see the actual cost of my gas and the actual cost of my electricity, I'm not upset. I'm upset when I look at all those fees that amount to almost twice as much of the electricity and gas that I actually used.
For real.
Now, I lived in Chicago, and let me tell you this is a sidebar. For 20 years, I've been through Siberian Expresses, which is where it is below zero, 30 below zero for days and weeks at a time. Evansville, Indiana, gets a little cold weather every now and then, okay? You don't get cold like we get cold in Chicago, all right? I have never in 20 years, owning a house, living in an apartment in Chicago, ever had a bill anywhere near $400, which is what my bill was that I just paid yesterday. $400. One person in one house. I don't use that kind of energy, okay? Now, in Illinois, I have a choice. I can go with Commonwealth Edison, Con Ed, or I can go with Northern Illinois Electric. I have a choice. When one gets out of line, I can switch and go to the other. We don't have that choice here. So like the young lady just in front of me said, we are captive. The one thing that I want to say about those service fees and delivery, I used to sell cars. And at the top of the list of your car, if everybody's bought a car, it says MSRP, manufacturer suggested retail price. The next line under that says delivery charges. That charge right there is a bush. And the reason why it is, that is just straight up profit. That profit goes to the dealer. That amount of money for shipping that car from Detroit to wherever it went is already in the base price. It's the same thing with the gas and the electric. The price of them getting it from the refinery to our door is already or should already be in the base price. So the rest of this money, these fees and service charges, is pure profit. Absolutely. Where that profit goes, I don't know.
Texas.
Okay, I don't know where it goes, but I'm asking, in addition to you not approving this rate increase, is to also take out these fees and delivery charges that are not necessary. Thank you for your time.
Rosenquist. Mr. Newman.
Larry Newman, N-E-U-M-A-N-N. I'm going to go to a different process. I think these people need, when CenterPoint Energy comes up there and asks you for a rate increase, you need to ask them what are they doing to cut their damn expenses. Because, you know, they come to my house and they say, well, Mr. Newman, if you change all your light bulbs to LEDs, and in the wintertime, if you turn your thermostat down to 68, 67 degrees, or in the summertime, if you turn your thermostat up to 80 degrees, look at the energy you're going to save. What are you doing? Because every time I save energy, they come before you. Oh, well, Mr. Newman used less electricity. Let's raise his rates. Because we're making up for what we're losing.
Absolutely.
But that makes sense. And another thing, and this happened in my neighborhood this past summer. I don't know if Center Energy has an outfit that comes in and changes the street lights. But my wife called, and one of the lights went out. And she said, who I call? I said, I call Center Energy. Well, they come out one day, and I don't know whether they didn't have anything to change it, but when I looked up, they had the light lens taped to the light pole. 2 months later, they came back. 3 trucks, 4 men. One of the trucks was a cherry picker. The guy got up, took out the light, he brought it down, and I don't know whether he didn't have the right one on his truck, but he gave it to one guy in a pickup truck. Well, here's the catch. The third pickup truck showed up, 2 men. This is my driveway. 2 men in a pickup truck sat here, and for an hour, they never got out of their damn truck.
And they're doing that everywhere.
That's right.
Everywhere.
Now they talk about us saving energy. For that hour, while they were sitting there, it was 70 degrees. Guess what? Their truck was running, blew it in the air and using energy. And now they want me to save energy?
You ain't lying.
Maybe you need to tell them. And another thing, every 3 months, and I'm going to assume that everybody out here gets this, you get a letter. And it says, Mr. Newman, compared to the houses in your neighborhood, you used about 2 or 3% more electricity than they did. Do you think I really care? For number one, for the last 3 months, the guy lives next to me, he's got the same size house. He was in Florida for 3 months. Well, damn right he's going to use less electricity than I am. It don't make sense. Maybe you need to ask him, will you save on electricity? Because every time I save electricity, it's costing me more money.
That's the truth.
Thank you for listening to me.
Hi, my name is Karen Mann, Karenmann. Thank you all for coming down and listening to us. I live in a total electric home with my husband. We're both retired. We depend on our Social Security to pay our bills. I was just wondering, I know CenterPoint is saying something about $45 around that increase. But when I look at our bills in January, we kept our house at 66 during the day and turned it down to 62 at night. And our bill was $673.30.
That's a shame.
So that was a $132.20 increase. So we thought, oh, well, we better turn that down. So February, we had turned it down to 64 during the day and 60 at night. So February bill was $509.80. So I don't know what happened there, but it didn't work for us. And then when we look at this increase of $45 that's supposed to happen, well, the service charge is going to go up from $10.84 to $23.20. And nobody knows what a service charge is for, what that covers. It's just going to double, or more than double. But our increase, according to usage, will be, like if you use over 1,000 kilowatt hours, it's not going to go up $45. It's going to go up over $149.88 a month. Now the rate increase they're asking is the largest, not just in Indiana, but in the country.
CenterPoint's primary focus is to get money to their investors. Their investors who incur no risk by virtue of the laws in Indiana, giving CenterPoint carte blanche in charging customers at will with no regulation, virtually no regulation. Our investments, my husband's and mine, that we made, which we rely on for our retirement, to pay our bills, all come with risk. But we took that on our own. We have to take that risk. CenterPoint has eradicated that risk for their investors and for themselves. Their risk is all on us. We're all taking on that risk, and we cover it. We are absorbing all the risk as well as our own. Someone had pointed out in 2019, CenterPoint had a $15 million profit, or $59 million profit, and in 2022 a $91 million profit, and in 2023 a $100 million profit. I think maybe our investments made, I don't know, $1,026. I think we had to report on taxes. I'm not sure. But they are even being asked to pay, we are being asked to pay the $2.1 million fee for the CenterPoint attorneys that they are using to argue for this raise, this increase that they want. They want us to pay that. Now my mom, who is in a dementia care facility, her monthly rate is over $7,000, and CenterPoint's rates are going to affect that as well, because if you have anyone that's elderly in your life, they keep their thermostats higher. It's 75 degrees there, and that's cold. They're always cold. They're going to keep it up, the thermostats, and their increase is going to be reflected in her rates, so it's going to go up too. And a lot of people are dealing with those issues, and if you're able to keep your parents in your home, in their homes, they're going to have exorbitant costs to cover. The Citizens Action Coalition sent out a video on YouTube for us to watch in preparation for coming here, which was very helpful. And they repeatedly referred to this rate case, but I kept hearing rape case. And I heard it over and over, and I kept thinking, am I hearing this right? I know it's a rate case, but it was really what's happening to us. We are literally being raped by CenterPoint. They are taking us against our will repeatedly, and there is nothing we can do about it. We are saying no, no. There's no reason for this. Stop it. We are begging them, and they are doing it over and over again. And rape is a violent seizure of a person against their will. And in this case, they are raping and destroying the financial ability of the people in southwestern Indiana to care for and take care of their families. And no one is helping us. No one. And I'm asking if you in this body are listening to us, or are you going to be complicit with CenterPoint in their rape, their continued rape of we, the people, who can't take this anymore. We just can't keep doing this. Please stop it. Please stop them at every opportunity that you can. Tell them no. This is enough. No. Please. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Jean Webb, John Blair. Ms. Rivers, if you would please state your name and spell it.
My name is Marion Rivers, MARION-RIVERS. And I'm going to start with I'm absolutely disgusted. I am appalled. How do you guys not know what everybody has said? I'm new to town. My bad. I'm just going to read my thing because I don't want to go off on my rant about how egregiously unjust and insipid this whole situation is.
Yep.
You must understand that. This is your jobs, right? Okay. I'm someone who lives with pain all the time. At 16 years old, I had an injury. I fell about 10 feet on my tailbone. I received no help. I live in debilitating pain most of the time. I was 16 at the time. I'm 68 years old. That's a long time to live in pain. That was only one of the intolerable injustices that I incurred in my life. And I had others that were prior to 16 years old. So here I am, moved into my one-story HUD property where I'm safe, comfortable, and without stairs. Thank the gods. I chose this Midwestern city because it's small. It has resources I didn't have in a small Virginia town. People I can relate to because I'm from Illinois. And it's not a city that's full of itself, except for CenterPoint, which dominates and trumps everything else. Not a moment after I got here did I begin hearing the murmurs, rantings, seethings, and warnings about the CenterPoint electric utility. Evansville is a sleepy town. It's low-key, it's got some good resources. I call it Basic City. I knew that when I came here. It's one of the reasons I chose it. And I've lived in many cities and towns of much greater shine. So that a CenterPoint utility has even been able to come in and devastate the residents by choosing to take such advantage of the people here is incomprehensible. It's just unfathomable. And most importantly, it's unconscionable. And how do you not know this? I'm not a political person. This is the first political act I've ever taken in my life. Because I can barely stand up here without shaking because I'm in pain all the time. I don't have space for this crap.
That's right.
I moved here for a little more safety. I don't feel safe with CenterPoint and with the legislation. Listen, I don't know shit about politics. I don't know how this works. I don't know what your job is, who put you there. I know that you weren't elected, but I don't know what you do. But whatever it is, it needs to be done better.
Absolutely.
Anyway, so now this is my backyard. This is my front yard. This is my safe little apartment. And most importantly, it's my wallet. And it's the wallet of 116,000 Evansvillians. We need to take responsibility and hold them accountable for their business practices. We the people, asked the commission not to allow CenterPoint's proposal called 4CP, allowing them to force residential customers to pay for the costs of industrial customers. You've heard this a zillion times already. It's inappropriate. I'm guessing somewhere in some legal paperwork, it's
Definitely unethical. Is it legal? It's not our job. We the people ask that you, the commission, reduce the reduction of CenterPoint's ROE. You've heard it all before. It's unconscionable. It's the highest in the nation. It's the highest in Indiana. What is the problem here? Hello, we need to wake up. I and we the people ask the commission to stop CenterPoint from remotely disconnecting people's electricity. How would you feel if your mentally ill child or daughter or wife got thrown out on the street because she couldn't pay her bill and they turned it off? Low-income and fixed-income people will be devastated by this action in ways you probably cannot and certainly do not wish to imagine. It's callous greed, and having to decide on food or heat, it's ridiculous. People can't live in dignity that way. And there is no dignity, there is no integrity at CenterPoint, and whoever is enabling them to continue this nonsense. I want to point out that from 2017 to 2022, the salary of a CenterPoint executive was stated to be $88 million. Hello? Nobody is that entitled. Do you know this information? This is absurd. Forgive me, this, but I know your salaries. I know they aren't outrageous, but they are certainly more than the norm here in Evansville. So what that means is you, every one of you, are comfortable. You're safe, you're well fed. You can go out and have a vacation or buy a nice car. So it begs these questions. How has this gotten so out of control? How has CenterPoint managed to do the exact opposite of what they promised? How have we allowed this to happen? And most importantly, has comfort by those of means blinded decision makers to the less fortunate among us? Because most of us, don't get to live like that. I and we asked the commission not to allow CenterPoint to increase the fixed fee from $10 whatever to $23.20. Again, like everybody else has said, it is a fee that is profit. It's all profit. There's no reason for it. We don't want this. I can't imagine why you, all, the board, wouldn't question these highly questionable practices. Forgive my ignorance, as I've said, not political. I've been busy trying to live in a body that has no stability. I came here for stability. Let's just knock the legs right out of me. So let's have them toe the line. Enough rape and pillage of quaint little Evansville. They have 8 states of service, all more shiny than Evansville, higher incomes, higher populations. Where's the moral compass? Find it. That would be better for everyone. And I ask that the commission not allow CenterPoint to increase our bills by the $47 a month. I mean, really? Really? This is not a sci-fi movie. These are people's lives. These are people. We are not numbers. We are not votes. We are not addresses. You can just click a switch and pretend you haven't ruined somebody's life. It's unconscionable. It's wrong, and it lacks basic human decency. So do the right thing. It's your job. And I want to acknowledge my edge, and I would not want to acknowledge how incredibly respectful everybody else has been. And I know they're pissed. And I'm pissed.
Absolutely.
And you need to be here. It's your job. Do the right thing. Please. Thank you.
Let me call Barton Heath. Barton Heath. Mr. Rosenquist,
Okay.
if you will please state your name and spell it.
Niles Rosenquist, Nilesrosenquist. I'm a resident of Evansville and a CenterPoint customer. Thank you for your service and thank you for this opportunity to speak. CenterPoint announced last April plans to shut down its remaining coal-fired plants and be coal-free by 2027. This is commendable and a goal that many of us have been advocating for many years. There are unavoidable costs with this transition, including costs to ratepayers. Unfortunately, as ratepayers begin to pay for this transition, they are also being asked to continue to pay the cost of CenterPoint's operating their aging, obsolete coal plants long after they should have been retired. $506 million for pollution control equipment since 2007, $341 million still owed on the retired AB Brown units, and $63 million in coal ash cleanup costs. As well, they continue to invest ratepayers' money in fossil fuels. The new natural gas plant at the AB Brown site will operate very infrequently as a peaker plant, will cost, including the pipeline costs, almost $800 million, and will likely be obsolete in a few years also as other technologies such as battery storage improve. I'll add to this discussion comments on a story from a news article in the Indianapolis Star from November 2022 entitled, CenterPoint Energy requests 3-month rate hike for 2023 following coal plant failure. CenterPoint's 50-year-old Cully 3 plant in Warwick County had broken down in June of that year and had remained inoperable. A turbine had failed and the plant was so old that parts were no longer available. A salvage part was finally found from a decommissioned plant in Montana. It would take several more months for the part to be refurbished. CenterPoint, in a petition that was heavily redacted from the public, asked the IURC for a $13.20 monthly rate increase to cover the added cost to CenterPoint resulting from having to purchase power from the regional grid to replace the lost production at Cully 3. The cost and timing of the repairs were redacted, as well as the response to CenterPoint when asked to explain the benefits of this approach to customers. As the CAC commented at the time, families in Southwest Indiana shouldn't be on the hook for higher bills because CenterPoint broke its coal plant and is keeping the details secret. The Commission should protect ratepayers from paying unfair costs related to CenterPoint's unreliable, expensive coal plants. CenterPoint's rate request was approved in January 2023. This 2023 rate increase was temporary and much smaller than the increase we're currently under discussion. Compared to the present situation, this could be considered almost anecdotal. However, it contributes to the pattern. Ratepayers paid then for the cost associated with the failure of an obsolete coal plant, and now they will continue to pay when the coal plants have been shut down permanently. These added costs of the coal plants and the burden of them on ratepayers cannot be undone. Going forward, though, this overall past accumulated burden on ratepayers should be considered as the decisions are made on the current rate case. There are opportunities. Reduce current CenterPoint's proposed return on investment from the proposed 10.4% to a more reasonable 9.4% in line with other utilities and other CenterPoint subsidiaries. Reduce the monthly fixed charge from the proposed $23 to about $14 more in line with other Indiana utilities. Higher fixed charges penalize customers who try to reduce their energy usage. And finally, offer CenterPoint residential customers the same favorable rates as offered to preferred industrial customers. Thank you.
Thank you. Sister Mary Rogers and Madeline Harris. Ms. Webb, if you would say your name and spell it, please.
Hi, my name is Jean Webb, Jeanwebb. I'm an Evansville resident, and I want to thank you for coming and hearing our concerns. I'm upset with the residential customers subsidizing the industrial customers and the proposal of supplying green energy to industrials and not residentials. I have been involved with the Veteran CenterPoint IRPs since 2011, and I've attended countless meetings to advocate for clean, affordable energy. At each cycle of IRP meetings, there have been mysterious, unnamed industrial customers potentially locating to our service territory that will require massive base load as justification that expensive generation be built. Without the demand from the industrials and the ever-promised new industrial customers, we would not be building the planet-destroying new fossil fuel infrastructure running from Robards, Kentucky, under our drinking water source, the Ohio River, to the A.B. Brown site. The residential users have reduced demand. With the exception of AstraZeneca that has installed solar, the area industrials have not invested in on-site power generation to reduce their demand. That horrid A.B. Brown gas plant and that $20 million a year rent on the new pipeline should be solely funded by the industrials, not residentials. But instead, CenterPoint is proposing that industrials with ESG commitments to meet not invest shareholder money to place solar panels on their roofs and parking lots, but instead let CenterPoint provide only to them, not residential customers, cheap, clean energy. Such a proposal would remove any incentive for these industrials to install their own solar, and it would promote poor land use of open agricultural lands for utility scale solar. We need both on-site and utility scale as needed after the roofs and parking lots are filled. It is imperative that the ESG goals do as intended and lift all boats. The greening of the grid should be equally accessible to both residential and industrial customers. And the industrial customers need to cover the cost of the A.B. Brown climate disaster because it is their load that justified its being built in the first place. Thank you.
Jen Shields. Mr. Blair, if you'll please state your name and spell it for the reporter.
My name is John Blair, B-L-A-I-R, John spelled typically. My first IURC hearing was in the old courthouse, and no, it wasn't there. It was probably in what this building became Vandenberg Auditorium back in 1979, when it was still the Public Service Commission, when it was just one of you instead of five. That was over angry people because of rates too. They wanted, Siggyco at the time wanted to build A.B. Brown, and they did, and they were given the rate increases, and that was when it started to happen, where in the middle of coal country, where we're so proud to mine so much coal and burn so much coal, that all of a sudden that cheap source of electricity kept going up and up and up and up and up until coal became no longer competitive. So that was 1979. In the intervening years, that's 46 years ago, in the intervening years, this commission in one form or another has allowed the Marble Hill nuclear plant to be built. It's allowed the Edwardsport power plant to be rebuilt into a fiasco. And, you know, I'm just wondering where it's going to all end. I've tried my darndest over that 46 years to maintain a positive attitude about energy, about government, about all kinds of things. And I'll tell you what, the IURC has contributed a great deal to me becoming a real cynic. And you should not be proud of that. You keep doing the same thing. It seems like CenterPoint's business model, it's a new acronym, GREED, greed. That's the business model. And I've never once encountered a successful business that had greed as its business model and intended to do everything they could to put their customers into bankruptcy. They've been empowered to do that by this panel. One of the last hearings I attended, my health has been failing, so I haven't been nearly as active as I once was. But one of the last hearings we had, it was about reliability. And the IURC allowed a massive electrical reliability rate increase of I think it was around $500 million. And just down the street from my office, a brand new substation. The street that I nearly live on Garvin Park, has become one of the ugliest streets in the USA with the new power lines that they have decided to build down Heidelback Avenue in Evansville. Ugly. It's bad for the quality of life to have ugly streets. And every time if you look out anyway in this little area downtown here, you'll not see any place that you can shoot a picture that doesn't have a power line in it. You know, progressive cities are building underground utilities. But boy, we aren't about to build underground utilities because that'd raise our rates another 50 or 75%. Ugly. Bad for quality of life. Bad for my mental health because I'm a photographer. I hate it when I go out to shoot something, and I'm a professional photographer, by the way. When I go out and shoot an assignment and I look around and I think, how can I eliminate that horizon? It looks so ugly. If it's not the power lines that are so ugly, it's the air pollution from all the damn coal plants that Indiana allows to be in this region. 15,000 megawatts of coal-fired power plants within 100 kilometers of where we stand right now. 15,000 megawatts. It's reducing. You know, plants are shutting down. Our efforts have been successful. We are winning that issue to some extent, except we just had the warmest year on record. So global warming is an issue we have to deal with, but, and I know it wasn't the IURC's fault, but you know, we eliminated distributed energy as far as people producing their own energy to supply their next door neighbor with electrons. No, we have to get that from the grid, and now we don't even have anything like net metering, and this ESG stuff is just ridiculous. We haven't increased our reliability with all that expenditure, by the way. You know, the power at my office goes out probably on an average of twice a month, just 2 blocks from that brand new power station that cost millions. So, I personally have always tried to conserve. I have, you know, I was ahead of the curve with compact fluorescent bulbs, with Energy Star appliances. You know, I've done everything I can because I recognized early on if I was going to do environmental work, which has been a good portion of how I've spent my time as a volunteer. If I was going to do that, I've always known that I had to do everything I could not to be part of the problem I was fighting. And, you know, I'm not a purist. I drive a car, and I use an electric blanket. I have kept my office at 65 for years, and 80 in the summer for years, like the guy mentioned earlier. And that has gone a long way in saving my energy usage. Have my bills gone down? Mm-mm. I've gone from the 1,000 kilowatt hours a month average to about 550. So I've cut my consumption about 45%, and my bills have gone up and up and up. Why? Oh, it's that business model I was talking about a while ago. So I'm here to suggest that maybe we reassess our whole approach to doing energy in the state of Indiana, and the IURC could certainly be a part of that, to increase efficiency like you did back in the early part of the century. You know, and up around 2005, 2006, you guys were talking about energy efficiency a lot and requiring the utilities to do something about it. And of course you got overridden by the legislature and who, I don't know what they're about, because they sure don't seem to care about their constituents and the cost of their energy or anything. It's all crony capitalism for the legislature. I hope it's not crony capitalism for the 4 of you. I wish Mr. Ziegler were here. He usually comes down for these. So back when I first got started in doing active type things as an environmentalist, one of the first things that I read about was something called lifeline rates. And I doubt that any of you are familiar with the term. Basically, it was the less you consume, the less you pay. Not the other way around, which is the way it is now. Because the less you consume, especially with these service charges, the less you consume, the more you pay per unit of power. And that is wrong. You know, this cost of service argument that says, well, it costs us less per kilowatt hour to serve, say, an Alcoa or a SABIC or a University of Southern Indiana than it does to serve your house that you're only using, you know, 550 kilowatt hours a month. You know, that's just absurd. Somebody that's trying to conserve and do the right thing, not only from a moral standpoint, but also from an economic standpoint, just to survive, and you've heard plenty of stories of survival today, you need to at least encourage something like lifeline rates, or at least some ability for people to get electricity without having the threat of a shutoff all the time. And, you know, I've never had my electricity shut off in the 45 or so years that I've lived in Evansville, but I've forgotten to pay the bill a couple of times and gotten threatened with shutoffs. I heard a guy called me to send me a message today, who couldn't make it today to this hearing. He said, this guy makes $250,000 a year, okay? I know he makes a lot of money. And he was on a payment plan, automatic pay type of thing. And he got shut off this week for $19 bill. He owed $19 that didn't get in that auto payment somehow and got shut off. And this is a guy that makes $250,000 a year. Okay, so Vicki Small said it probably best about return on investment, or return on equity, or whatever you call it. But you know, whenever you're operating with a monopoly, it is absurd that your return on investment is something like twice what it is in the private capital market. Now, you know, I know a lot of big corporations that would like to make 5, 6%, 7% on their money. And I'm thrilled when I see a CD or something that I can afford to buy a $1,000 CD that I'm going to make 5.5% on. Why on earth does a monopoly with no competition, zero competition, able to make over 10% return on that equity? And you guys sit back and applaud it. I don't understand that. That is obscene profit. Obscene. Justice Potter Stewart said he couldn't really define what was obscene, but he knew it when he saw it. So that's obscene. You know, and then there's, I guess this is outside the realm of what the IURC would ever attempt to do, I suppose, but you know, it seems to me like you guys being the experts on the economics and other things that have to do with energy in the state, that you ought to be contacting the legislature and putting them straight about what needs to be done. You know, sitting there in silence, not contacting your legislators. As a citizen, you're still citizens whether you're on this commission or not. You need to contact these guys and tell them we need distributed energy, that utility scale renewable energy is getting fought all over the country. Washington Post just ran a big article about it this week, or maybe it was the New York Times, but it's, whenever you see these utility scale projects go that take up thousands of acres of farmland, of course you're going to have opposition to that. And distributed energy would take care of that. If, you know, there's a lot more roof space than there probably is freed up farmland or bad farmland. Put solar on all these roofs and we start making some progress. So that, and then the last thing I'd like to see you talk to the legislature about is aggregation. Mayor Terry a while ago talked about being able to look elsewhere for electricity, and aggregation would serve that. You know, if, pardon me, I think that if we could have a little competition where at least communities could determine their own destiny instead of having to rely on a Texas corporation that has no concern whatsoever for this area, and they proved that time and again since they came in 2019. This company, I referred to it as an evil corporation with my friends, and now I guess I'm referring to it as an evil corporation in public because I haven't seen anything positive from that. CenterPoint Energy is a bad, bad corporation, and you need to reel them in. Thank you.
Catherine Rybach, Sister Mary Frick. Rogers,
Yes.
if you could please state your name and spell it.
My name is Sister Mary Rogers. Mary is M-A-R-Y. Rogers is R-O-G-E-R-S. I'm a daughter of Charity living at 611 North First Avenue in Evansville, Indiana. I'm a member of Tri-State Creation, also CAGE, Congregations Acting for Justice and Empowerment. I'm here today to ask you to deny any huge rate increase from CenterPoint. I'm going to shorten what I'm going to say. I want to say I affirm everything people have said here. I am amazed at how they have looked at the history and found amounts, and I'm just very, very impressed. I just want to say this, the St. Vincent de Paul and all these charitable organizations are being drained of their finances because they're helping to pay CenterPoint's bills. Yes, CenterPoint does give money to charitable institutions. This is also a tax write-off for CenterPoint, so it's a win-win for them. And again, I affirm everything that's been said here. What I want to add, as a daughter of charity, we make 4 vows. The 4th vow is a vow to care for the poor. I lived in Evansville back in the 90s until 2004. It was for 10 years, and then I moved. Then I came back about 6 or 7 years ago. Evansville's changed a lot. People are hurting. People are crying for help. People who have not had to ask for help, even though they have a job, have asked to help for assistance financially because of CenterPoint. This is embarrassing for people. This is dehumanizing for people. We need to listen to all the cries that you've heard today, all the words you've heard today, and take them to your heart and carry them and let CenterPoint know the destruction they're doing in our city and this area. Our people are struggling. They're hurting. And they're good people. They're very good people. They work together. They go to church. We have good mayors and politicians who care about the people who are serving the people they live with. Most folks go to church, either church, a temple, or a mosque, and these work together toward justice and charity and peace in our city. It's a great place to live, but people are thinking of leaving. I affirm everything that people have said about people leaving. And I ask you, and I strongly urge you to vote and to deny, to vote no, to increase any rates from CenterPoint. And I pray that the God of justice and love will open the hearts and minds of you as well as CenterPoint to hear the cries of the people in Evansville and this area. Amen.
If you would please state your name and spell it for the record.
My name is Madeline Harris, Madeline Harris. I live in Newburgh, Indiana, and I'm a hostage or customer of CenterPoint Energy. What I have today to say to you is not nearly as dramatic as some of the real life stories that you've heard. What I have to say is perhaps a summary of everything that we've heard this afternoon. And I do thank you, members of the commission, for being here to listen to all of us. I know it must be a long and tiring day for you. I'm objecting most wholeheartedly to the CenterPoint Energy request for rate increases for customers in southern Indiana. There are many factors that make this request a glaring mistake, not my request, CenterPoint's. Not the least of which are the facts that CenterPoint customers already pay the highest energy rates in the state, and the population of this region of the state has the lowest median household income in the state. However, CenterPoint Energy should not be allowed to impose additional rate increases for several other reasons. First, CenterPoint's currently historically high rates already cause hardship for people who rely on the monopolistic company's product as a necessity of daily life. Poor and middle-class people who live paycheck to paycheck can ill afford a massive increase in their energy bills. Having to pay up to hundreds of dollars more for CenterPoint means that they will be unable to provide other basics like food, medicine, and so forth for their families. There are no good choices there. In fact, the end result may very well be increased homelessness, which is an additional drastic result for families and for the community. In addition, elderly people and retirees living on modest fixed incomes are another group of customers who are seriously affected by unreasonable rate increases in basic necessities such as electricity or gas. Many are already stretched beyond limits because the rate of inflation exceeds the rate of any increase in income they may receive. Having to choose between keeping the electricity on or having adequate food or vital medications is a situation that many people face. On a personal note, my husband, 81 years old, and myself, I'm 76, are retired. We depend on Social Security and a modest pension to support our relatively conservative lifestyle. In fact, I still have a part-time job that helps pay a few small bills. CenterPoint's rate increases currently in effect are putting a massive strain on our budget. For example, our bill for December's electric use was $563 plus. We have never had a bill that high. Our bill for December 2022 was $321, and the highest bill we have ever had in the past 2 years was $416. Now, our bill for January 2024 usage is $638. Where will it end? Another factor in the exorbitant rates for electricity in this market is the effect on the local economy. As local government bodies have noted in their objections, the high cost of energy would have a negative effect on growth of business and industry in the area, and could result in new businesses and corporations not coming into the area, and even some that are already here reducing their footprint. If people are priced out of the market by higher utility rates, we might see more homelessness and fewer people choosing to live here, which would have a negative effect on local business growth as well. The true motivation behind CenterPoint's request for such high rates is questionable. They claim they need to upgrade the infrastructure and are moving to more environmentally friendly power generation. But that's a cost of business they should have anticipated when they moved into the market, and it should be funded as other types of businesses do, with business loans and bond issues and so forth. Considering electricity as a basic need for communities should outweigh extraordinarily high compensation for CEOs and company officers and disproportionate returns for investors and stockholders. Although CenterPoint is to be commended for their improvements to infrastructure, potentially more reliable service, and move toward eco-friendly power generation, we cannot afford for their business to be carried on the backs of customers held hostage by their company monopoly. We emphatically request that the IURC deny the company's request for rate increases. In fact, we object to the rate increases previously awarded to CenterPoint, which has put such a drastic strain on so many families' financial well-being. So if you could claw back some of those other rate increases, that would be a good thing too. And with that, I thank you for your time.
Mr. Shields.
My name is Jim Shields, Jimshields. I'd like to ask if there are any Indiana representatives in the room today. I live in Indiana District 75. Is my representative or any others in the room?
Sir, it is important that you stay this direction into the microphones so that the court reporter can accurately transcribe.
I got it. So for the record, there are no Indiana representatives in the room. I would ask the IURC to deny CenterPoint's request. Unfortunately, the Indiana legislature has put the IURC in a position to not be able to forward an impartial, represent us the taxpayer view, because the state is enriched with every request that is improved. We get charged 7% sales tax, so when CenterPoint's rates go up, the state benefits. Anybody that's a state representative, therefore, cannot be an impartial arbiter of the question at hand, and that is whether to increase utility rates or not. Therefore, the commission has no position to hold but to deny any rate increases until the legislature separates the state income tax from our utility bills. Anything else would show that this board cannot be impartial, because the legislature, it's not your fault, but the legislature has set this up. We have statewide oversight of local utilities, and that in itself is something that the legislature has set up. So the IURC, since it's a state agency, I'm not sure how it can represent us, the taxpayer, if it's granting the company an increase in wages when the state also benefits. So anybody that's getting a paycheck from the state can't actually represent me, because they can't be impartial just based on the inherent bias built into the system. That's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
We are, as you all probably know, there's another session of this field hearing scheduled for 6 o'clock. Because we anticipate an extremely large crowd, we're actually going to move up to a larger ballroom on the second floor. So what we're going to do now is continue the hearing until 6 p.m. Ms. Sparks-Drake still has all the witnesses on her list, so if you have not been called yet, you're still on the list. And so with that, we are going to go ahead and continue this hearing till the 6 p.m. session and go off the record, but we're all gonna move upstairs. So we will see you up there. Thank you. We're off the record.
Cases. The IURC is required by state statute to make decisions in the public interest to ensure that utilities provide safe and reliable service at just and reasonable rates. Field hearings such as this one provide you an opportunity to formally deliver comments to the Commission on cases under consideration. Before the Commission reaches a decision in this case, it reviews evidence presented by all parties, including the comments shared tonight. We are joined tonight by Chairman Houston and Commissioners Bennett, Freeman, and Valletta, the presiding administrative law judge, the court reporter who will record your comments to be included in the official record of the case. Because this is a pending proceeding before the IURC, the commissioners and the administrative law judge are not allowed to answer questions or engage in any discussion about the case. They are here to listen to you. Of course, if you have any questions about tonight's hearing, feel free to find me in the back of the room or see the OUCC. If you are planning to speak tonight, you will see two microphones, the one I'm holding and the court reporter's microphone. It's important that you speak loudly and clearly so that both mics pick you up. However, the court reporter's microphone is the most important, as it's the one we'll be using to transcribe your comments. With that, I'm going to turn it over to the Indiana Office of Utility Consumer Counselor, which is the state agency that formally represents consumer interests in matters before the Commission. I just have one final announcement before that. We do have to be out of this room at 11 p.m., so we do ask that everyone keep their comments as concise as possible. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Olivia Rivera from the OUCC, who will now offer a few comments prior to handing it on to Judge Jennifer Schuster to begin the hearing.
Thanks, Ben. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for coming out tonight. Again, my name is Olivia Rivera, and I work with the Office of Utility Consumer Counselor, or OUCC. We're a separate state agency, and we're representing the public in this case and in other cases before the Commission. There are 4 things that I would like you to know before the hearing begins tonight. Number 1, this hearing is for you to provide your comments. You will not see a presentation from the utility tonight because it filed its case in writing back in December. The OUCC has a fact sheet with a summary of the utility's request, along with other information about the case. Again, tonight is all about giving you the chance to speak to the Commission. Number 2, This is one of many steps in the rate case process, and those steps are listed in the fact sheet. A final order from the IURC is not expected until this fall. Number 3, a team of our engineers, accountants, attorneys, and other experts from the OUCC are reviewing the utilities filing. We are scheduled to file testimony and recommendations on March 12th. A number of additional parties have intervened, and any testimony that they file is also due March 12th. Number 4, you should have received a form alongside your fact sheet, and if you would like to speak tonight, please fill out the top half of that form and return it to our table. If you don't want to speak tonight and you wish to provide comments, you can do so in writing, using that same form or the methods listed on our fact sheet. Written comments carry equal weight to the spoken comments heard here today. They will become part of the formal case record so long as we receive them by March 5th. Thank you so much for coming out tonight. If you have any additional questions, my name is Olivia. I'll be out at the table. I've got a lot of other staff members with me, and they'd be happy to talk with you. And with that, I will turn it over to Judge Schuster to begin the hearing.
Good evening, everyone. First, thank you, Olivia and Ben, for such a comprehensive introduction. Many of you were downstairs with us in the smaller room, and I know we have a number of witnesses still waiting to testify from earlier. So what we're going to do is we'll go back on the record because we're continuing the session that was downstairs. But if you want to testify tonight and you haven't already taken the swearing-in oath that I did earlier, I'm going to ask that you stand and swear that you will testify truthfully, etc. So we're not on the record right now, but when I go on the record, I'll ask anybody who wasn't downstairs who's planning to testify to do that. And with that, all right, let's go on the record. This is a continuation of the field hearing in cause number 45590. I'm sorry, 45990. All witnesses who were not present at our earlier session of this hearing who wish to testify tonight, could you please stand and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you'll give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, thank you. You may be seated. Ms. Clark-Strait.
Thank you, Thank you, Your Honor. My name is Carol Sparks Drake. I'm an attorney with the Indiana Office of Utility Consumer Counselor, and will be responsible for calling folks up this evening so that you can offer testimony. Our office represents the public in all rate proceedings before the commission. I can forewarn you, we still have a lot of folks who we have not gotten to yet from the afternoon. And I know that it is tempting to clap, to reinforce their position, etc. But I will just share with you that if we do that, it takes longer and it does preclude me from getting to the next person as quickly. And I am concerned. It is great to see all of you, but we also need to give you the opportunity. You're here. I want you to have the opportunity to give your comments. What I'll be doing is I'll call 4 names at the beginning. The first name should please come to the podium. The other 3 names, if you are still here, we have 3 chairs down front, just as we did this afternoon. If you will please come down, get into the chairs, and when the person at the podium gets done speaking, we'll move up and try to keep it moving so we can hear from everyone. First 4 names: Dan Woods, Ted O'Connell, Catherine Rybach, Cliff Payton. Any of those folks still here? Mr. Woods? If you would, please state your name and spell both your first and last name for our reporter. Thank you.
Dan Woods, D-A-N-W-O-O-D-S. In Indiana, the sharp rise in energy rates, notably among CenterPoint and Vectren customers, underscores a complex regulatory and political landscape. I want to pass along a little bit of information I learned about what causes these rates, along with what I believe we can do about them. The average CenterPoint customer will see their monthly electric bill increase $47.24 by the year 2026, while 22% of CenterPoint customers who are electric heating customers will see their average monthly bill increase by $63.33 by 2026. CenterPoint has also requested a 114% increase on the monthly fixed charge of $23.20 before you even use any electricity. This disproportionately impacts low and fixed income households in our area. Several things contributed to this, including cost of fuel, supplies, and modernized plants. But aspects of this and other things contributing to it are beyond frustrating. CenterPoint spent over $500 million in pollution control equipment for their aging coal-fired power plants, but then retired many of them before recovering these costs. This led to CenterPoint asking for higher rates so that we, the ratepayers, can pay for their poor planning and ensure they still receive a profit. Another problem is trackers. Trackers allow utilities to pass certain costs directly to consumers without undergoing the traditional rate case process. The utility is just passing the cost along without any risk. CenterPoint has the highest authorized return on equity or profit margin. In the new rate case, CenterPoint Electric is proposing to keep their 10.40% return on equity with hardly any risk, effectively guaranteeing a 10% rate of return. It is the worst of communism and fascism all rolled into one. Politics also play a big role in driving this disaster. While the Indiana Utility Regulatory Committee plays a pivotal role in approving these rate increases, its commissioners are appointed by the governor. He and his appointees deserve much of the blame. However, the legislative framework within the IURC operates, dictating what costs can be transferred to consumers and the parameters for rate increases is equally critical. State representatives and senators also hold blame for passing and approving laws allowing these things like trackers and effectively guaranteeing high profits. Addressing this disaster requires a multifaceted approach. One, reevaluate the use of trackers. A critical examination of tracker mechanisms is necessary. Ensure they are used judiciously and transparently. Limit the scope of expense that can be recovered through trackers and enhance regulatory oversight. Two, challenge state officials. The governor, along with state reps and senators, must scrutinize and reform the legislative framework governing utility rate increases and pass-through costs to consumers. This includes revisiting the use of trackers and ensuring the IURC's rate approval process is transparent, fair, and considers the long-term interests of its consumers. Demand local action. The influence of more local voices cannot be understated. Our mayor and city council, along with commissioners, spoke earlier today. I don't know if they will today, but I appreciate their support, and it's vital going forward. Addressing rising utility costs requires a multi-tier approach involving not only regulatory and legislative changes at the state level, but also strong advocacy and engagement at the local level. By holding these state and local officials accountable, we can truly make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Tom Bogenschutz, please come on down. And you must be Mr. O'Connell. You will please state your name and spell it. And doesn't look like anyone's headed down. Jordan Terrell. Megan, Fakih.
She had to leave.
Mary Allen. Sir, if you will go ahead and state your name and spell, please.
Yep. Ted O'Connell, TED'Connell. I'm the Director of Jacobsville Development for Jacobsville Area Community Corporation, also the Vice President of Jacobsville Neighborhood Improvement Association, and the Secretary and Treasurer of the Jacobsville Fine Arts Association. Jacobsville is the largest neighborhood in Evansville. It's also a very historically underserved neighborhood. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about my experience being in community and economic development in that neighborhood as a and how it relates to CenterPoint. Okay, so I went ahead and I was a part of the last meeting, listened to the comments there. I'm not going to repeat anything from there. There's one major thing that stood out for me from the information at the last meeting, and that was that Evansville ranked the 19th out of the 379 cities with a population of more than 40,000 people on the metrics of utility rates, right? So what I did is I brought out my Excel document and dug a little deeper into the top 20 to see how we compare to them. One of the things that stood out just right off the bat was a lot of these are much richer cities like Oakland, California. So I figured, let's do a percentage. What percentage of our utility bill in comparison to the median household income? Whenever you look at that metric, we're number one. 13.91% of our median household income is spent on utility bills. So that put us at number one. So that's one of the things I want to talk about. Another one, I had some conversations with some people in regards to the last tariff that was passed back in November in 2022. Part of this tariff or bill was that they had to put the number of degree days during the winter on the bill. And for those of you that don't know what degree days are, this basically means they take the average temperature for that day. If it is above average, they're allowed to charge more, is the way I understand it, to make up for it being a warmer day. So that friend of mine I talked to filed a complaint, an official complaint with the IURC, and that complaint was upheld. Whenever he got his next utility bill and looked back on it, the degree days were not included on the bills. After digging into it, he found out that the IURC changed the tariff to where they don't need to actually put the degree days on the bill. So I guess the question that I propose to everybody is, if it's so important to put those degree days on there in the first place, like why did we get rid of them and who influenced that? That was the second point. Third point, so part of my job in community economic development, I talk to the neighbors, figure out what the problems are. Two major things getting brought up, and that's sidewalks and streetlights. So I went around the neighborhood at night after hours and started looking at all the streetlights that were out and documenting them and filing them to the proper channels with CenterPoint Energy. This was September 13th that I did that, okay? So after not getting a response, I talked to some people and found out, hey, the city engineers actually work on this as well. So I talked to the city engineer's office. Still, they were not able to get them fixed. They submitted a proposal as well. Then I talked to a city councilman, and I said, hey, I submitted 12 streetlights that were out. It's been a couple months, or it's been a month or two, still haven't heard anything back. And his response to me was, oh, you have to submit 30 before they actually go out and do anything about it. So then, the next step that I did, went back to the city engineer's office and said, hey, shouldn't they have a financial incentive to turn on these streetlights? Wouldn't they make more money if the streetlights were on? His response to me was, I don't know if this is the exact number, but approximately 70% of the city's contract with CenterPoint Energy is a fixed rate, meaning that there's very little financial incentive. If anything, it may cost them money to go out and fix the streetlights. So here we are, December rolls around and I still don't have any streetlights fixed. I've talked to a few different people about it. Luckily, one of these streetlights was actually in Jacobsville Park, which is a pocket park in Jacobsville. Small park, only got 2 lights in it, and one of them were out. The people at Hope City Church decided to host an event at Jacobsville Park to raise awareness to the lights being out. It's called Light Up the Park, where we had a glow stick party in the park at night because the lights were out. And you shouldn't be able to have a glow stick party in the park at night. So I got told about this event 2 days before it was supposed to happen. So it's supposed to happen on Friday. I find out about it on Wednesday. I reached out to my connection at CenterPoint Energy and said, hey, just wanting to let you know this is happening on Friday. Figured you'd probably like to know about it, right? News people have already been contacted about it. The response I got was, that's not our light, that's the Parks Department's light. So I CC'd the Parks Director on that email and said, hey, is this your light? She just says, that's not our light, that's CenterPoint's light. So I go back to CenterPoint and say, hey, this is your light. Can we get it fixed? The morning of the event, so 8 a.m., the day of the event, I get an email from my contact at CenterPoint saying the lights should be fixed before the event. So let's backtrack a little bit just to sum it up. So to fix 12 lights, it took me September, almost 3 months, and I had to talk to City Council, CenterPoint Energy, City Engineer, Parks Director, Hope City Church, and the News Department in order to get this light fixed, or these lights fixed. So I know everybody talks about the rate aspect of it, but I think we should also talk a little bit about what kind of impact they're having on the community, because that's their justification for, or partial justification for the rate increase. But yeah, those are my thoughts. Wow, appreciate it.
Thank you. Are you Mr. Payton?
Yes, ma'am, I am Mr. Payton. Let me know when you're ready.
Donovan Phipps. Mr. Payton, please go ahead and
My
spell your
name is Cliff Payton, CLIFF-PAYTON. I'd like to thank all of you for giving me the opportunity to get up here and speak tonight. I also like to thank all the people behind me that love their city and their county and their area. I'll be brief, I won't take a lot of time, but my heart is broken. I can't believe what's happening in this country and what's happening all around. Amen. This is America. It's not supposed to be this way. There's right and there's wrong. I was raised that way. If I do wrong, I hold up to it. If I do something I didn't mean and I hurt someone, I apologize for it. I look for logic, being reasonable. There's no logic. There's no reason. I'm a retired man, and here's the way I set up my retirement program. I'm blessed. My home is paid off. I don't have any debt. None, except for medical bills. That's my wife and I have accumulated. That's all that I have, except for the regular expenses. And I am struggling. And I can't imagine what the people that are paying a home payment and sending children to school, I look at my wife every day and I said, how are these people making it? Because we're struggling. We're struggling. This is not the way, this sounds crazy. But at my age now, in my retirement years, I'm supposed to be enjoying it. And I'm not a suicidal person, but I made the comment, death's starting to look pretty good to me. And I would have never, ever dreamed that I would be feeling that way. My father served for this country in World War II. And my uncle served for this country in World War II. And my mother built them P-4s, 7 airplane wings over there at Cerbelle. And they was one heck of a generation. But my father, before he passed, said, son, if I knew it was going to be like this, we should have lost the war. He didn't mean it, but he was hurting inside. And we're all hurting inside. This is a great community. Evansville, Indiana, if you look at all the crazy stuff going around in this country, these people behind me are a class act. They are a great group. And I will stop now and pass it on because I know there's a lot of other people that need to talk. But I love all of you behind me, and I love all of you in front of me. And may God bless us all. And I know that you all will do the right thing because it's only the way to be.
Angela Kohler Lindsay. Please go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me? Okay, my name is Jordan Terrell, Jordan, T as in Tom, Errell. Okay. Man, there were a lot of people before me. I'm glad to be up here. Thank you guys for hearing us. I am here as a concerned citizen and constituent of Vanderburgh County, Indiana. I'm 32 years of age. I graduated from Harrison High School since we still have the small town vibes with larger city luxuries. I began my life on Florida Street by Garvin's Park, then to Eastbrook Trailer Park. I now live in a 2-story home on the west side of Evansville. I was born and raised here alongside my 6 siblings, my husband, friends, family, and now my child of 2. I love living here despite the high utility bills. I am too young to remember when Vectren, now CenterPoint, was not a burden on myself and my community. 2008 is a common year people mentioned before me to you all today, facing rate increases. I graduated in 2010 from high school, 2016 from University of Southern Indiana. So yes, high utility bills have always been a thing to us younger adults. What have I done in my adult life to help lower my bill? Well, CenterPoint has completed an energy efficiency check on any home I've rented along with the home I own today. This inevitably does not lower my bills. The fixed rate increase swallows the savings we could have had utilizing energy efficient tools. As a millennial, I have had energy efficiency shoved down my throat. We were told how that should lower our monthly costs going into adult life, like in high school. That's whenever that was talked about. But we are met with the harsh truth that knowing about and even taking action against energy efficiency does not lower our energy costs. This appears to be a multi-generational strain on our community from what I've seen today that our own mayor feels powerless against CenterPoint. Now I would like to address my personal bill from February 2024, what I have learned about it, and how it affects me and my family. We have found a way to balance our finances with the increases, and now I'm majorly concerned about how these CenterPoint increases will cut into my mortgage, food costs, and living costs. Disconnect notices, late charges, and crucial budgeting measures are a monthly occurrence for my family. We pay our mortgage at the beginning of the month and utilities at the end, resulting in a late fee from my utility company. We have been on payment plans that track or tax on an additional amount for 3 months on our already high bill. We did that all last year in 2023, and I might have to do that again after I paid my bill today on the 29th. Thank you, leap year. My home was built in 1920. It's large, 2,174 square feet. I love it. I'm happy to own a home here after starting off in a trailer, you know? It's great. But I have several people that have helped me along the way, and still do today. I penny pinch. I have had people, family members live with me so that I could possibly make ends meet and not lose my mortgage, because I really, really care about owning a home here in Evansville. Despite my college degree, I should not need one to figure out where the costs are coming from regarding my utility bill. My family should not feel the immense pressure of our finances with us working, like me and my husband working full-time jobs. My recent bill reporting from the service period from January 19th of 2024 to February 19th of 2024 is $667.97. There was a gentleman that spoke before me, and he actually talked about the average temperature for this billing period, and I didn't know what that meant. Like having the temperatures listed on my bill. They can charge more based on the weather. I didn't know that. But I also have learned so much about rates and rate changes and what that does to my bill. And my current service charge is only $10.84. But I think about that with every person that lives in Evansville, how much $10.84 is to a utility company. How much is that? How much is that, providing for the company and not for my community? $10 could go toward our community. Tornado that hit Ellis Park. I don't know if anyone remembers that. And Eastbrook Trailer Park.
25 people were killed there.
So trust me that as much as you know about your job, I know about homelessness, eviction, and disconnection notices, and how that affects families and communities long term. When we stand up and help our most vulnerable, including the invisible residents of Indiana that are homebound, the entire community is lifted. Vanderbilt County statistics. There were 9,297 eviction filings since 2020. There have been 229 eviction filings since December of 2023. Renters per eviction filing, that's 10%, almost 11% of renters will have an eviction filed according to data analysis dating from January of 2023 to December of 2023. That's 1 out of 10 people facing eviction in Vanderbilt County alone. Why? Why is it so bad? Well, one observable cycle that continues in our communities are those who pay their utilities in the winter months, sacrifice their rent money to then face eviction in the summer months. So these numbers will only increase from what I've researched. Homeless Connect is an event that's coming up. It will be here in March 21st, I believe. CenterPoint is a donor. As you can see, they are aware of the issues around homelessness and how pressing these energy bills are on our community. They simply want more. Well, we do not have any more. Utility rate increases rely on funds such as energy assistance programs, that's federally funded, trustee assistance through our local funding, and the IHCDA grant that helps fund our Indiana emergency rental assistance. So not only are we paying CenterPoint through our bills, we also pay them with our taxes as they use our money through these programs. Our government pays them through these programs too. So our government and our residents are paying CenterPoint. I love the nonprofits and giving heart of our city, but don't understand how we are here having this conversation again with all of you, maybe people before you. Overall, I want to be heard on my concerns and for there to be some regulation over this monopolized company and the increases that affect our community. I fear for our young adults my age that struggle and for those who want to eventually buy a property in Evansville. Please stop this rate increase. As you can see, it is affecting every generation in our community. I urge to reject this rate increase and request a lower rate even for my family. I know we're not here to lower the rate, but maybe for future causes, please just consider lowering it. Thank you very much for hearing us and hearing the concerns of my community.
Thank you. Mike Goebel, if you would please state your name and spell it.
Mary Allen, M-A-R-Y-A-L-L-E-N. First of all, I just need to echo Cliff's sentiments that I love this community, love the people in it. Thank you for being here and listening to us and providing 2 sessions. Again, like I said, my name is Mary Allen. I'm a small business owner. I'm also an Evansville City Councilor, but I am here speaking today in my personal capacity as an Evansville resident and a CenterPoint customer. You know, we heard the IURC's mission statement that you're required by state statute to make decisions in the best public interest to ensure that utilities provide service at quote-unquote just and reasonable rates. We're a community of hardworking families, tons of small businesses, and we're earnestly appealing to the Commission to take a stance in the public interest to put a stop to the rising utility rates in our area and say no to this egregious rate increase requests. Residents are struggling to afford utilities at our current rate. You've heard the stories, you'll hear more. Prospective home buyers are becoming dissuaded from purchasing in this area due to the highest rates or from moving here to rent here. Small businesses, several friends of mine, are struggling to survive with the rising cost of utilities. So this isn't only a hit on our individuals and families, but to our growth and economy as a whole. While I understand, back to that mission statement, just and reasonable can be highly subjective terms, in this case it appears very objective. The proposed rate increase is neither just or reasonable, especially when you view it in the light and the effect that our current rates are having on our community, and in light of the effect of our current CenterPoint profit margins, knowing that they have the highest ROE at 10.4% in the state, which you also have the ability to regulate and lower, which would ultimately lower our bills. You know, I read CenterPoint is spending $2.1 million on attorneys and advisors for this, to fight for this rate increase, to make more money. That doesn't sound reasonable to me. Lastly, as a business owner, I understand there's cost to infrastructure, to building and growing a business. But I also know, as a business owner, I can't pass every one of those costs of doing business onto my customers. If I did, I would price it out of the market and my customers would go elsewhere. But as CenterPoint customers, we can't go elsewhere. We're held captive. We are captive consumers and we're quite helpless. That's why we have you. But that's why we need you, truly. to regulate, to police for us, for the people in our community in Southern Indiana. And again, I ask you to do the right thing, because as Cliff said earlier, there is a right and there's a wrong. And it is clear in this situation. So we please ask you to follow your mission statement, to look out, please look out for us in our public interest by denying this rate increase request. Thank you very much.
Warren Fleetwood. Mr. Phipps, if you would please state your name and spell it for the record.
I'm Donovan Phipps. D as in dog, O, N, O, V as in vehicle, A as in apple, N as in Nancy. P as in Paul, H as in hog, I as in igloo, P as in Paul, P as in pay, S as in silent, Sam. All right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the IURC, citizens and members of this community. My name is Donovan Phipps. I stand before you, I'm going to hold this, not only as a citizen, deeply rooted in this community, but also as a church leader, a property owner, a community leader, and a voice of the inner city. Additionally, I serve on 2 commission bodies dedicated to addressing the concerns of our city. Today, I raise my voice in opposition to the proposed rate hikes that CenterPoint is attempting to impose on our citizens, homeowners, and future homeowners. This hike threatens to burden our residents, many of whom are already struggling to make ends meet. Oh, they're moving out of Evansville to make ends meet too as well. Oh, not just Evansville, but Vanderburgh County. Not just Vanderburgh County, Warwick County, Boonville, Posey County, everywhere around here. All because of our great CenterPoint, right? Increasing the cost of essential services like electricity and water affects those who can least afford it. We can't stand idly by while hardworking families like myself and my family and some of my elderly family members that are squeezed even tighter financially. We must prioritize the well-being of our community members over corporate profit margins. I urge each and every one of you all, please, to join us, the ones that are affected, in resisting these rate hikes and advocating for fair and equitable utility pricing that serves the best interests of all of our residents. And I just want to say, there's a unique acronym I used in my last name. Paul. We don't want to have to rob Peter to pay Paul. And as an elderly member of this community, I heard from an elderly senior of this community. She said, they hogging all of our electricity. It's like, what do you mean by that? That's CenterPoint. We're paying the bills to actually take care of their buildings.
That's right. It ain't right. Yeah.
Can I get an amen?
Amen.
I definitely do not want to be in my house feeling like I'm living in an igloo, okay? And I do mention Paul. We don't want to go back to robbing Peter to pay Paul. And we don't want to have to pay and be silent Sams. Not Uncle Sam, but silent Sam. Just pay your bill, whether we put you on a budget bill or you can make payment arrangements. We're grateful for those, but we want to make sure we're paying fair prices. And so I hope you all consider this, and I hope you all stand with the community you love, we love, as a people, to make sure you oppose. Thank you.
Zachary Hieronymus. I apologize. Haramas. If you would state your name and spell, please.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Angela Kaler Lindsay, ANGELAKOEHLER, no hyphen, Lindsay, LINDSEY. We are a proud German community, so we have Kahlers and Gables and Bakey Road. Thank you all so much for being here. I've been here since 2 o'clock waiting for my turn, not really very patiently, and I know you all have had a long drive, and we do appreciate it. As a homeowner, as a worship arts leader at my church, as a devoted mom of one of those millennials and a Gen Xer, a proud grandma, and an elected representative for this wonderful community for the 5th Ward on the City Council, I'm intimately familiar with the financial struggles that are facing families and individuals in our community. And in all of these roles that I just mentioned to you, I'm consistently bombarded with concerns about meeting current bills and fears about what's going to happen with this proposed increase. Please do note that today I am speaking to you only as a private citizen and a CenterPoint customer. I urge you all to listen to all of these voices in this room now, the folks that came before us earlier this afternoon. Listen to the voices of our community and reject this proposed rate increase. Enough is enough. Our residents deserve relief, not additional financial burdens. Thank you.
Sean Kuykendall. Sir, if you would please state your name and spell it.
Mike Abel, Goebel. I'm a lifelong resident of Vanderbilt County. I live in the city of Evansville. I also currently serve on the Vanderbilt County Commission. And I'm here today, and I brought, and we passed out copies of the resolution passed last week by the Vanderbilt County Commissioners that unanimously opposed this increase that's going to be placed upon this community and the communities in our surrounding area. This will put, obviously, tremendous hardship upon low income, tremendous hardship upon fixed income, tremendous hardship upon any income for people who live in this community where we want to live and we love to live. This increase will also hinder what we hope to be a growth of population, expansion and growth of business. But when people look at what we have to pay, compared it to other communities and other states, that growth is going to be stopped. We are right now in a prime time with the growth of the I-69, with the communities that we have connected. This is the perfect time for this community to grow in a great and prosperous fashion. Your proposal will hinder that tremendously. I will go over some of the points of our resolution, but most of them have been mentioned already. The average electric bill by 2026 will increase by $47 a month. That is simply too much. 114% increase on the fixed charge just to get the utilities delivered to a home. That is too much. Our residents are hurting financially. They simply cannot afford what I would consider a basic human need and a basic human right. The Regulatory Commission is appointed by the governor. The governor is elected by the people, the residents of Indiana, and we elect that governor to represent and to govern responsibly. He has appointed you to also govern responsibly. Every local government element here in southern Indiana, the commissioners, the city council, the mayor, the county council is going to do as well in Vanderbilt County, and the other local governing groups oppose this increase. And I think that the guaranteed 10.4% profit by CenterPoint, come on. Can you just not relax that for this difficult time when people are hurting, they're not getting 10% increases, they're not getting, or 10% profits, they're getting tremendous increases. Some people are being thrown out into the street. And you can help by holding off on this increase. It will help and benefit all of us who call Southern Indiana in this area our homes. There's one other point that we brought out on the commissioner resolution, and that is not directed at you, but to the General Assembly. We have a 7% sales tax. When you bring the electricity to our homes, we pay 7% over top of what you charge. When you sell, we have gasoline to come in to heat our homes, we pay 7% charge for the use of that gasoline. That is just simply not fair either. That's not your call, but our government and our General Assembly should work to help the people that they represent. With that, with those statements, I'd like to say thank you for hearing us, and hopefully you'll do the right thing, as so many people have said to you today. People are hurting, and we just want what's right. Thank you.
Robin Skuya Bess, and I apologize. Mr. Fleetwood, if you would.
Thank you. Warren Fleetwood, WARRENFLEETWOOD. I'm here tonight as a Gibson County Commissioner and also as a citizen and proud Hoosier. I want to thank the committee for hearing us and appreciate this opportunity to voice some of our concerns. As you know, and I'm sure you've heard many of these topics tonight, all business and commerce will be impacted should these increases go through. We want to be on a level playing field when it comes to utility costs. This proposed increase will hurt residents and their families, not only in our area, but in parts of other areas in the great Hoosier state. We are all Hoosiers, and this is time for Hoosiers to take care of fellow Hoosiers. We ask that you vote for the people, and again, I thank you because your job is a difficult one, but you have an opportunity to do what's both morally right and what's right for the great Hoosier state. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you. Frank Valderas. Sir, I'm going to let you say your name this time, and I apologize.
I appreciate that. Zachary Hieronymus, Zachary Z-A-C-H-A-R-Y, Hieronymus, H-E-R-O-N-E-M-U-S. I will apologize up front for the froggy voice. I'm coming off of an illness earlier this week, but it's very important to be here. I currently serve as the 3rd Ward City Councilor here in Evansville, also as President of City Council. And, you know, as you may be aware, and folks in the room, that City Council has taken the position here in Evansville as an intervener in this particular case, and for a good reason. Our city struggles tremendously. And I want to share a personal story with you from about, 16, 17 years ago when my wife and I first moved to this community. My wife had a job. I was finishing up college at USI, finishing up my undergrad, and moved into a house in a part of the inner city on Culver Drive, and it's an old shotgun house that was rehabbed. We thought it was a pretty good deal, $750 a month for a 3-bedroom, 1 bath. It was the first time my wife and I ever lived in a home. From August until February of that first year that we lived here, we had 3 bills from the utility company, what was Vectron at the time, that amounted to the amount of the rent we paid each month. If not touching it, just So shortly below it, right? $750, $700, $680. It was a shock. It was a shock for many reasons. My wife spent her entire life in Kentucky. I grew up as an Army vet, lived in many communities across the world. Many communities where myself, my family, never really had to worry tremendously about what the weather was going to be like, what the rates were going to come out to be, what opportunities we had to seek other energy sources to heat and cool our homes. So, you know, my wife and I have lived here for 17 years. You know, we purchased our first home. We're raising our kids here. We call it home. My professional experience in this community has been public service from day one. From the time I graduated, got my master's degree, I've either worked in local government and nonprofits. I've served one term as city councilor. Gracious enough to serve my second term. I want to tell you about what I see on a day-to-day basis. You know, I've worked past 10 years in nonprofits, mainly in health and human services. Seeing a lot of people, a lot of families, a lot of children, a lot of seniors on fixed income struggle day to day. Medicine or utilities, food or utilities, daycare or utilities. It's a problem. It's a problem for many reasons. Our city is poor. Our household median income is $46,000 a year. We have 26% of our residents here in the city of Evansville. They're at the federal poverty level and below. According to the ALICE report, which is an acronym, Asset Limited Income Constrained Employed, nearly 50% of our residents in the city of Evansville are barely making ends meet. That means their housing costs, utility costs, transportation, healthcare costs, daycare, food, whatever it might be, at the end of the day, they can't save anything. So while $46 a month may not seem like much, it is a lot. In my current role for Homeless Services Agency today, one of the biggest barriers that we see to accessing housing for those that are unhoused, those individuals, those families, those children, is not being able to pay off thousands of dollars in late, unpaid utility payments. And if you know anything about leasing a home or an apartment, you gotta be able to turn those utilities on. It's a big deal. We have over 3,000 evictions in our community annually. Many of those are lease violations because utilities are shut off. While we do have moratoriums, it's great for what it is, but when they roll out and it's finally cut off, that's where that debt really accrues. We don't have housing in our community, and communities, not just here, southwestern Indiana and the footprint of CenterPoint South, throughout the state, throughout the nation, where property owners want to provide for utilities for their tenants. And why is that? Because it's unpredictable. It's especially unpredictable here in southwestern Indiana and CenterPoint South's footprint. Now, what I'll say is $46 a month is a lot. I'd argue that we're actually too high as it is. And I know that this commission, many of you all live in different areas of the state. To my knowledge, and I hope I'm not incorrect in this, not a single one of you reside within CenterPoint South's footprint, where the electric utility is part of it. I do understand that you may reside within CenterPoint North's footprint, and while you may pay into their gas rate, you pay a lesser rate than what we do even in CenterPoint South. I want to make it clear that as a nonprofit director, that I do see benefit of what CenterPoint does here and there, but I can't morally sit here knowing what I see day in and day out. People unhoused, people unable to be housed because of unpaid utility bills. Because the burden for utilities in this community in southwestern Indiana, and especially in the city of Evansville, is shouldered inequitably by our lower to moderate income families. And let me tell you why. That story that I told you about what my wife and I experienced as young adults, young professionals, trying to finish up college and start our life together, is what I see day in and day out. The city of Evansville has an aged housing stock. What I mean by that is we have a vast majority of our homes in our lowest income neighborhoods, Jacobsville, what you heard, south side of Evansville, Goosetown, southeast side. Homes that have been built in 1910, 1920, 1930, that were never meant to be built and heated and cooled in 21st century technology. Coal burning furnaces in the basement no longer exist for good reason. They're not very healthy for you, right? You're making a decision between your healthcare costs and keeping your house warm or cold for your kids, for your grandparents, your parents, however old they may be. That's a challenge. It's a struggle. I'd like to talk a little bit about what that $46 a month means to CenterPoint. Last year it was reported that CenterPoint South netted a $91 million profit. $91 million. And we're talking about a rate increase for infrastructure that, to my understanding, trackers are putting that risk on the rate user. The citizens, the residents, and the ratepayers in CenterPoint South, the greatest investor in this company, but we see no dividends. We burden all of the risk, we shoulder all of the risk, we carry the burden of the profits for folks that don't even live in our community. That's not right. So we're talking about moving profits from $91 million to 118 approximately. I hope I'm getting that right. When is it enough? There is no business up and down the board where you are guaranteed profits. There is no business up and down the board where your customer shoulders all of the risk. That's where we are today.
It's a monopoly. Right.
I have many, many people that I respect and admire that works within this company. And I know that they have great hearts. But at the end of the day, they're not the deciders. You guys are the deciders. I would ask unequivocally that you deny this request in its entirety. Thank you.
Kitty Taylor, if you would state your name, sir, and spell it.
My name is Sean Kuykendall, SeanKuykenDall. As I've sat and listened to a few people tonight, you're going to maybe hear a little different from me. I'm not going to advocate one way or the other. I've had a blessing in this community to work for the YMCA for 30 years. As a social worker, the main reason why I'm here tonight is I want to learn. So I appreciate the passion and things that people have shared because it's helped me get a little closer. And as I sit throughout the night till 11 o'clock, it may sound like, I want to be able to hear from this community because one of our goals as a Y is to be able to be there to meet the needs of our community. One of the struggles I've had recently is I've been in many conversations with a lot of people who've been sharing some very negative things, maybe for good reason, okay?
Maybe.
Okay? What I'm saying is, I'm here tonight to learn. And I appreciate the comments that I'm hearing tonight. The one thing that I do know is this community is awesome. This community finds a way to help each other in the time of need. As a YMCA, as a citizen, I grew up in Mount Vernon up the road. I don't know how many times I've had to reach out to all the different banks and community organizations to do what they can to help the community. I know this is a super tough issue, but I've had some people tell me and talk about the people on the poles fixing things during storms and they're getting paid too much. As I heard some of those things, I said, it just didn't make sense to me. So the one thing I'm here tonight is I want to listen, I want to hear how this is going to impact the community and how we as in Evansville and all these communities can come together. One thing I do know is the people who work locally is the main reason I'm going to make a couple of these comments. I don't know the people in Houston very well. I don't know these other big decisions. But what I do know is the local people, when I call them out to help me till a garden in front of Glenwood School, when it was 6 days from being raised in our community, they came out and 8 of them helped me till it, okay? When we called them and said, hey, we need some help on United Way Day of Caring, they came out and helped us do things so we could meet the needs of the community.
What does that do for electricity?
So in the end, whatever's done tonight, my only comments tonight is I hope our community understands that I hear a lot of things that people are going to be hurting, but please understand there's a lot of local workers for CenterPoint Energy who have given tirelessly to make this community a better place. They have been very helpful to us as a community, to lots of nonprofits, and I hope through whatever happens through this process that we can continue to support our local workers because I think that's critically important. I don't think it's right to put our local workers who are doing all the hard work after storms and different kinds of things in that path. So I'm merely here for that. I appreciate the time of this group. I'm here tonight because I want to listen, because I know as a YMCA, as a person in the community who gives to lots of local nonprofits, we're going to have some pieces to pick up if the decision of this group is to keep things where they are. But I'm here tonight to listen to that, and we'll try to do everything we can as an organization. We'll try what I can. But I appreciate the people who are here tonight sharing, because that says a lot about our community, that they're going to speak up and do those things. So I appreciate your time today. I do appreciate the comments of the group. Thank you.
Rick Watkins. Brian Macy. James Wills Bacher. Joe Cook. Michael Dougherty. If you will, please state your name and spell it, please.
Hi, I'm Robin Skyabos, chapter director with Sierra Club's Hoosier chapter, and my name is spelled R-O-B-Y-N, last name S-K-U-Y-A DOSS. So I'm here today in my capacity as chapter director for Sierra Club's Hoosier chapter to speak in opposition to CenterPoint's proposed rate hike and cause number 45990. Now, Sierra Club is an organization that wants to explore, enjoy, and protect the planet. So it goes without saying, and yet merits being said, that Sierra Club is resolute in our vision for a clean energy future for Evansville and Southwest Indiana. We can applaud CenterPoint's decision to quickly move over the next 3 to 6 years to power 81% of our energy needs in Southwest Indiana with wind, solar, and storage resources. After all, our deepening climate crisis requires bold and ambitious plans to meet crucial climate pollution reductions by 2030. And more importantly, however, in a region that is the epicenter of our nation's super polluter coal plants, which impacts air quality, water quality in our community, ultimately putting public health costs in addition to all the bills that people are paying on the backs of our residents. CenterPoint's clean energy transition will in fact allow everyone in Southwest Indiana a chance to breathe a little easier as we see reductions in toxic air and water pollution. However, we are concerned with the approach this rate increase takes. Customers should not be responsible for paying for CenterPoint's veterans' past bad decisions. Let me say that again. Customers should not be responsible for paying for CenterPoint veterans' past bad decisions. They were almost 100% cold not that long ago. And for over a decade, they have put Band-Aids on coal plants for years rather than preparing for a diversified resource mix which would have better financially insulated customers from these increases. In making this case, it's important to highlight the unwise decisions made by Vectren over the years that have led up to this proposed $47 a month increase. Decisions that CenterPoint executives and shareholders must take ownership of, just as they took ownership of Vectren profits when they acquired the company in 2019. So let's look at those decisions. First, in 2015, after state lawmakers repealed Energizing Indiana, a program that was statewide and saving customers nearly $3 for every dollar invested in the program, CenterPoint, then Vectren, submitted a replacement energy savings program that proposed just 50% of what their own consultant, Enernoc, recommended CenterPoint could achieve in energy savings for customers. That means missed opportunities for lowering monthly bills. And now we've heard people share about how our rate structures don't incentivize people to reduce their energy usage because rates go down per unit of energy the more energy you're using. Now, moving on to their 2016 Integrated Resource Plan and subsequent CPCN case, CenterPoint made the decision to spend nearly $100 million in customer money upgrading FB Coley Unit 3, only to have that unit break down in 2022 where customers were again asked to foot the bill. This time for repairing the unit plus all the market purchases needed during the months the plant was not in operation. Now, I've been here since 1:30 today. Many of you, I'm sure, have been here since 1:30 this morning or this afternoon and heard a lot about greed. I want to remind all of us that in 2020, CenterPoint, along with 4 other investor-owned utilities, had the audacity to apply for a temporary rate increase to recover lost revenues during the economic shutdowns to protect citizens from the public health crisis during our global pandemic. And I do applaud the Commission for rejecting those rate increases at the time. The Sierra Club community in Southwest Indiana, with over 350 members and over 5,000 supporters across Warwick, Vanderburgh, and Posey counties, are proud of our advocacy and work in coalition with incredible partners in the community who share our vision for a future that retires our region's legacy of super polluters. Over the last 9 years, as we've been engaged in advocacy work, we've seen customers get self-organized to oppose unrelenting bill increases. Thank you, Direct Action Against CenterPoint Energy. We've seen faith communities come together to call on us to care for creation and to have a care for one another. Thanks Tri-State Creation Care and Congregations Acting for Justice and Empowerment. We've seen attitudes among our public officials shift as our city develops greenhouse gas inventories, climate action plans, and applications for Inflation Reduction Act funding to bring down the cost of energy. Thanks Citizens Climate Lobby and the Energy for All Coalition. And thank you to Mayor Stephanie Terry, the City of Evansville, the city councilors who have already spoken, and the Vanderburgh County Board of Commissioners for standing up for the community in this moment of need. And when it comes to establishing a just transition for Southwest Indiana, we cannot ignore the question of who is being asked to pay and how. In the United Way's most recent ALICE study, they found in Vanderburgh County nearly 50% of residents, nearly half of residents struggle or are unable to afford the monthly cost of living. So where is the justification for asking this specific customer base to pay for half of this rate increase? The commission and state policymakers need to look at creative solutions, whether that's a low and moderate income rate structure design that's designed to protect customers experiencing the highest energy burden in our community, whether that's putting the power to reduce bills in the hands of customers by ensuring that our rates reflect the needs to reduce energy waste in our homes and businesses. History should guide the Utility Commission in determining this case. That means looking closely at the decisions CenterPoint and formerly Vectren made since their last rate case that led us here. This means ensuring that CenterPoint does not maintain the highest return on equity of Indiana's investor-owned utilities. That means reviewing CenterPoint's pursuit of the vast array of federal funding now on the table under the Inflation Reduction Act and Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. Surely now is a time where state and local public policymakers in Indiana, state regulators, and yes, companies like CenterPoint can serve the public interest and pursue every available incentive to bring down the cost of a long overdue clean energy transition. We must not accept the false choice being presented to this community that we must accept increasingly unaffordable energy bills or accept the public health and environmental impacts of continuing to burn coal. Because from what I've seen during the time that I've worked in Southwest Indiana over the last 9 years, this community is already being asked to accept both. It's time to ensure that companies like CenterPoint don't get to profit on over a decade of bad decisions that overinvested in aging coal plants and underinvested in affordable clean energy solutions. You have told CenterPoint no before, and I'm asking you to please reject CenterPoint's proposed rate increase in Clause 45990. Thank you.
Please go ahead and state your name.
My name is Kitty, K-I-T-T-Y, Taylor, T-A-Y, Elabar. I'm here on behalf of my family, including my mother, Sarah Simpson Taylor, S-A-R-A-H, Simpson, S-I-M-P-S-O-N, Taylor, T-A-Y, Elabar. I would first like to thank this commission for coming together and allowing us to voice our concerns. I would like to start out saying that I do not support the current hike in prices. I could sit down and tell you all the reasons why that would be a very bad idea, going into pricing and how it will make people homeless. I could go into reasons on how we try our hardest, and we are a very hardworking community, but we can't afford those prices. But I think I will start out with stating my background to help you understand why I'm going this route that I'm choosing. I am a 5th generation resident of Evansville. I now technically live in Warwick County, but I remember stories being told about how my ancestors came here with little to nothing on their backs to help build the place you are here today. My mother told me, and she's only 68 years old, what it was like growing up with a coal furnace and how much money they had to save up to finally get an air conditioning unit. My grandfather, who lived through the Great Depression, told me what it was like to finally get indoor plumbing and electricity in his house, and the luxury it was to even be able to go out and get a car, and was able to name everything he got that was now considered a necessity. That wasn't that long ago. I'm only 28 years old, and to know now that everything that we consider a necessity and a need was considered a luxury back then almost breaks my heart. My grandfather tried his best to help build up this community due to the fact that he loved it and due to the fact that he knew how good the people were here. When he returned from World War II, he decided to go along the path of funerary director and owning funeral homes. He owned, I want to say, about 4 or 5 funeral homes in this area, building his business from the ground up. I remember the stories he told me about what it was like in the beginning of having to take care of people who had passed from exposure to the elements in their own homes. Things that we wouldn't even think about because we have what was then called a luxury of electricity, of heating, and of basic cooling. It has been a long time since he was a child. He passed away back in 2014. To think now that we have to be careful because people are going to lose these necessities and the idea that exposure can now be a thing that is reclassified on a death certificate here because we can't get our basic electrical needs because we can't afford them chokes me up inside. It gets me to the point where I just want to walk outside and scream. Currently, during the summer times, it can reach an upwards of 100 degrees Fahrenheit with high humidity and high UVB levels. Anyone who has any prior health concerns, such as asthma, or is on certain medications, such as antidepressants, is at risk for any heat-related disease and death. We are not also considering the fact that we have cold snaps that can reach below 0 degrees outside. To sit down and say that people can die from exposure while still being inside their house or after they've been evicted is still a very real threat here. Even though my grandfather had sold the funeral home way before I was born, being part of the funeral family does not leave you. It is an honor and a privilege for me to be able to help out my community, even if I no longer am a part of that life. I have seen the bodies of people who have gone from exposure. I have smelled them. You are only going to cause a higher death rate if you continue to up our necessities into prices that we cannot pay. This isn't a simple, I can't pay my bill, I'm going to be evicted, now I'm homeless, well, at least someone can take care of me. This is a really real threat of people are going to die. Please consider that every time you raise our prices. And if you ever wonder how horrible the weather can get down here, come down here during July. Come down here whenever we're having our cold snaps. We're in the middle of tornado season right now. That has popped back up due to the windstorms. This is our reality. Please do not take it lightly. Thank you.
Let's all go
If you would please state your name and spell.
My name is Joe Cook. It's real simple. Joecook. I am the Executive Director for the Evansville District Council of the Society of St. Vincent de Paul. I want to thank all of you who are here today. I only had to drive 5 minutes. You've got a long way to get home, so I will be brief. My territory is Posey, Vandenberg, Warwick, and the southern half of Gibson County, 95% of which is served by CenterPoint. We have 365 volunteers in 19 parish-based conferences. We talked about last fiscal year. The Society of St. Vincent de Paul received the most requests ever, 5,697 calls for assistance, and 2,265 of those requests were for CenterPoint. The need was $1,122,000 of bills people couldn't pay to CenterPoint. We were only able to help with just over $430,000 of that. 53% of all the money that was requested of us last year was for help with CenterPoint. In full disclosure, we did receive a $50,000 grant from their foundation so that we could help with rent and water bills. They have done many good things for our community. They do have wonderful employees down here in southern Indiana. So I do want to make sure that this is not about piling on the people from this area who work here. You've already heard from others, statistics, the stories. Many of my Vincentians have already spoken this afternoon. You may hear from several more this evening. I appreciate the comments of Councilman Hieronymus and his very passionate and touching story that he told. If we increase the rates by $46 a month, on average, depends on the kilowatt usage, what do you think that's going to do to the people of Southwest Indiana? And I ask from a very selfish point of view, what do you think that's going to do to the nonprofits? We're tired. $2,265 requests for help with CenterPoint. If you're interested, I would welcome you to come and join one of my Vincentians on a home visit. See how these people are impacted by the price that we have to pay down here. We have wonderful Vincentians, all 365 of them. There are wonderful people at Catholic Charities, Salvation Army, Evansville Christian Life Center, Cape Potter's Wheel, and over 400 other nonprofits and the thousands of churches that serve our area. And we're getting worn out. Please listen to all the requests of everyone who's come before, and do not allow CenterPoint to place this raise upon us. Thank you.
If you would state your name and spell it, please.
Yes, Michael Dorney, MichaelDaughterty. I come before you again. I was at the rate increase last year, opposing the same thing that's going on here. Fortunately, now we have a lot of political people coming in, stepping up, and a lot more people opposing CenterPoint. They're finally opening their eyes. I was before all of you, the same judge, Judge Schuster, last year. As you heard all these people come up before you and tell their stories, You've heard from many people today. I've been here since 2 o'clock today, and I had a long speech, but everybody said everything that I was going to say. It just saddens me that this same thing happened last year, and you guys sat up here last year and listened to people pour their hearts out and cry about their bills and what it was doing to them last year. And all five of you voted unanimously to approve the rate increase last year. Shame on you, Commissioner Bennett. Shame on you, Commissioner Freeman. Shame on you, Commissioner Barrett, and shame on you, Chairman Houston. Every single one of you voted for the increase last year when everybody poured their heart out. The same thing's happening now.
Take our money and trash us.
What upsets me the most is during the election cycle last year, CenterPoint poured thousands of dollars into the candidates. Many of you are appointed by judges, the most long-standing, or by the governor. The most long-standing member here is not present today. CenterPoint has lobbied every political person that's ran for office in Indiana. That should not be allowed. They should not be able to do that. They should not be able to use our profits to lobby against you and politicians for rate increases. As many people said earlier at the 2 o'clock hearing, they said it today, $37 million is what David Lassar made in 2021. $32 million is what the buyout was for the veteran CEO leaving, Carl Chapman. And their third quarter profit, I shared this number with you last year, another profit number, $1.667 billion in gross profit in just the third quarter last year. That's billion with a B. To put that in perspective, in 1 million seconds, it's 11 days. In 1 billion seconds, that's 31 years. $1.667 billion in gross profit in 1 quarter. So I'm going to be a little bit cynical. I'm going to personally ask as a CenterPoint customer that you oppose this rate increase, but I'm not very hopeful because I stood before you last year and said the same thing as many others did. I just wish you wouldn't put us in this dog and pony show and have us all walk in here and waste our time. And we're not even getting started about the surge pricing that's going to be coming up before you again that's going to happen. Instead of wasting our time, allow us to all come in here, flip us the bird, and just say thanks for coming. Thank you.
We're taking a recess until 7:45, so we're off the open.
Okay, I need to call the next 4 to come up, please. If the first person would come to the podium, and then the following 3, please sit in the chairs on deck. Barton Heath, Jason Tomisi, Dewey Jones, Dewey Jones, Laverne DeWig, Pamela Miller, Barbara Osborne, James Nichols,
I don't think everybody's back from
Frankie Needhammer, Maxwell Heaton, James Kempsey, Sean Corley. Well, the good news is that finishes up the afternoon group. Dina? Oh, I'm full, okay. Mr. Heath.
Yes, thank you. My name is Barton Heath, Bartonheath. And I'm not here to talk about CenterPoint or bash them. They're doing what corporations do now. What I'm here to address is the bureaucracy of the state of Indiana. And I know that you all are hamstrung by some of the legislation that they've put on you to prevent you from advocating for us. And I don't know how that can be overcome, or really if you want to or not. But something's got to give. And I don't know how it'll take place, but I'm just praying to God that something happens. Because these people, you've heard people out here talking about the conditions of poverty and the economic oppression. And as I'm not originally from Indiana, I came from a trailer park near New York City and came down here, and I find these people in southern Indiana to be some of the friendliest, most genuine people. And 3 weeks after I came here, I moved all my furniture down here, and I'm going to be buried here. This is, it's just wrong what's happening to them. But to go on about some of the logic, I can't speak to the numbers, that's not my game. The CenterPoint territory, in all these territories, CenterPoint territory has 3 to 4 complete counties in their territory. Compare this to the utility territory number county, the county numbers where the largest has 60, 2 others have 12 and 14 counties within their area. And then there's the Indianapolis, Marion County, which is pretty huge, with a large number of residential people. Now, in each of these, it must take a tremendous infrastructure to serve all those counties. What kind of infrastructure do we have? 3 or 4 counties. I mean, one major city in this area. But why the disparity in our cost when we have the smallest number of residential properties, 130,000, compared to numbers of 400,000, 400,000, 400,000, and 800,000. What happened there? I mean, it defies logic. Then you have the problems that CenterPoint has had with their plants. And it seems like they can do anything they want. Their plants break down. They incur a large repair cost. They have a power production shortfall. And they have to buy power that they buy from another producer that makes profit on their power sale. And then our utility wants to make profit on top of power that they never generated that they're selling to us. I mean, you know, where does it end? It seems, I mean, this stuff is silly, but at what level of bad business practice, ignorance, sloth, or criminality does the state require to retract their guaranteed profitability and take away the protections? For the contradiction is, for the working class in Indiana, we are at will or right to work compared to a guarantee of profit for a corporation. I don't see any logic or justice in that. Now, when you consider the implementation of those service areas, well, 100 years ago, when they needed to electrify Indiana, it made sense to grant these utility territories, and they didn't worry about town boundaries, counties, cities, whatever. They just said, we've got to get it electrified and go grab a territory and put them out there. And they guaranteed a profit because you're in competition with all the other states trying to electrify and move your state into the future. But that's no longer the case. Now we're talking about blue chip stocks in these companies, and they're guaranteed on our backs, the backs of the people that are paying their rates. Why are they so special? I mean, what do we get out of this? And then the treatment of the consumers. In 2008, CenterPoint ascended to the highest Indiana rates, utility rates during the economic turmoil. A federal minimum wage adjustment in 2009 may have helped that somewhat. At that time, the poverty rate was 10% in Evansville. 10% in 2009. The state saw a problem and made decisive economic moves in 2011. And that move was the state legislature decided to impose a preemption on the previously unimportant cities, counties, and towns, and to prevent those city, counties, and towns from implementing their own minimum wage. So the answer to us being impoverished by the rates was to silence our representatives and prevent them from advocating for us. I don't know how that's not a civil rights violation. Silencing our paid representatives and telling them to shut up, that they're not going to help us. Today, the Evansville poverty rate has risen to over 20%. That's the handiwork of what they did. They pushed us further into the dirt. Now, don't be mistaken. At the time, I don't remember any of our local representatives lifting a finger or saying a word or complaining about it. They just continued on. Let's just play on. And then one person indicated earlier about the Posey County gas plant. Well, as I remember the Posey County gas plant, they implemented that and said it was going to be like $1 billion, $787 billion. And I believe the IRC rejected that. But then it was brought back later, and well, now it's half the price. So to me, that seems like a good sales technique, telling us it's going to cost way much, and then everybody's happy when it's half price. But what is that plant for? That plant serves nothing. It's out there. If you look at the specifications that they have for that plant and what the results are, what they have done is the specifications that they used more or less are the same as for a hospital critical care generator. It needs dual sources, it needs to be oversized, it needs to be prevented from being overloaded, it needs special testing and requirements, so it's very specialized. I mean, why do we need such a specialized plant? I mean, my dad told me that when someone insists that they have an irresistible venture for you and they are desperate that you buy into it, you should turn it down. And I asked him why. And he said, because they know something you don't know. And I believe that what we didn't know at the time is that they were setting up a black start island that is only to be used as a money pit to garner profit from other plants for not running, for being available in case of a blackout, that they are able to start up other plants. Yeah, it sounds crazy, but look at what their specifications were. They were desperate that you buy into this project. And the gas plant desperation was that it wouldn't be renewable energy. They couldn't have that, but it was going to be gas powered and it was going to be oversized. Desperate that the plant would run only 10% of the time. So we really don't want to load it down because then we can't sell all that excess power that we've dedicated for backup power. Desperate that they have a different gas source, even boring under the Ohio River to get a different gas source. The dual fuel designation is what they get for critical care generators. So they're building it to that standard. So now they get gas from the other side of the river, bore under the river, and they already have gas from southern Indiana. It all seems very, very odd. So we're burdened to pay for this plant that has no load, isn't going to run, but I believe that there are contracts drawn from plants that require the powering up from black start islands, and because only hydropower and gas can do that. Coal can't do it. Nuclear can't do it. Some gas plants can't do it. Diesel can do it, but it's very limited. So all of these things are in need, and they're in need because they're new renewable sources. None of those are black start. Solar, wind, I think the SMRs, the small nuclears, aren't available to start themselves. So you don't want a situation where you're going to have like New York in '67 where it was black for, the whole Northeast was black for 13 hours, or just like Texas, down where CenterPoint's from, go black for a week or whatever. But that's my suspicion, that it's just a pit, that they're going to market that. And part of my reason for believing that is that national agencies, the CO, NERC, and FERC have all published papers talking about the paucity of black start power and the need to raise money, raise funds for the black start providers. So we have a black start provider that even the federal agencies are talking about the necessity of that, and how all of these coal plants and gas plants that are being shuttered are going to cause the need for a black start plant. So curiously, the one that okayed that pipeline under the river without much ado, short time frame, didn't complain, say much about it. Well, that was FERC, the one that's writing the articles about the need for additional funding for black start sources. You can Google it. I mean, I'm nobody special. I found it. So I think that I don't know what's going on. I don't know who's pulling the strings, but I do believe that you're handcuffed, that the bureaucracy is choking the viability of our citizens of this state. And CenterPoint seems to be the focus of it. I'm not, like I said, I'm not here to blame them. I'm here to blame Indiana for not doing enough for its people and treating them like trash. Yeah. And I don't know what the situation is, so I'm not personally demonizing any of you. I'm I'm saying we need help. If you have to go outside the system somehow, talk to the governor, tell him enough is enough. We've had it.
Right, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dinah Terrell? Teresa Goebel? Emily Warnbach? Gabe Carrillo?
Good evening. My name is Jason Tomsey, Jasontomcsi. On behalf of AARP Indiana and behalf of older Hoosiers across southwestern Indiana, most of whom are CenterPoint Electric customers, AARP Indiana is pleased to make the following comments on the utilities rate request. These comments will also be submitted electronically to the OUCC. AARP Indiana is here representing residential customers, particularly the 50-plus population, many of whom you've already heard from today. Many of these customers are on lower or inflexible incomes, which makes rising energy bills a challenge when you combine that with higher grocery, housing, and medical costs. CenterPoint's rates, which are already at the highest in the state, in any increase, especially the one that's being proposed in this case, makes a tough situation worse. In regards to the specifics of CenterPoint's request, I would like to start with the proposed increase in the residential fixed customer charge from $10.84 to $23.20. As you've already heard, this is a 114% increase and is too high. The IURC should keep the customer charge where it is currently, as these high fixed charges make controlling energy bills more difficult, discourages conservation, and punishes older customers who tend to use less electricity. In regards to CenterPoint's requested return on equity, the 10.4% it is seeking is excessive when compared to current financial market conditions and what other utilities are receiving. Indeed, Commissioners, your counterparts in Illinois on the Commerce Commission just cut Ameren's rate to 8.72%. Furthermore, the Commission has authorized multiple financial risk mitigating rate-making policies, which allows CenterPoint to recover investments with IURC oversight, but between rate proceedings. This allowed return should reflect this reduced risk that they now have. Now, when it comes to the proposed tax adjustment rider and the green power riders, we believe the IURC should reject them. AARP opposes riders and surcharges which fast-track rate increases without proper oversight, especially for such things as taxes and green power. These costs should be recovered in base rates. Finally, CenterPoint's request to implement remote disconnection of customers for non-payment presents concerns for older customers as well as those with medical needs. The IURC should require additional oversight of remote disconnections for lower income and older customers, as well as medical need customers, to ensure that all assistance opportunities have been afforded to the customer facing financial difficulty and that it is communicated to sub-customers via a medium that they could reasonably understand. AARP has not only argued for increased customer protections for such customers here in Indiana, but also in other states. The IURC should carve out this request and have a generic review for all utilities. We want to thank the IURC and the OUCC for today's hearing and the opportunity to comment, and we hope that you will listen closely not only to our comments, but all those who have taken the time today to let you know how this massive increase will impact them. Thank you.
Mark Frederick. Please go ahead.
Evening, James Nichols, James, last name Nichols, Nichols. Thank you for your time this evening. So I'm an engineer by trade, just a citizen of the community, so I'll speak to numbers here real quick. So the OUCC publishes a study, July of 2023, And in that CenterPoint, of the 12 different power suppliers in Indiana, ranked dead last for the rate that they're providing to customers here in southern Indiana. They're 30% above the average. This is a continuing trend. So secondary, in that same study they published 10 years ago, Vectren, or CenterPoint at the time, was 49% above the average. So a continuing trend. So for justification for the rate increase, CenterPoint provided this flyer out to all the different customers. And in it they state that they completed just now this year a $446.5 million infrastructure improvement. And so that was part of their justification for this rate request. At 7 years, that equates to $63.8 million per year. So my last point I'll make here is, per the SEC filings, I think you've heard from others, but I'll reiterate it. In 2021, CenterPoint paid their executive head, published $79.2 million to 6 members. From 2019 to 2020, that was an increase total payout to the executive board of 122%. From 2020 to 2021, that was increased again 89%. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sean Corley. I spoke earlier. I'm not going to take up much time because
Ma'am, I need you to state your name and spell it, please.
Sean, S-H-A-W-N, Gorley, G-O-U-R-L-E-Y. As I was saying, I'm not going to take up much of your time. I just left to point out, and it's a very important point earlier that needed to be made. When I talked about how Indiana, Evansville in particular, is 19th in electric cost, we also, on the other side of the scale, are ranked 795 in the nation as far as cities in income. We are one of the lowest large city incomes. So I felt that was really important to go along with, to show you just how lopsided it is. Okay, thank you guys.
Joe, Kratochvil, or something similar? Thank you. Tien Moose Dink. Thomas Berry Jr. Andrew Marty. Please, sir, if you'd state your name and spell it.
Gabe Carrejo, C-A-R-R-E-J-O, Gabe, G-A-B-E. I am not from Evansville, Indiana. I moved here from Nashville, Tennessee in July of last summer. So this is my first time enjoying this CenterPoint utility bill that I received last month. So that got me interested in wondering, well, what is it that I love about Indiana and Evansville? And it's the cornfields, it's the fishing, it's, you know, that great, hey, come to Indiana, be a Hoosier. Well, the CenterPoint energy bill that I got was almost $300. I live by myself. Like, how is that possible? My Nashville home with equitable square footage was $100 less for the same period of time last year, December of 2022. So let's look at the kilowatts per hours. Nashville is 11 to 12 cents per kilowatt per hour. Up here, it's 15 to 16 cents per kilowatt hour. How can you justify that when you look at the Census Bureau between Evansville's $50,000 a year per household and Nashville's $80,000 per year per household? These people are getting fleeced. Why would I want to retire here when you're going to increase from $300 to most likely $400? It's not going to be $46 flat. Not with surgery. That's not going to happen. We all know it. So what I did is I looked around my home. What the hell else can I unplug? What can I do to reduce that bill? Get those kilowatt hours down. So I did everything that CenterPoint Energy on their website wanted me to do. I was a product manager for a billion-dollar company for 6 years, so I understand corporations and their bottom lines. I had to think outside of the box. 2 things in my house constantly pull energy. What can I do about one of them? So I went to Amazon, I bought a $10 smart plug, pulled out my refrigerator, and every 3 hours, I turn it on for 1 hour. For 3 hours off, 1 hour on. 3 hours off, 1 hour on. So I'm gonna save, by myself, $100 per year, because I turn off my 2005 era refrigerator that I can't replace because I'm renting a house. It doesn't belong to me. So what can I do to change my bill in the meantime? Because I can't go out and buy a nice, 2024 home with a solar array on the roof, green energy double panel windows, and all that great stuff that probably you all enjoy, I'm sure. Thank you.
If you please state your name and spell it.
Yeah, my name is Mark Frederick, M-A-R-K-F-R-E-D-R-I-C-K. Okay, a little bit nervous, but here's the deal. I think this is important for me to be here tonight. Come right down to it, it's real simple. CenterPoint is a monopoly. Real simple. And, being the fact that they are so unique because they work under environmental complete greed, plain and simple. They have no competition. They will never go out of business. They are God. They are on easy street. Respectfully, whether I'm right or wrong, they're very corrupt and they're very dysfunctional. They take no accountability, they have no responsibility, they have no ethics. All the people here tonight that came here, they are so credible, so realistic, so true, and trying to talk about a monopoly, a CenterPoint, is how do we talk? None of us are monopolies. They are. All the people that work for them know that they work in an environment where they can do no wrong. It'll be around forever. That's really dysfunctional as far as I'm concerned, okay? Now, moving forward, and I say this with respect, this whole thing tonight is a publicity stunt, okay? Respectfully, it's like you guys are publicity puppets, and what I'm saying is, we're talking about lots and lots and lots of money, okay? With CenterPoint, the decision's already been made. They want to get it done. Tonight would be very beneficial if, let's say there's 500 seats here. Had there been 1,000 seats here tonight and 1,000 people did show up, people who are really sick, really poor, et cetera, or even people who have a lot of money, they just wanted to be here to share the same opinion, okay? It would have made a big difference because then that would have hopefully got out and maybe that information press would get to Indianapolis, okay, out of Evansville kind of thing. And Evansville is in the middle of nowheres. I'm not from Evansville, my wife is, but Evansville gets stumped upon all the time. Evansville is a quick hit for a lot of people, or for a lot of companies, because they are in the middle of nowheres. Even in the state of Indiana, it's my opinion that Evansville is an out of sight, out of mind town, plain and simple, okay? There's politics, but that's my opinion. And I'm an outsider. And I didn't grow up here, but that's exactly what I see. And then, with that being said, I'm understanding what your responsibility is, okay? Okay, so here's the deal. Obviously, I wish that you don't pass this. I have little faith that it will happen like that. And the reason being, we're talking money. Money, there's a double standard here where husband and wives will go home and talk to your husband and wives and maybe your children and say, I did my job, you know, we're going to increase it. I heard all these sob stories, which you did. But and these people are a dime a dozen for you, okay? And, you know, it's terrible. I mean, Evansville is a little town, okay? It's not a big town, but it's an easy hit for a lot of companies. It's so obvious, okay? And CenterPoint, when they took over this area, knew it would be a good opportunity to make a lot of money. And the same thing, when there's bad press in this area, it stays here. It doesn't go out to Indianapolis. So the bottom line is we're relying on you to do the right thing. And, you know, I hope you do it. I hope that the people at CenterPoint do the right thing. You know, I hope you don't have a double standard where you say, well, I did the right thing, but hey, I'm going to go to church and act like a Christian and say, hey, I did the right thing. I'm going to be a good example for my son and daughter, my relatives, my parents who have bad health, but I would help them pay their electric bill, et cetera, okay? Again, this is very true to my belief, my words. We live in a world where anything goes. There's no leadership. I have TBI. I can't write a check. I was out of work for 8 years, but now I got a part-time job. I do have an MBA degree, but now I'm peeling potatoes at a high school cafeteria. Humorously, I just got promoted to being able to mash those potatoes now. It's a joke. But here's the point being is this, I'm suffering like hell, okay? My daughter in her apartment and us, we keep our heat at 65 and we're freezing our asses off. Plain and simple. CenterPoint, that whole scheme of things is very evil. Plain and simple. If you think anything goes, then go ahead and approve this thing and do it, okay? And when you die and go to heaven and you're at the pearly gates, and God says, did you do the right thing and you lied to him? Well, I hate to tell you where you're going to go. But you guys have to have you guys are the leaders here. We're not leaders, okay? None of us are. You guys are playing the politics and the power. You get the money, okay? You're working with a monopoly that it's a joke. They're going to be around forever, okay? So, you know, these people are telling all their sad stories, which are true, but you've heard this dime a dozen. So you can either respect that, you feel privileged that you heard it from real people, and do something about it, or then do nothing. But I have a feeling tonight you're going to go home and at some point approve this, because it's, I could say you care, but maybe you really don't care. But again, this whole thing about a monopoly, CenterPoint, it's evil, plain and simple, okay? We live in a country that the world doesn't respect us anymore. The leadership in our country is so corrupt. If you feel that's the way it should go, keep on going. I mean, we don't have the power to be in your seat tonight, okay? But if you have any Christianity and morality, a sense of spirituality, do the right thing, okay? Take off your ties, put on your casual clothes, act like one of us, okay? I have TBI, and I cannot tell you how terrible it is for me to try to do anything, okay? I'm on disability. Like I said, I have an MBA, okay? So I never thought I'd be working in the cafeteria. And I thank God for that, okay? But at least I'm doing the right thing. I pray that you guys will do the right thing too. God bless you. Thank you.
If you'd state your name and spell it, please.
Yes. My name is Tien Moore Dank. T-I-A-N as in Nancy, M-O-O-R-E-D-E-N-K. Thank you. I wasn't necessarily planning on speaking tonight, but I felt compelled. I will tell you a little bit about myself. I'm 26 years old. I have lived in Newburgh and Evansville my whole life. My father is from Evansville and Newburgh and wanted to raise his kids where he grew up. I have lived on my own since I was 20 years old. I currently live with 2 roommates. None of us have children. I work 2 jobs. Each of my roommates work a full-time job. And we are close to homelessness almost all of the time. We are 1 check away from being evicted, having nowhere to go. I have the privilege of having parents in the area that I can go back to, but my roommates, my friends, other people who live here don't have that privilege and will end up on the streets. I did not actually know that it was not normal for towns to only have 1 energy company until very recently. It was not something I ever thought about because this is where I've lived my whole life. So we've had 1 energy company. I thought that's just the way it is. We don't have a choice like how we have a choice with our phone company or our internet company to choose and see and compare deals and try to make it work for us. Like I said, I lived in an apartment. I don't have a choice on how energy efficient my apartment is. We have very poor insulation, which does cause our energy rates to go up because when we try to use the heat or the air conditioner, it's going right out the window, right through the walls. Light bulbs, appliances, I'm not sure how old they are. They're not new. I'm sure our dryer for sure takes up a lot of energy because you have to run it several times. And I am overcome with anxiety almost every night, hoping that I'll have enough money to make it. I eat maybe once a day. I just ate my first meal of the day. My friend brought me a McDonald's sandwich, and that's normal for me because I don't have the money to always have food. And I have to make a choice on whether I am going to eat that day or if I'm going to pay my bills, which is a very scary reality to live in. And that's not something that I ever imagined when I was growing up. Seeing my parents living in this area, I never imagined that I would be struggling so hard, trying to make ends meet, living with 2 people. None of us have dependents. I'm working 2 jobs. They're both working full-time jobs, and we're still struggling so hard every single month to try to make it. Because not only is the cost of living going up, but our backs are against the wall having to pay these prices that the energy company chooses, and we have no choice. We have to pay it or we'll get evicted and we'll be homeless. And my reality is not unique. I'm not the only person in Evansville living this way. I know for sure that there are people who have it worse than I do, and I'm very thankful that I still have a home to live in. But I know several of my friends who are in the same boat as me, who struggle monthly, and maybe they have kids and they struggle even harder, and my friends aren't eating, you know. This is an issue for my generation who has grown up here. Like I said, I'm a 2nd generation Evansville resident, and I don't see a future for me in Evansville. I don't see the American dream for me in Evansville. I have plans to move out of Evansville as soon as I'm able to because I don't want to be here anymore. It's hard and it's terrifying, like actually terrifying. And I hope that none of you have been in that position, but I do ask that you put yourself in my shoes for a moment and think about nightly staying up, not able to sleep, on the verge of tears, crying because I'm so worried about money. And that's just not right, and it's not right for me, and it's not right for a lot of other people, the people who have spoken before me, the people who are going to speak after me, people who are on fixed incomes, people who don't have the ability to have roommates or to work multiple jobs, people who don't have that opportunity are worse off than I am, and it breaks my heart, and it actually makes me sick to my stomach. I have been sick to my stomach, worrying about my bills, worrying about if me and my roommates are going to be kicked out of our apartment. What's going to happen to us? What's going to happen to me? What's going to happen to them? I would like to thank you all for being here and listening to what we have to say, and I hope that someone has gotten across to you. I hope that you have a lot to think about when you go home tonight. I know that it's been a very, very long day for all of you. I'm sure it's been a long day for us too. And I would just really like you to look into yourself and vote no to rate increases because it's not right. And it's scary for not only me, but almost everyone else in this room and people who have spoken before me. That's all I'd like to say. Thank you.
Kay Platts. Keith Norberg. Mr. Barry, if you would please state your name and spell it.
Yes. My name's Thomas Berry, Thomasberry. I live in Evansville, have since 1969. I've been to many of these meetings over the years. And, well, first of all, I want to thank y'all for being here and hearing this. And I want to thank the public for showing up this year like they've shown up. And many of the other ones in the past hadn't been anywhere near the public showing up like this. So, you're supposed to, your thing here, it's been read a couple times, so I won't go through it. You know, it says that you're supposed to be for us. You're not supposed to be for CenterPoint, as the IURC, okay? And unfortunately, what Mike said earlier on today, Mike Doherty, has happened just about every time. I can't think of one time when the IURC has denied a rate increase to any utility company in those 50 years. Maybe they have. I'm not, because I didn't come last year. I haven't come to every one of them, but I've come to several. And, you know, I'm 77 years old. Just my own, let's take my own thing here. I'm 77 years old. I have my house paid for. It's not a bad house, but it's not a real nice house. It's only a 1,400 square foot house. We've done everything we can to insulate the property. Our bill this in December was $100 more than it was last December. That's 25%. I can figure that right off the top of my head. It was over $400, almost somewhere between $400 and $450. My wife pays that bill, so I don't know exactly. She told me, but I don't remember. But I know it's over $400 this year for that 1 month. And that doesn't sound like it's too bad compared to some of them. Okay? But you know what? One of the things I've noticed on the bills now is all the extra charges and the fees that CenterPoint has put on since they've come into town. It's not so much the usage itself as it is all the extras, and just like a couple of other things that's been mentioned here tonight. I can't remember what they are off the top of my head, but so I would say they've already got their rates with all these fees. Right? But this has been their modus operandi throughout the country, where they bought a utility company. They go in and they buy these utilities that aren't doing, charging so much. Then they stick a knife in the back of their customers. They make record profits. They pay their execs exorbitant salaries and bonuses while burying the customers. It isn't right. It's time for this to stop. And Indiana can stop it. You can stop it, because that's your job. It's time. That's what kids like to say is good. So it's time for you guys to stand up for the public for change. I got 2 or 3 questions I'd like to leave you with. I'd like to ask you, this is as much for the public as it is for you guys. I'd like to ask if there's any in the public here that can remember a time when these raises were turned down over 50 years. If there's any of you here that's been in here at all. Maybe I'm just senile. Not really, but does it really do any good for us to protest? Or should the public just join together, go hire an attorney and file a class action lawsuit if this thing is just passed with it just ignoring us against the state, the IURC, the CenterPoint, whoever has to be filed against to stop this. We are America. We are a people, of the people, by the people, for the people. If we don't stand up for ourselves, people, nobody else is going to. We've done seen that in the federal government. And it's getting worse day by day. And I'm not against you guys. I mean, you're people like we are, okay? But it's time our government started standing up for us people once again. That's all I got to say.
Nicole Smith. Shelby Suttles. If you would please state your name and spell for the court reporter.
My name is Andrew Martin, ANDREWMARTIN. I get up at 3:15 in the morning to go to work. I should be in bed right now. I missed dinner with my kids and my wife because it's important for me to say, don't give them this. What they're willing to take is food from my table and gas from my tank, because that's where the money's going to come from if I have to pay extra each month for electricity just for something that should be right. I wish there was more. I wish I could give you a furious, angry statement to them, but I don't want to do that because I don't want to take more time than what we've already taken here today. It's just wrong. It's not right. It's not reasonable to have a rate increase and to take more money from people who are struggling. I'm a disabled vet. I have a part-time job. My wife has a full-time job, and we still are hurting and getting paycheck to paycheck, month to month, and have to take in the savings every month. It's just not right, and I don't agree with it, and I don't think you should pass it. Thank you.
My name is Kay Platts, Kayeplatts. I am a CenterPoint customer. I am a CenterPoint victim. I understand that CenterPoint gives billions to various charities. That's billions with a B. While I believe in giving to charities, I do not believe CenterPoint should be giving to charities so they can have tax write-offs. One of the charities that CenterPoint donates to is Dolly Parton's Imagination Library program that gives books to children. I'm all for literacy. I'm all for children having books. But CenterPoint should not be giving books. CenterPoint should be giving fair billings to their customers. About every 3 months, I receive a report card from CenterPoint telling me that my energy usage is better or more efficient than 90% of comparable households. These report cards cost money to compile, there's money to print them, there's money to mail them. CenterPoint does not know my household size, the age and maintenance of my furnace and air conditioner, and other factors that go into my energy usage. These report cards are useless and a waste of money. CenterPoint should stop the report cards and use the money saved to reduce costs to the customers. Is it possible for the Indiana Utility Regulatory Commission to decrease the current rates? That's the direction that needs to be taken. We should not be talking about increases, but instead be talking about decreases. There is a good crowd here this evening. There would probably be a bigger crowd if so many were not working their second job of the day in order to pay their CenterPoint bills. Thank you for being here, and thank you for listening.
Thank you. Barry Burlow. Dan Ryan. Dan Ryan. Daniel Bitzert. If you would please state your name and spell for the reporter.
I will. My name is Keith, K-I-T-H, Norberg, N-O-R-B-E-R-G. I reside here in Evansville. I've lived here since 2010 now. My wife and I, we own our home. Still making payments on it, along with everything else. It's just the two of us. I don't have kids and the rest of it like most of these folks in our town. I volunteered for a nonprofit, and my wife does too, Pay It Forward Loan. So I've seen some of this firsthand, people struggling, trying to get by, doing without food or medications or whatever the case may be, to try and pay their bills and the rest of it. I've also seen a bunch of them go to the street because they just can't do it anymore. And they run a kitchen out of down there. Wednesday night we feed dinners to the different people. We also serve breakfast on Saturday mornings. And these people are struggling. It's not just one family in our city, it's several. Our nonprofit is even struggling. We got a 43,000 square foot building that they lease several other buildings to for different nonprofit agencies that deal with different handicaps and so on and so forth and educational deals. They're all nonprofits too. But when the power bill's running $6,800 a month for that $43,000 foot building, what do you expect? And then you're going to try and add this on top of it. It's going to kill them. It's going to close nonprofits. Not including my household bills. I mean, my wife and I struggle every month. We have to put this off or that off to keep our bills paid. And it's not a case the income's not there. It's just a case, hey, interest rates went up. Cost of food went up. Cost of water went up. Sewage. It's everything combined. Now you want to take, CenterPoint wants to up our hikes on our electric again too? Come on, we can't take it anymore, folks. I'd ask you all, have some decency. Show these folks some kindness and tell CenterPoint to go to hell.
Tansy Troop. Thomas Stratton. If you would please state your name and spell it.
Shelby, S-H-E-L-B-Y, Suttles, S-U-T-T-L-E-S. First off, I would like to thank all of you for coming here to hear us speak today. I would especially like to thank the OUCC over here for making this possible and putting everything together. I know it was a lot of hard work, and we all appreciate it. I want to keep it short. A lot of people came here to speak today, a lot. And the lady out front told me that more people signed up to speak than she's seen in the last 5 years. And I've listened, I've been here since 2 until now, listening to everyone. And I didn't come here to speak. I decided to speak after I heard most of the first hearing. I don't want to talk about numbers, and I don't want to talk about personal stories. You've heard a lot of it today from every different aspect and angle. I want to talk about respect. Because everyone here has come out here to talk to you guys, has shown respect, has not gotten emotional. I know they're angry, I know they're pissed off, they're emotional, they're passionate, they're struggling. And they come down here, they take hours out of their day to speak to you. They're not getting paid, this isn't their job, this is their life, this is their livelihood. And I'm not sure that it's a respect given is completely deserved even, but it doesn't matter, they give it anyways. And I think that speaks to the spirit of this city and this community, and what they're willing to do to make an impact on their future for people my age and younger and even older, because this affects everyone. This is electricity. This isn't a special type of food or a new iPhone. Everyone has to pay for this. Everyone has to have it, and no one has a choice in it but you guys. You guys are our hope, who we look to, who kids my generation look up to, and I just, today, what I want you guys to get out of this is to remember our names, our faces, our stories, our struggles, our pains. When you go home at night, when you go to make that decision, please make the correct one, because this city will remember. Thank you.
Please state your name and spell it.
Barry Burley, B-A-R-R-Y, B-U-R-L-E-I-G-H. I'm going to do a little moment of silence just so you guys can soak in what the guy in front of me said. You've heard dozens of stories today. You've heard dozens of stories this morning, or at 2 o'clock. They're all the same. There isn't not one person said they was in favor of this thing. I was here less than 6 months ago, probably at this same podium. Same thing went, and one gentleman brought it up. You guys unanimously passed that one. There was not one person that said they was in favor of that raise. But you did it anyway. I expect you're going to do it again. People, the only thing you can do is vote. Vote! Get out there and vote. Get rid of our legislature, get rid of our governor, and get rid of these people that just rubber stamp all this stuff from the utilities. I want to speaking of the utilities, they have almost totally killed solar for residential people in the state of Indiana. You have no choice. You have to stick with the government, with the utility. Just absolutely ridiculous, and it's not going to change until you change our government. Change the legislature, change the governor.
Would you please state your name and spell?
Yeah, hi, my name is Daniel Ritzert, D-A-N-I-E-L-R-I-T-Z-E-R-T. Thank you everyone for showing up today to hear the citizens of Evansville, Indiana. We do appreciate it. So I am here to express my strong opposition to the proposed rate hike 45990 for CenterPoint customers. This increase is unjustified, unreasonable, and unfair to the hardworking people of Evansville, Indiana. This rate hike request comes at a time when many of us are still struggling to cope with the economic and social impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. Many of us have not fully recovered yet. Our incomes have not increased with the cost of living, and many are unable to even afford health insurance. Many of us are facing higher costs of living, such as food, rent, and medical bills. Many of us are trying to save money and energy by reducing our consumption and switching to more efficient appliances and devices. This rate hike request also ignores the fact that CenterPoint has already received generous subsidies and incentives from the state and federal governments, as well as from the customers. They have benefited from the tax cuts, the renewable energy credits, and the energy efficiency programs. They have also enjoyed a monopoly status in the region with no competition or accountability. Their rate hike request is not based on any legitimate need or justification. It is based on their greed and their desire to increase their profits and dividends at the expense of us customers. It is based on their disregard and disrespect for the people who depend on their service and who pay their bills. CenterPoint needs to reconsider their business practices and priorities and learn to live within their means and learn to budget better like we all have to do. I urge you all to reject this greedy rate hike request and to protect the rights and interests of us Indiana residents. So, during a recent break that we had, I called to check on my mother as she was not feeling good earlier in the day. I asked her how she was feeling by now. She said she was feeling better. She said she turned the heat on 75. She thinks she was just cold, is why she was feeling bad. So, it does enrage me to think she was feeling bad because she was trying to keep her electric bill down. Y'all have to do better. Y'all are supposed to be for us people. Y'all should not be rubber stamping every request CenterPoint sends to y'all. Over the past 3 months, I have looked into buying property across the bridge in Kentucky. I have family over there. Their electric and water bills, their sewer rates, their gas prices, everything is cheaper over there. So I've been seriously considering selling my house, taking the equity that I have in my house and purchasing an acre or 2 or 3 of land and just putting a double wide or something like that on it. Because I don't see no future for me here in Evansville. I bought my house 5 years ago on a 15-year mortgage, and I have 10 years left on it. But with all the increases on everything, then this request for an increase on top of that, it's just unreal. It is unreal that CenterPoint can live within our community and not see the effects that they are causing on everybody here. And so I will just leave it with that, and I oppose the rate hike. Thank you.
Jacob Lehman, Barbara Rodenberg. Please state your name and spell.
My name is Thomas Stratton. Thomas, Thomas, last name Stratton. I am a family physician working in a community health center. I am also the chair for the Health Committee of Evansville NAACP branch. I am here as a citizen. Like many in this room, our February bill was high, astonishingly high, in fact the highest we've seen on our records. Now we have been fortunate enough to have rooftop solar, and we do try our best to conserve. And of course this industry killed net metering and disincentivized sustainable energy via their stranglehold on the State House. Nonetheless, we happen to be comfortable at this time, and for that grace, that unmerited favor, we are grateful, but not to CenterPoint. Yet, there are thousands of families across this captive service area, many on the knife edge of economic survival, one paycheck away, bound to the sole community household energy provider, a provider not based in or connected to or centered at any way, at any point in this community except by the stream, the torrent of cash it receives. These families are recipients of unmerited and increasingly dire financial hardship. They work just as hard. They put at least as much toil and passion into their work, and their lives and their children's lives have just as much meaning and just as much value as any shareholder or board member at CenterPoint. Within healthcare, we're finally giving due attention to the social determinants of health. Social determinants are conditions in the environments where people are born, live, learn, work, play, worship, and age. and that affect a wide range of health functioning and the quality of life outcomes and risks. One of the key social determinants of health is economic security. I see the consequences of economic insecurity every single day. Every day when someone is forced to choose between the monthly insulin regimen and utilities, between groceries and utilities and rent, between investing in their children's future and not having the power shut off today. The flip side to this institutionalized deprivation is the lucrative, lush ROE, return on equity, CenterPoint enjoys. That term alone, return on equity. Equity. And we know at a glance in this red line city that social equity is not in CenterPoint's equation. In fact, CenterPoint will add to the misery of this community with this rate hike and will disproportionately target historically excluded and economically at-risk households. $47 more every month from each captive customer to pay for past and future failures of this corporation. The failure to see the economic dead end of continued addiction to fossil fuel fume-belching monstrosities that put us all in the sacrifice zone at even greater risk. The failure to secure anything but shareholder returns and to maintain a CEO compensation package that is staggering, even for this industry. Unconscionable. In return, what do we get from CenterPoint? A corporate logo or a sponsorship on some community event here, free popcorn here, free fireworks there, cheap plastic crap like this. Guess what this is? Literally a box of Band-Aids. Band-Aids, a metaphor for the cosmetic, superficial remedies this corporation offers as so-called charity in exchange for the deep wounds it inflicts on our most vulnerable. I am talking about economic trauma. This winter, mild as winters go, has seen neighbors dying in the streets for want of safe housing. All while the 1% of a for-profit corporation reap a cozy sum. This year, more families are on the verge of losing utilities and their housing, nudged a little closer to the brink by CenterPoint. All the while, the 1% of a for-profit corporation reap a tidy profit. I have been around long enough to remember Enron, another Houston behemoth. The bigwigs and their corporate raiders instilling chaos into the grid, yucking it up about what they were doing to grandmothers. Today's corporate elite at CenterPoint paint this latest measure with a veneer of decency, saying they'll boost reliability. Know what's reliable? The uptick of families whose service will be cut off due to this rate hike, and their AC when they've been shut off. And if they have asthma, or if they have diabetes and need insulin that is stored properly, or their child's online homework just isn't going to get done. Rely on this happening, count on it. CenterPoint's greed imperils present and future economic security. People in this community are fed up. Please listen to them today. I firmly believe they have not steered you wrong. But if we let CenterPoint take the wheel, people are going to just go hungry without their medications, without transportation. Because that money that CenterPoint will suck up in its greed won't go to fill working families' needs. People are going to risk losing their jobs and lose their homes. To put it bluntly, people are likely to die. And at the end of the day, that loss for any one family accrues to us all. It is a loss to all of this community. These losses won't reflect on CenterPoint's ROE. That is where you come in, to balance the books, to restore rationality to this wildly unhinged system. Thank you.
Pam Beinhaus. Norbert Schmid, S-C-H-M-I-E-D. Barbara Dye. Margaret Connolly. Sarah Miller. Please go ahead and say your name and spell it for the court reporter.
Jacob Lehman, Jacob Leaman. First off, for the record, my views do not in any way reflect the views of my employer. I just happen to come this way after work. So take that as it is. I've been here this evening and just been kind of taking it all in, kind of just looking here and seeing your discerning faces, paying attention to us, taking the notes, whether they came up here to berate you or whether they came up here to state their personal stories or whether they came up here to, whatever their purpose was. I want to thank you for your time. I want to thank you for everything you've been doing tonight and that you'll continue doing after I go home and get a bite to eat. I want to come at this kind of from the perspective of somebody who has some public health knowledge. My degree is in food nutrition, health and wellness. I'm a Bachelor of Science from USI. I also got my CMA from Ross Medical Education Center. The public health angle of this being, when you increase raises and you increase these rates, you make them out of price for people who are the most vulnerable. Certainly the elderly, certainly infants. You're sentencing people to death. I have seen it in the ER. I have seen people coming in of heat exhaustion in our urgent cares. Don't do this to people. Think about the health aspect overall for just hospitals. The incredible amount of money that it takes just to run a CT once, the countless times that it's done in a day. That price is going to go from that to that. That price is going, that price incurred is going to go down to the consumer, is going to go down to the patient. And adding to bills that they can't pay. Adding to bills that they're struggling to get assistance with. This is beyond talking about greed. This is just talking about decency to one another as human beings. I absolutely beg you to reject this rate increase, just as I stand against it. Thank you so much for your time.
If you would please state your name and spell it.
Barbara Rodenberg, Barbara Rodenberg. My husband and I are retired teachers. We live in a 100-year-old house. We have done some things to make it more efficient. We've had the energy study done. We work hard to manage our bills. One of the ways we do this is to put aside money during the summer when the bills are lower. Typically, we air condition very, very sparingly so that we have enough money to pay for our bills during the higher billing months in the winter. We keep our thermostat at 64 or 65 in the winter. We are nearly 75 years old, and every single night this winter, we turn our furnace off. We turned our furnace off every single night last winter in order to keep our bills down. CenterPoint has been granted increase after increase. They have added tracker after tracker with no approval or oversight. I'm just asking that you deny the rate hike. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Barbara Dye, B-A-R-B-A-R-A, last name is D-Y-E. I've been listening to so many people here, and I'm so impressed with people of Evansville and their ability to express themselves. I have been overwhelmed by it. I have got so many things going in my head, I hope things come out in some kind of logical order. I definitely have great opposition to the proposed rate hike, not just for myself, but for the community. I do know that when CenterPoint purchased a Vectron, they did it on the purpose of making money. That's why corporations buy other corporations, not because they think it's a fun thing to do. In my house, it's a small house, just over 1,000 square feet. I run my furnace anywhere from 63 to 65 degrees in the wintertime, 76 to 78 in the summer. I had to get a new furnace this last spring. I didn't turn my air conditioner on till at least mid-July, where the temperatures got so high and the humidity was ridiculous. I have insulated everything I can insulate. I have 3 blankets on my bed. Right now I have flannel lined clothes on to keep myself warm. I feel like paying all these extra monies for utilities is like burning it or throwing it in the toilet. It just goes to who knows where. The idea of the surge pricing just gets me batty. I know if Wendy's does surge pricing, we can avoid it. Utilities, we can't avoid it. We don't know when they're going to kick in. We don't know if it's at 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, till we can turn our things down. We don't know. We have no control. There's no warning signal that says, hey, at 3 o'clock, the prices are going to go up. So we can make sure we don't run our washing machine and our dryer, or people have a dishwasher, that kind of thing. I don't have a dishwasher. That takes more utilities. I looked it up, and our rates are currently higher than in Texas, where CenterPoint operates. I have weird beliefs, but I have a belief that part of what they want up here is for us to subsidize what's going on in Texas. So there are people in Texas who are close to them, can't come after them because they're mad because their utilities go up. But why in the world should our prices be higher than what's in Texas, where they have their home office? The previous CEO, David Lesser, was making at least $37.8 million. I bet if you take all of your incomes, all of the extra you have for doing this, all of your spouse's incomes, you're not going to come anywhere close to it. Not even close to it. It is ridiculous. Yeah, it was on Bloomberg. It said that last year, his income was one of the 12 highest ones as far as being overpaid in the entire country, including the technology industries. Massive, massive waste. Nobody is worth 37.8 at all, under any circumstances. And he'd only been in the office, what, a year, year and a half, maybe 2 at the most? When they gave him that money, the shareholders themselves, who own the company supposedly, said no to this pay scale, and they did it anyway. They didn't even care about their own shareholders. That is implausible for me. CenterPoint says that they are committed to building a company that is always there for its customers. That's an interesting statement. But what they're wanting to do with this rate hike is going to cause a disproportionate harm to those least able to afford the rates. I'm not in that situation now, but I was at one point in time where I had to have 4 jobs just to pay my bills. 4 jobs. I was doing nothing but working. I went from one job to another job to another job to another job. 4 jobs just to pay the bills. I know people that are like that now. I know people that are homeless living in their cars or just have gotten out of doing that. It is unfathomable to me. My husband was one of many of hundreds in this area that was on dialysis at home. I was always petrified the power would go off. And if I were in a situation where financially I couldn't pay the bill and I was thinking that was the reason the power was going to go off, I'd really be scared. And not only that, that dialysis cost $3,500 a day, every day. If you can imagine being in that situation, not having any money, and you have somebody in your family that this is just one disease that has to have equipment, $3,500 a day, and you're still trying to put food on the table, you're trying to get gas to get somebody to a hospital or to a doctor's appointment, trying to get kids taken care of, taking care of daycare, whatever the bills may be. I cannot imagine at this time of my life looking back thinking, oh my God, if I had to deal with that, my head would explode. I don't know how some of these young people and people that have no income or very little restricted income can have any chance of making it. And that 60 some odd dollars increase a month, that's over $800 a year. That's a big chunk. And if you've got somebody who's on minimum wage or only able to work part-time because they can't, for whatever reason, get a full-time job, whether it's medical, they might have had a criminal history, whatever the reasoning is, they didn't get their GED, whatever it is, and they're only making $12,000, $14,000 a year. That's a big chunk. And if they're living in, like I said, somebody else's property where they can't do the improvements, or even if it's their own property, they can't afford to put insulation in, that costs money. All this, I am just really concerned about the other people in our community who are having these problems. During COVID, we had lines and lines of people coming in to pick up free food. That I understood because of circumstances. Businesses were shut down, they were being isolated. It's still going on. We just recently had one of those and they were out in just minutes, their food was all gone. They had like 200 or 300 servings or boxes of food. It was gone in a snap. People are still in that situation. We have so many people in the city that are just one little flip away from just catastrophe in their families. And I feel so, so sorry for them. The thing is that we pay you. You are working for us. You're being paid in state funds to do these jobs. Your first thought shouldn't be, how do we let these things go through? Your first thing should be no. Your first thought should be no. Then they have to justify it. It shouldn't be the other way around, where it's yes, and we have to justify you changing your mind. That's where we're sitting right now, thinking that that's what it is, that your first thought is, yes, we're going to do it. Now let's hear if we hear enough from the people to say, no, we shouldn't do it. Evansville has lost so much population, and I've heard so many people that have moved out of the area. I know people that have moved out of the area, and one of the reasons, there are other reasons, but one of the reasons is the utility costs, and the prices here are just going up, and it is ridiculous. My utilities, I have a very small house, it's over 1,000 square feet. My utilities have gone up a third in just a few years. About 33% more, because I used to barely, even in the coldest winter, barely hit $200. It's a small house, well insulated. Keep the heat down. And my utilities this year, my gas or this month, my gas and my electric were about $200. With all the extra fees, it was $300. There's almost $100 in fees just on my bill. With these weird names, I have no idea what it has to do with anything, but that is just absolutely ridiculous. It's hard to fathom. And one thing that just really has ticked me off about the utilities, they have an office here downtown. They will not even let us go to their office to make a payment. We're not allowed to go to their office to make a payment. They can pay $38 million to the CEO, and they can't pay $15 an hour for somebody to sit in the window and take a payment. It makes no sense at all. They are not being user-friendly whatsoever. They are just they bought Vectrum with the idea of shaking as much money out of us as possible and taking it back to Texas and just ignoring us and having fun down in Texas. Yippee-o-ki-yay. If you all go through allowing this plan to go through, I hope you enjoy it in your homes, knowing that so many people in this area are suffering. So you can be comfortable by having it done and you're got it behind you and you can go on to your next project. It's just hard for me to understand this. You are being paid with our tax dollars. Please, please do your job and help us. Thank you very much.
Would you state your name, please, and spell it?
Sure. My name is Sarah Miller, Sarahmiller. I appreciate you guys being here today. I apologize for not having anything prepared. I work a full-time job as a social worker, and then I am down to 2 part-time jobs. I was up to 3 part-time jobs, partly due to my CenterPoint bill, cost of, food going up, and just the cost of living going up. One thing that I wanted to touch on is, yes, my bill has gone up, and I'm here as a citizen. But one thing I want to touch on is Sierra Club individual that was here earlier talked about the super polluters. In this area, we're called the sacrifice zone. So we already suffer from that. We have more people that suffer from asthma and lung cancer than most areas. So while AC may seem as a luxury, heat may seem as a luxury, those individuals need those to breathe. Without those, they suffer more than most. And like I said, we have more people with asthma and lung cancer, non-smoke related lung cancer. The other thing is I work with individuals that are on income-based. Their income is less than $1,000 a month, and it's regulated each year. When their income, if they get any kind of raise, their rent goes up, their food stamps go down. They don't allocate any money for utilities. They don't allocate any money. They don't expect these $300 CenterPoint bills that they're getting. So imagine they get less than $1,000. They have to pay rent. Their food stamps are not even $150. If they're lucky, they're in a low-income housing. So they may pay $150, but most are still in a $400 apartment. Then they still have to pay for transportation, whether it be a bus, or if they have to, most of them are disabilities, so it's a specialized bus, and that's a $3 ride every time, back and forth. Then we have to talk about toilet paper, shampoo, all these other items that they need. But you want them to pay $300 a month on utilities. I had a client that just brought me his bill, and it went up $100 from January to February, to over $300. I work with them to get them energy assist, and Kate gives it out here twice a year. Roughly, usually anywhere from $450 to $550. That used to last them for the 6 months it was given out. We're lucky if they get 2 months out of it. I'm talking about senior citizens. I'm talking about people with disabilities that are ending up in our homeless shelters, but our homeless shelters are full. Where are we putting these people? How do we live with ourselves? I'm barely affording to live in my house. I bought my house in 1999, so my mortgage payment's pretty low. My CenterPoint bill is more than my mortgage payment. I'm middle class, barely middle class. I'm struggling. Like I said, I just quit my 4th job. It's just because I'm so exhausted. It's not because I can afford to quit it, it's because I'm so exhausted. I beg you not to allow this rate hike. There's no reason for it. I want to remind you earlier, I know a lot of it, everybody's like, it's all repeated. I cannot express this enough. It needs to be reiterated. But earlier it was said, they made $91 billion profit. That's profit, so that's after cost of everything. After cost of paying the employees, after cost of services, after donations. That was their profit. There's no need for any more raise. Cost rate, I'm so sorry. No more rate hikes. So I beg you, I'm opposed to it. For many, many individuals who cannot afford it, and there's not enough help for them. Thank you for your time.
We're taking a 10-minute break, so we'll be back on the record at 9:30.
Dixie Halber. And Hannah Bedwell. And I would just remind folks that we do have to be out of this room by 11 o'clock tonight. And I have a lot of names left in the stack. I don't know who's still here, but we can only get through as many as we can keep moving. Would you state your name and spell it for the record, please?
My name is Donna Blanchard, DONNA-BLANCHARD. There's been a lot of people before me that are a lot more eloquent than I am, and I'll probably jump around like a flea on a griddle, but I'm going to try and keep it concise and understandable. So most of you remember inflation skyrocketed in the fall of 2022. Prices and fuel costs increased anywhere from 10 to 20%, 25, 30, depending on what it was you were buying. In February of 23, I got a wage increase of a whopping 2.5%. That wasn't nearly enough to cover the massive inflation cost increases of 2022, not even close. Well, inflation only went up 3% this past year, but that's already on top of the 10 to 20% inflation of 2022. They didn't go back down. The 3% is on top of what already happened in the inflation. And this year and this month, as a matter of fact, I just got another whopping 1.5% wage increase. Obviously, my regular full-time job is not keeping up with inflation. I have to have 2 other side hustles in order to pay my bills. Just for instance, ground beef increased from, it was around $5.99 per pound to around, I don't know, $6.99 per pound, something like that. That's a 17% increase. And I passed out, whenever I turned in my sheet to have my name entered, I passed out an analysis of my electric bills. I put it on a spreadsheet. I'm a numbers person. I work on spreadsheets all day long. So I put it on a spreadsheet. I analyzed my utility bills from February of 22 to today. As a matter of fact, I looked up my utility bill online today. And back in February of 2022, the kilowatt charge per hour was 14.069 cents per kilowatt hour. I divided my total utility charges per month, took out the $10.84 service charge, and divided my utility charge, my electric charge, by the number of kilowatt hours that I used. And so my rate back then was 14.696 cents per kilowatt hour. And so I compared from in January of 2023, the increase went, this is rate per kilowatt hour, 4.03% increase in January of last year, 5.78% in February, 7.02% in March, 1.10% in April, and there was actually a couple months where it was actually a decrease. I don't know what they did. They did some kind of mix-up, not mix-up, but so they did some kind of mash-up in the bills. But if you compare December of 22 to December of 23, the rate per kilowatt hour, 15.7%. From December of 22 to December of 23. From January of 23 to January of 24, the rate per kilowatt hour, 17.61%. Increase per kilowatt hour. From February of 23 to February of 24, another 8.36% increase per kilowatt hour. We cannot, as citizens, continue to sustain this. This is not sustainable. All the profits that CenterPoint is sucking out of southern Indiana is not being put back into southern Indiana. It's going to Texas, and it's going into the pockets of the CEO. It's not being redistributed in Indiana for the good of low income citizens. It's just not. Our nonprofits, as you heard, are suffering greatly. My church's utility bills are outrageous. This is not sustainable. This is incidental, but a can of Chef Boyardee spaghetti has increased from about $1.39 per can to, I don't know, $1.99 per can, which is about a 43% increase. My cat food has gone from 63 cents a can to 79 cents a can, which is about a 24% increase. Now you say, well, then get rid of your cats. Well, then you guys get rid of your dogs and whatever. All right? You guys, I'm sure, make a lot more money than I do. I'm like I said, I work one full-time job and I have to have 2 extra side hustles to pay for everything. And I'm a single lady. I'm 65. I'm scared what I'm going to do when I finally do retire. Right now, I can't retire. I don't know what I'm going to do when I retire. CenterPoint is the only game in town if you like heat in the winter, if you like AC in the summer, if you like being able to charge your cell phones, if you like being able to power your computers. Guess what? CenterPoint's the only game in town. And I know that these are first world issues. You know, you're not going to hear complaints like this in Africa. But, you know, everybody has their own level of income and their own level of expenses, no matter what country you live in. Southern Indiana seems to have gotten the shaft when it comes to utilities, especially. Southern Indiana is considered the armpit of Indiana by people in Indianapolis. It's considered the redheaded stepchild, excuse me, redheads, but it's considered the redheaded stepchild of Indiana. We are looked down upon by Indianapolis. They're mad at us because we stayed in Central Time Zone instead of moving to Eastern Time Zone. This is ridiculous. You guys, we have absolutely no control over what the utilities can charge us. It's up to you and 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 you to determine how we're going to be able to live our lives. Are we going to have to, I take insulin, I'm a diabetic. I'm probably going to go on Medicare next year, and I'm going to have to change some of my medicines because right now my employer pays for the, you know, the high-end medicines. I'm going to have to change some of them around once I go on Medicare. I don't know what people do that are retired and are on a fixed income. I don't know how long my health is going to last. These are scary, scary times, people. Very scary. I don't know how you guys live. You probably live in very comfortable houses. I have a condo, about 1,300 square feet. And my utility bills are not that bad, but it doubled. It more than doubled from December to January. Now, it went down a little bit for February because it's been a very mild winter. We only had one large cold snap, but the cold snap wasn't why our bills were so high. The cold snap was because of the increase in the kilowatt per hour charge. Because that's how I divided this. That's how I did this chart, was the kilowatts per hour. So they increased it 17% whenever we got our highest bills this past winter. So please, please, please consider the people of Southern Indiana who are desperately needing help on our utility. Water bills, my water bill has gone up to like $70 a month, and I'm a single person. Most families are well over $100 a month. And there's, you know, all kinds of other stuff. So please, please keep the citizens in mind. Our taxes pay your salaries. Keep us in mind. Don't think how you can finagle this so that CenterPoint gets what they want. I'm tired of them getting what they want. They need to start being proactive and helping us here in Southern Indiana. And putting that money back in to where they're sucking it out of. Thank you very much.
Hello. My name is...
Just one little second, please. Nick Iacarino. Iaccarino. Virginia Poston. Tom Ballard. Nicole Webb. Sir, please state your name and spell it.
John, 4 letters, Bassmeyer, Bassemer. I just thought of a few things. I will be the short speaker tonight. I spend a lot of time in the inner city, mostly with friends and helping people out, and just listening to folks tonight. My house, our house, is pretty new. It's about 3,300 square feet. Our utility bill is usually under $300. Most of my friends around the Star neighborhood by Midtown, what they call Deaconess Hospital Midtown, theirs is often over $300. A lot of them are on fixed income. I have the latest news that I've heard today. Today's newspaper said that 52% of the babies born in Vanderbilt County and Evansville are on welfare, they're on Medicaid. And that's this community. That's the people we're all talking about here. The people in this room, the people that are paying the bills from CenterPoint. CenterPoint has brought a lot of the criticism on themselves. I'm glad to see I'm not alone on being ignored on streetlight concerns. Unfortunately, it appears CenterPoint simply isn't user-friendly. This evening we heard at least several people that charities that sing the praises of CenterPoint's generosity to their charities. It's not CenterPoint's generosity. It's our generosity, the indentured servants. Recently on the local public radio station, CenterPoint went on and on about their great generosity in our area. I suggest you regulators regulate the generosity of CenterPoint with the ratepayers' money. On TV recently, some of the nonprofits refused the CenterPoint's generosity. The publicity they stated, they called generosity was part of the reason their nonprofits existed, because of the generosity that CenterPoint was able to give was because it just added to their rates. And I'm saying cut back on CenterPoint's giveaways. The more they give away, the more profit they make, and the more we pay on our utility bills.
Sister Jane Michelle McClure. If you please state your name and spell it.
Dixie Halber, Dixiehalber. I'm a Vanderbilt County resident and a residential electric customer of CenterPoint. I'm requesting that the Commission deny CenterPoint's proposal to increase my and other Hoosier family monthly bills by nearly $50 over the next 2 years. CenterPoint customers already pay the highest rates in the entire state and pay more than many larger, wealthier cities. The U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics reports that Chicago customers pay approximately 17 cents per kilowatt hour this past January. Now, I looked at my CenterPoint bill for January, and my bill reflected a rate of 17.7 cents per kilowatt hour. And that was after I subtracted the $10.84 flat rate service charge, that same charge that CenterPoint wants to more than double with this rate increase. According to the latest Census Bureau data, The median household income for the Chicago area is about $78,000 per year. While here in Vanderburgh County, that number is at $58,000 per year. And as we've heard, it's much lower within the city of Evansville itself. So we are making much less than our wealthier neighbors to the north, and we're paying a lot more in utility fees. And CenterPoint wants us to pay even more in the coming years, stretching overburdened families even more. Now, CenterPoint tells us that they need the increases to pay for upgraded infrastructure and other improvements, and that's great. We certainly need a robust infrastructure for our electric services. CenterPoint Texas customers found that out firsthand, what happens when your infrastructure fails. However, the funds for that infrastructure upgrade does not need to come from Indiana families and small businesses. CenterPoint enjoys the highest return on equity, not only of all Indiana utilities, but it also receives more from CenterPoint South than any other CenterPoint subsidiary. In the recent February 20th earnings release, CenterPoint reported that it made $952 million of profit in 2023. And that number is after all of their costs, and that includes the salaries of their executive officers. In the past 3 years, CenterPoint has paid their executives more than $83 million in salaries, bonus, and stock options. In 2021 alone, former CEO David Lassar was paid over $37 million in compensation. Now that was 2021, while Texans suffered from weeks-long power outages, from CenterPoint outages, and while profits from CenterPoint South were then later used to pay for the repairs and the subsequent upgrades of Texas infrastructure. CenterPoint has more than adequate revenue to pay for the costs they are asking citizens to foot. Tonight, I'm standing here requesting the following action from the IURC. Deny the proposed rate hike. Deny the increase to the proposed residential fixed charge. The proposed $23.20 would be the highest of any investor-owned electric utility in Indiana, and one of the highest in the country. Deny the unfair cost allocation proposal by CenterPoint called 4CP. CenterPoint's 4CP cost allocation forces residential customers to subsidize electric bills of big industrial customers. And I recently was told that our small businesses pay the highest electric rates in the area, followed by the residents, and then far back our industrial neighbors. Now, I agree that we want to incentivize large industry like Toyota, Berry, and Sabic to stay here in the area. But we cannot do that on the backs of other consumers. Our small businesses already struggle daily with rising costs and a reduced labor force. Most of them are still recovering from the effects of the COVID-era shutdowns. To ask them to shoulder the power costs of our big industrial neighbors is unconscionable. Hoosier families and businesses cannot bear the power costs of our larger and wealthier neighbors. Deny CenterPoint's request to remotely disconnect customers. We need CenterPoint to stop disconnecting customers who are already struggling to afford to pay their power bills, not make it easier for them to disconnect even more families. Deny all unnecessary costs. For example, CenterPoint should not be allowed to force us to pay for its cost of its lobbying, litigation, regulatory advocacy, trade association dues, advertising, or the cost of its lawyers and experts in this rate case. Finally, I urge the Commission to significantly reduce CenterPoint's return on equity. They have the highest rate of return of any investor-owned utility in Indiana, and among other CenterPoint subsidiaries. And the majority of that money goes out of our community and out of our state to the benefit of CenterPoint executives and shareholders, rather than being used to help our local communities. CenterPoint is allowed a profit, but not one that burdens and often endangers Hoosier families. Deny this rate case. prioritize the well-being of our citizens over Centerline's bottom line. Thank you.
Ken Colbert. Please state your name and spell it.
Virginia Poston, VirginiaPoston. So, in the interest of brevity, I'm actually going to skip my sort of personal things. And we have heard plenty of pain and suffering today, and mine is not nearly as bad as some other people's. We moved here, my husband and I, 25 years ago, and the one good thing I can say is I have far fewer students missing class because of chronic bronchitis. We still have terrible cruddy air, but it's, and too many people with asthma, but at least it's better than it was 25 years ago. What I would like to talk about, though, is sort of reiterating and emphasizing some points that others have raised, and maybe bringing a little different perspective on a few things. So, my understanding is that the original argument for the utility company locally, whichever name it had way back when, to be a monopoly was that it was deemed to be more efficient for not have to have duplication of infrastructure and so forth. Excuse me. Okay, fine. But it was also then to be done in the interest of the consumer, for the public benefit. The current rates alone are counter to this in spirit. So this is counter to the spirit of the law that, as it was originally made, let alone adding on, rate increases of the level that we've been hearing about. I also consider it to be immoral that a private company, be guaranteed a profit to pay shareholders and CEOs who are outside of Indiana and who get to skip the rules, the conditions that apply to any other private company, where they, again, as other people have said, who own companies, who own businesses, they can only raise so much, put so much on their customers before, their customers go elsewhere. We don't have that option. They should have to deal with pay for their bad decisions themselves. They should have to deal with the market forces like any other company. And if they cannot make a profit, a reasonable profit, doing it, then maybe they shouldn't be in this business at all. So, I would also like to say that every dollar charged by CenterPoint above the average rate charged by comparable publicly owned utilities is a dollar not spent locally on basics for survival. And even if people can afford the basics, these are dollars not spent at local restaurants, local retail stores, struggling small businesses, and on home maintenance and improvement businesses. This not only hurts local businesses, it ultimately lowers home values and reduces our tax base. This proposed rate hike is not only morally bad and cruel, it's bad for business and just downright bad for Southwest Indiana. Thank you.
Kim Burnhead. Kim Burnhead. Daniel Moss. If you please state your name and spell it.
I'm Nicole Webb, Nicolewebb. My 77-year-old mother had an electric bill over $600 last month. By 2026, that means she could expect $900 electric bills during the winter. And we've heard lots of tales of how badly this is going to hurt the citizens of Evansville. I'd like to focus on something that this IURC can do to help the citizens. Yes, the legislature removed a lot of the IURC's discretion to avoid certain costs by allowing these trackers to just be passed pro forma. But where you still have discretion is setting the ROE, which, as people have noted, is the highest in the state at over 10%. When CenterPoint acquired Vectron, they did due diligence. They very well understood the base of customers here and the economics of this community. While they were spending all this money in the different ways that they made bad decisions and mismanaged the resources, they still understood the demographics of their customers. When our neighbor from Jacobsville spoke earlier tonight and said that not only do we have the 37th highest rates of electricity in the country for cities over 40,000 or whatever, he said, when you divide that by the annual income of each community, we actually are the worst. We have the highest burden of electric bills in the entire country by that measure. You know, one way that this IURC can react to that and say that we don't like how far they got over their skis in overspending and trying to pass those costs on to us by requesting absurd raises like over 30% in the rates. You can say, instead of getting the highest ROE, this year we're going to drop you down to the lowest ROE, and maybe even worse than that. Maybe we're going to put you at an ROE that is lower than we've ever had before and give you an incentive to improve your spending so that you bring electricity to this community in a way that this community can actually afford. So I will leave you with that, and thank you very much for coming to Evansville and hearing us.
Nathaniel Barchett. Louise Johnson. If you would please state your name and spell it for the reporter.
Sister Jane Michelle McClure, JaneMichele, MC capital CLURE. I'm from Habitat for Humanity of Evansville. Habitat provides home ownership opportunities for low-income residents who undergo thorough vetting before approval. Approved homeowners commit to a year-long financial literacy program and help build and purchase their own homes with a 0% mortgage, making payments affordable. Habitat homeowners save an average of $200 per month on housing costs and an additional $75 to $100 on energy bills due to the energy efficiency of their homes. While I am certainly not an expert on energy financing, I have been here for several hours hearing the suffering and the pain that is going to come to residents because of this rate increase. However, I can attest to CenterPoint Energy's support for Habitat's mission of building a just and equitable society through the economic empowerment and community cohesion that comes from sustainable home ownership.
Hope, I think it's Fusser. Sir, if you would please state your name and spell it.
Ken Colbert, Kencolbert. Our family came here in 1813, so we're natives.
business owner, elected official, podcaster, and a researcher. So I started doing some research on our friends at CenterPoint when this was all coming about in 2019. And I discovered that the primary company that's involved is Vanguard and BlackRock, which is an international company. And then I got to wondering why that they were targeting Vectren here in southwest Indiana. But lo and behold, we had a governor, Governor Holcomb, who is affiliated with the World Economic Forum. Not only is he our governor, but he also set up what's called the Indiana Economic Development Corporation. He's been there several times to speak at Davos, so there's motive in regards to setting up and allowing that transaction to go through. The governor is also responsible for appointing this body. I'm starting to do research on the people that are supposed to be representing us on this board, which I'll be done with that shortly. And I'll upload that to what I have. It's called the Colbert Report on Telegram and on X. Okay? So I want to find out if you're truly representing the best interest of our community, or perhaps there's more nefariousness going on. Locally, they have established what's known as the Evansville Regional Economic Partnership. The CEO of that is our former mayor, Winnicky. This is part of that allegiance locally in the different wards in the state that has an affiliation with the Indiana Economic Development Corporation. Again, whether or not there's motive in regards to what this board is doing and whether or not they're representing our best interest. I'm a problem solver, and in my mind, I would look at having local representation with our utilities. We have an Ohio River here. Why isn't there free competition so that the legislature, which we're working on now, so that we can have competition within our community? The Ohio River is a viable solution so that we can have electric services down here. It's free. And we would actually set up a co-op, which means the residents of Evansville own it. It would not be government or corporate owned. So we're looking into that opportunity. I do agree that this is a dog and pony show. You guys have an obligation. You consistently voted against our community on these raises. But if you want to know more about this particular board, again, go to my Telegram channel, Colbert Report, and I'll be happy to disclose about their backgrounds. Thank you.
If you would please state your name and spell it.
My name is Daniel Moss, D-A-N-I-E-L-M-O-S-S. Like others have said, I didn't intend to speak, but I kind of got the wild hair, so I figured why not. And again, others have spoke much more eloquently and had a lot of data and numbers, and their arguments were substantiated by such data, which was very helpful and insightful, such as this guy mentioned. So I'll keep it short. There were a few things I noticed in my recent dealings with CenterPoint Energy. A lot of their emails that they send and all of the advertisements they have, they claim that they reinvest in the community, they stimulate economic growth, so on and so forth, as you guys are aware. Now, we've seen from examples with community members, that doesn't seem like it's the case, does it? They don't reinvest in the community. They are doing the opposite of stimulating and helping with economic growth. In fact, they're hindering it. One of the examples that they gave was that they invested in energy infrastructure for Toyota. Okay, cool. That might help a bit. Now, if I were such a company, of course, I would bolster my operations in an area like Toyota, a heavy manufacturing area that's going to, increase my revenue and cut my bottom line. I don't see the help with that here in Evansville, where we're making, making ends meet on a razor's edge, like all these people have noted. So there's a disconnect there. As far as the monopoly concern that others have brought up, I understand an energy company in that way has to be a monopoly for economies of scale. I've worked in infrastructure, heavy infrastructure, electrical myself as a civil engineer and an electrician. So those things make sense to me. Now, with all the projects that I've worked on in the area, I've seen an unheard of amount of money put into infrastructure by state departments across the board. Those things have really helped communities around Evansville and Indy, all over the state. It's been very good. So working with those organizations, I've seen the fruits of that labor. But in my workings with utility companies such as CenterPoint, I have not seen anything like that. They're always a hindrance to projects. I've never seen any sort of investment into our projects. So I actually moved to Evansville a few years ago for various reasons. One small reason was I thought it was more affordable. I lived in Indy. My parents are in Indy, a lot of families in Indy. But you know the story, I met the girl, had a lot of friends down here, so I moved down here. Now, we've been looking into pursuing marriage, having a child, but I'm also a numbers guy, as I said, engineer. But despite being an engineer and having a salary much higher than the average around here, it seems like, as I'm very blessed to have, I'm still rubbing pennies to make ends meet. When I do financial forecasts for myself and what my family would be, it's not feasible. Marriage, not feasible. Giving my parents a grandchild, not feasible. And I mean, I can live, I can survive, unlike some people here seem to be able to do. But it's things like that. Things like this really do affect families. So when my cost of living skyrocketed over the past few years, and my salary does not, such like all these other people, it is incredibly concerning. And when I read that it seemed like a handful of you here were some of the few that had the ability to regulate these utility companies, CenterPoint in particular, and you guys are the checks and the balances on the monopoly that is CenterPoint. That's in your hands. People like me, even though we work with these folks, we have no power in this. That's y'all. So my question for y'all to reflect on would be, if it was your kids not able to give you a grandchild because of the rising costs, the rising living costs, and if you could do one small thing, such as keeping checks and balances on a utility with skyrocketing rates, would you do that? Or would you forego that experience of helping your child rear their children? That's all I have. Thank you.
If you would please state your name and spell it.
My name is Louise Johnson. It's Louisejohnson. This is a picture of my little boy. His name is Anthony Wade. He's 4 years old and he's on a ventilator. He needs that to live, to breathe. He cannot live without it. It has to be plugged in. It has to use electricity. He also has a feeding tube. He has many, many other pieces of medical equipment. They all require electricity. So, I understand it's necessary for adjustments in pricing. I would like to bring your attention to the significant impact this increase will have on my son, who relies on this on electricity to live. My son Anthony was diagnosed at 5 days old with a terminal genetic disease called spinal muscular atrophy, or SMA. His disease requires round-the-clock medical care. This includes the use of a ventilator, feeding pump, cough assist, a suction machine, a shaker vest machine, a nebulizer, and a pulse ox, all of which are directly powered by electricity. As you can imagine, any disruption in the availability of electricity can and will have life-threatening consequences for him. He can't regulate his body temperature. We have to keep it at a certain degree in there for him. He will not be able to breathe, even on a ventilator, if he gets too hot. As a one-income family of 5, we already face financial challenges in providing the necessary medical support and equipment for my son. The additional financial burden, if this rate increase happens, puts an immense strain on our already stretched budget. I just want to request that you consider the unique circumstances of families like mine who have loved ones relying on life-sustaining equipment. I understand that CenterPoint needs to cover its costs, but I believe there must be a way to address these concerns without placing an unfair burden on vulnerable individuals and families. I understand that managing an energy utility company involves complex considerations. However, it is crucial to remember that behind every bill and rate increase, there's a family. I sincerely hope that you will take my concerns into account and please have our best interest in mind when you make your decisions. Thank you.
Your Honor, we have additional witnesses, but they have not yet been sworn.
If you are here and you are planning to testify and you haven't yet taken an oath, if you could stand right now and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the evidence you'll give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, you may be seated. Ms. Parkstreet.
Thank you. Christopher Wetzoffel. Diana Rathke. Marilyn Stoll. Julie Berry. John Citizen. Greg Stillwell. I'm sorry. Greg Stillwell. John White. If you would please state your name and spell it.
Yes, my name is Diana, D-I-A-N-A. Rathke, R-A-T-H-K-E.
Please go ahead.
Okay. I'm not as prepared as other people, so I'm just going to tell you what's on my mind. I have a disability, and this is another sob story, but I have epilepsy. Many people don't know that because it's controlled, but with my medication that I took throughout the years, I've been sick for 30 years, it is controlled. But I was pregnant with twins, and my twins were poisoned. My twins survived. They are now adults. I will have to take care of them for the rest of my life. They are adults, they are living with me, and they are soiled every day. I have to do loads of laundry multiple times a day, showers multiple times a day. And that's the way it's going to be for the rest of our lives. My electricity bill last month was over $600. We live in a very small house that was built in 1907 in Boonville, which is Warwick County. I'm still paying on that house. I'm happy to have a house, even if it is like a cardboard box, because that privacy with our situation is needed. My house is kind of smelly. I'll say it. So I need the help, all the help that we can get. I don't know if you guys know too much about how SSI works, but I'm not allowed to ever have more than $2,000 in the account, ever. So in case you guys didn't know that, ever. And I only get $907 a month for my disability. So, I was in the Social Security office this week. So if my electricity bill was over $600 and I get $907 for me, and my daughter gets $900 and my other twin gets $900, and I have all these other bills, we have the house payment and the car payment, and I can't take the food out of their mouth to apply it to the electricity bill. So I need somebody to put themselves in my shoes, okay? And that's all I want to say, because I don't know what else to say. I don't have any friends because nobody wants to be friends with people that have issues and my daughter's issues. I have no one else to lean to. Just you guys. Thank you.
Sir, if you would state your name and spell it.
John, J-O-H-N, Citizen, C-I-T-I-Z-E-N. There was, after World War II, a group of people in Nuremberg who tried the people who were Nazis, who did not stand up and express conscience. Adolf Eichmann was one of the people who was hung. This is incumbent on all of us, not just to express conscience, but to live it. I do not want to be degrading and use the phrase sock puppets. But when people are in a job of public trust, they have to do what is in the public trust and in the public's benefit, regardless what their superiors or what they are commissioned, quote unquote, to do by those who've hired them. And that requires that if you can't do that job, quit and do something you can do. We expect you to do that job, and you have not done it up to this point. So either grow a pair or hit the door. You know, I have a cousin that lives up in Lake County. He's got a house the same size as mine. He's 81. He keeps his heat at 72 because he's disabled. His bill was $189 last month. My bill for the same size house that I keep at 65 degrees, that's the high, was $625. Same state. You all are from the same state. There's something rotten in Denmark.
That's right. That's right.
And we expect you to do your diligence, not to stack and pile on us. Is that a valid expectation? Up to now, it hasn't been. I'm not going to give you the courtesy of saying, please do it. Because we're tired, we're angry, we're fed up. It hasn't come to a point where people are shooting back. But we're there. All the people down here, we're in the valley of the shadow of death. And the reason we're there is because of the utility companies. Now, it was bad enough when the utilities were dirty. Now when they're clean, they're gouging us with price hikes that are unquestionably exorbitant. It's a shakedown. These people are lying, they're crooked, and they don't deserve what they're asking for. So we deserve what we're asking for, and we expect it.
That's right.
My name is Mary Lynn Stoll, M-A-R-Y, space, L-Y-N, space, S-T-O-L-L. I actually live in a one-bedroom apartment not too far from here. I know probably you all don't live near here, and I do want to say I appreciate this has been a really long haul, so for anyone who stuck around, I appreciate in the audience or up there. But my one-bedroom apartment, it's on the second floor. My partner, on the other hand, he lives in Akron, Ohio. He has a 3-story, massive house with a full basement, okay? His electric and gas bill was the same as mine last month. I have one bedroom on the second floor of, one little corner of a big house. And he's got 3 full, and if you're wondering, like, maybe I'm exorbitant in what I'm using, right? We both keep our homes at about 64 to 65 in winter. We keep them at 75 to 80 in the summer. There's not a huge difference in the amount for the space of energy that we're using. It's just not fair, okay? Evansville pays too much already, and I know you've heard this many times, but we have some of the highest utility bills in the nation already. And now the Texans who run CenterPoint want to increase my bill around another $50 a month. It just feels like a shakedown. Why should we keep padding CenterPoint profits even more? How different is this from gangsters who charge a fee to citizens just for the privilege of living in the thugs' territory? 2/3 of my gas costs, they're not gas, it's just fees. It's hard to feel like that's fair when 2/3 of what I'm paying for something is just general fees, not the actual gas that I'm using. And I'm not alone. You've heard people all night long. With a guaranteed government-sanctioned monopoly, our only recourse is to ask you all to do your job. Stop the theft. It's unfair. We have already paid with air and water pollution for decades. Our bodies have already paid and continue to pay the toll. The utilities knew it would cost more to drag their heels in a just transition to renewable energy. And while I am glad our energy will pollute less, I have asthma, I already feel the negative impacts of living in this place. Anything that can help me breathe easier, I absolutely appreciate. But we have already paid. We paid with our lungs, we paid with our water, we've paid with our pocketbooks. Do not make us pay yet again. And in terms of health costs, poor people are going to pay the most with their bodies, and the amount of money they spend will hurt them even more. It is simply unconscionable that those who have already been assaulted be expected to pay yet again with even more exorbitant rates. And for what? I mean, let's be honest. It's just more profit for those who already have more than enough.
That's right.
Are you Mr. Stillwell?
No, John White.
Thank you. Avion Drake. Lori Irwin. Tracy Stroutman. Please state your name and spell it.
John White, Johnwhite. Probably one of the easier ones you've heard tonight. Please forgive me, I'm not the best public speaker in the world. I represent about 120 customers of CenterPoint in varying degrees, whether my tenants, my family, or my personal house. I have 3 main points on this. I have a solar bill here, right here in front of me. One of my owners is devout in solar on our houses. We have about 40 of them in all. This solar bill is an excellent bill. It's a wonderful bill. Total on this bill is $181. That's a great bill. We are looking at $71 of that is all in fees. That is roughly, because I did quick math, and I'm not the best, 42% of that bill is just in fees. My house is roughly 1,300 square foot, built in 1936. My father's house is a 750 square foot, built in 1964, both of them older houses. My dad's house, after we insulated it, after I put a brand new heating and air system in it, my last month's bill, $683. My dad's bill, $625 on 750 square foot. The temperature set the same, 73 degrees, both houses. I want to remind you of something that you're probably very aware of, but just like my plate gets full, and to be honest, I left my notes at my office today because I had a doctor's appointment before I had to come here. You ruled against CenterPoint in 2022 about solar energy. Right after that is the notorious February and March bills that hit us and also hit Ohio, where they just mysteriously were doubled, tripled even. There were people who paid those, my parents being one of them, because CenterPoint said, no, that is your bill, you have to pay it or we are going to come shut you off. Because my father, not the best with money sometimes. He likes to wait until it's definitely due. He gets to those shut-off notices. Either way, it took him over 6 months to finally get that money back. Many other people were being told that they had to pay those bills. It was not until the news of the area, 44, 14, finally, when their reporters started getting those bills and put it on the news, that finally something was done about those bills. These are the people that you keep giving rate hikes to. This is what you're looking at. Yes, these solar bills are wonderful. This is an Energy Star home. These are brand new homes just built last year for this bill. It's wonderful, it's great. There's still also no reason my bill and my father's bill, after my father's house is freshly insulated, brand new heating and air system, a comparable heating and air system. Actually, mine's bigger. My system's a 2.5 ton. My father's unit's a 2 ton. He is way overkill for that house. I had to install air dumps in it because he is way overkill on that house. There is no reason for those bills to be the same. This change has got to start with you guys. As many people have showed up today, maybe if you can stop this rate hike, people are going to start taking this seriously and start doing something about it. We've got to get CenterPoint out of here, or we've got to break the monopoly. One of the two. Thank you for your time. Thank you for staying here as late as you have.
Thank you. If you would please state your name and spell it.
Lori Irwin, Lori-Irwin. I'd like to thank you all for coming, for arranging this meeting. I'm not going to give you any sob stories. We've heard enough. Heard enough of them this evening, this whole day. I just want to give you some numbers. So Evansville per capita is approximately 117,000 people, okay? Over 20% of these people in poverty level. Now, a living wage for a single adult needs to be $19.70 an hour. Do you know where our minimum wage rests? $7.25. Now you take one adult and one dependent, whether it be a spouse or a child. You're looking at needing $32.29 an hour. That falls way short at $7.25 an hour. Over 20% of our population here in this city are below poverty. That's below $7.25 an hour. These rate hikes, it's unfathomable for the majority of our population. The average income is under $59,000 a year. I work in medical. I make $38,000 a year. Tell me how these people are going to afford this. It needs to stop. And you are the ones that can put a stop to this. Please don't let our voices go unheard. I hope you see these faces when you close your eyes tonight and remember the words that came out of their mouths. Thank you.
Your Honor, I have no additional forms that I have not called the individuals. Just to be sure that their name was not called when they were not in the room, if we could take a 5-minute recess, and if someone believes that I should have their form, would you please come up and let me know?
Yes, we'll go off the record. We'll be back on at 10:45. We're off the record. All right, let's go back on the record. Ms. Parkstrike.
Your Honor, no one else has come forward, so at this time, the public would move for the admission of Public's Field Hearing Exhibit 1.
Any objections from anyone?
No, Your Honor.
Hearing no objection, Public's Exhibit Field Hearing 1 is now admitted into the record of this cause. Thank you for your participation in this hearing. Cause number 45590 is now continued to the evidentiary hearing, which is scheduled to begin at 9:30 a.m. on April 30th, 2024 in room 222 of the PNC Center, 101 West Washington Street, Indianapolis, Indiana. Go off the record.